Welcome in, y'all. I have a couple more setup things to do, and then we'll be getting going. Song requests tonight or no, gamers? I think yes, but I always like song requests. Good, I'm glad you like the clicky clacks. I like this keyboard too. Why was your go live notification in such huge font? Because it works the same. Thanks, Keyshawn. It works the same way as like Discord and certain Markdown, where if you put a hash sign before, it makes it big. I found that out from Spout. So it's big. I mean, it got your attention, didn't it? To bring my plates to the kitchen. And wait for ads to be done, and then I need to fill up my water too. I'm gonna go do that first and foremost. So go fill up your water as well, chat. You know you want to. You know you want to be hydrated. Oh, I got just back in time just for ads to be done. Cool. I just have like 2 more things to do. Pull up the wiki. Ooh, charge the phone. I have to get under my desk, like, tonight, probably after stream. Plug my phone back in the way it's supposed to be so that it doesn't become unplugged. Because I feel so silly every time I do that. You can go here. You can go here. You can go here. SCP Wiki. What the fuck is up, Big Krog? Welcome in. Hi, everyone. How are we? Thank you for making dinner. I appreciate you. Hello, Dave. Thanks for resubbing. Hello, Hispanic. Oh, here we go. What's up?
No.
Okay. Hi, Inflator. How are you? Hello, Monkey Man. Hello, Scars. Hello, Amari. Hello, Kishan. Hello, Oni. Hello, Dave. Oh, wrong scroll. Hello, Hispanic. Hello, Chisay. That's everybody who's here bright and early. We're reading some SCPs tonight. We're not gonna get into it like immediately off rip. I've been trying to play a game that made me cry. What game was it, Amari? We're gonna try doing a little bit of just chatting at the beginning of each stream so I can like make sure I know what's broken and what's not. But I think nothing's super broken, so that's good. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. That name sounds familiar. Hang on, I'm looking it up. Yeah. That's the one that's, it came out relatively recently, like this year, right? It's when I was playing last stream? Hell yeah. Jesus Christ, a 25 stream streak, Oni, that's crazy. We punching sharks in here? We can. We have a thread in the server for, oh, I've been bedressed. Hi, Deckard, how are you? Welcome in. I had a TikTok that took off today, kind of like the old days, so I'm going to go live on TikTok. I will not be reading that chat very closely at all. You guys are my priority. I literally tell the people there, like, hey, you go to Twitch to chat. But you may also watch there. It's not a good experience. I'm literally just trying to funnel people off of TikTok onto here. Health talk, correct. Some crazy plot twists, all I'll say. Good. Good. Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. I don't just use TikTok to promote my Twitch. I also use TikTok as a form of entertainment. So I never use that audio because I'm like, well, I use TikTok like daily, you know? But oh my goodness. I'm excited to get into it. We have not done SCP reading in a hot fucking minute. It's been a couple. Had 3 flights last night? Oh my god. Thank you for lurking, Inflator. I appreciate it. It's extremely, the lurkers are truly the backbone of Twitch. I hope your traveling's going well. Ugh, 3 flights. Ugh. Big oof. Flying is my least favorite activity. I just don't like it. Usually, I try to get high and not experience the flight as much as possible. Yeah, lurkers are appreciated as much as Twitch claims otherwise. Well, Twitch, it's not even like they've said anything. We can do the thighs. All right, who's got the prayer?
In a greatly simplified form,
where the fuck is my thigh button? On this day. Oh, we can't see those. On this day, the 3rd of December, the year of our Lord 2025, we are blessed by the visage of our Lords on by in all their glory. Praise be to them, that they may jiggle forevermore. Ah, them. Is this what you wanted? You have to say ah, them, or else the prayer didn't work. Hi, Scorchy. Welcome in. Okay, I'm putting the skirt back. Oh, okay, all right. All right, you can get a couple throws in. Go ahead. Hi, Overlord. Welcome in. We're being exceedingly normal. Exceedingly normal. Hello, Cobalt Bunny. How are you? All right, I'm putting the damn skirt. Oh, bye. There I go. There they go. Hello, Zen the Owl. Welcome in. Oh, goodbye. Here we are. We're back. The thighs did ascend. Okay. I was leaving, so we have a thread. I didn't put it up early enough because I didn't know whether SCP was gonna win. But I do have a thread. if you would like to suggest SCPs. I'm just gonna pick one. Let me see. Oh, excuse me. Let me see if what comes up with a random one. So cool, Mega Sush sends you flying again. I don't know what the fuck changed, because I didn't really fundamentally change anything. I think I fixed something in StreamerBot, so the trigger goes correctly, but... Oh. Parented page, there we go. What is this one? This one looks good. Date night with a partner? Ooh, have fun dating the partner. Have a good time. Okay. Pulling up. The correct capture. Do we want song requests on, or do we just want like ambient music? We can do either. I'm kind of a fan of ambient music for tonight, and maybe some rain noises. Joining you in the Plant in the 30s Club tomorrow. Ooh, happy early birthday. We won't be alive tomorrow for stream. Alive. We won't be live tomorrow streaming. So happy early birthday, Leah. Happy birth. Yule log. The Yule log ambient noise. I think that's a very good idea. All right, let's... Once I get settled into a single spot on screen and get some music up. Ambient... Stopping my heart for 24 hours at midnight. What? Don't do that. Has anyone played Life is Strange to tell me if I should play it? It's gotten... I've never played it. It's gotten a lot of awards. So if you are into the game that you just played, the Lost Records game, I imagine you'd probably like it. There we go. Just trying to find a good 11 hours. Yeah, I'll take it. We can bake this into the VOD. I can't imagine. Nah, let's keep the... Okay. Let's see how this sounds. I want heavy rain on a tin roof, but like softly. We're getting there. We're achieving vibes. We're achieving vibes. Watch your knees and back. They like to cause problems after 30. They do. I could probably put a rain effect up on VTube Studio too, although that would mean it's raining inside the atelier, which is a little silly. Let me see if I can find, because there's a separate visual effect than just the foggy window one. Hang on. Is it a particle? Weather effects, there we go. What do you mean all effects are turned off? Turn them on. Weather effects. Oh. Oh, you can't really see it through the spout input, huh? Damn, we really make it fucking come down. Yeah, you can't see fucking shit. It just looks kind of dark. Raining inside the atelier is what I call it when me and the boys have a squirt off. Hey, Krog. We gotta talk, buddy. You just, you know, stuff that gets put in chat is there forever, right? No, I'm not as into the rain. It'll be raining outside the atelier. Here, we can even do like maximum vibes with evening atelier. There we go. Okay, okay. We're hitting, we're reaching vibes, gamers. To the scrapbook with ye. Yeah, that's very Krog. It's very Krog. How did I get that one? The foreground color thing. That was cool. Wrong. This is just gonna make people fucking dizzy. There we go. We're reaching peak vibes, gamers. Okay. Oh, is this not a spout capture? Is that why this is being so rude? Bitch! Interesting that the opacity of stuff was not fully up because I wasn't using the legacy settings. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I like it. It's vibes. It's vibes. Now I just have to turn the damn SCP screen onto night mode so that I don't flashbang us at every opportunity. Let's do that. Come on, Dark Reader. Come on, Dark Reader. You know you wanna. Love being sent into the void for a few frames. True. Hello, Oversampler. Welcome in. I'm really trying hard not to... There we go. Okay. There we go. Much easier to see. I just had to click the domain in the app. Why? Oh, the glasses don't work on this screen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to turn it off for this one. But once we go back to the regular outfit, I'll take the glasses off. You know what we never did? We never refunded everybody their channel points from last time. Hey, do I have a mod who knows how to do that? Who would be willing to do that for me? That would make my... How do you do the lighting effects? Zen, it's all done within VTube Studio. It's all built-in stuff. The background, I just have 3 separate backgrounds. Like, I had them render it for morning, afternoon, and evening. And that's all controlled within OBS. In Warudo, though, if I was using a 3D model, you can... Thank you. From the fire hose. Hydrate or hydrate. Everybody take a big drink of water. If you don't have water, go figure this out because when I drink, we all drink today. I'm gonna hiccup. Hang on. Riley. It's a reason for drinking. Hello, Ziggy. Hello, Riley. But then all of the, like, the color shift, the eye glow, the darkening the model to match the background, that's all done within VTube Studio. Very robust tools in there so that you don't have to run a whole separate program. It's very nice. All right, let's pull up the display capture. And I think... no, we might do it as a window cap. We'll see. I want to be able to... There we go. Oh, I bet this is going to be rotated because of sewing the other night. If I had to guess. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yup. It's very rotated. All right. Let's bring this on down. And I'm thinking we'll just crop out that. Yup. Beautiful. Oh, we want to collapse that too. Cool. What do we think? It's not too disruptive, right? Or do we want it a jaunty little angle? True. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let me see if I can make TikTok do the thing. And then I'm just going to make TikTok go live. Thanks for vibing with me while we sort of set stuff up. It's always a fucking process with this program. Window capture, add, select, Firefox, add source. There we go. Who hasn't been here for an SCP stream before? This might be the first one for some people, because we have had quite a few new folks. It is solely just meant to be vibes. That tree seems like a hazard to that house in the night. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Core. All right, gamers. Are we ready? I'm ready. To quote the late, great, he's not dead. SpongeBob's not dead. To quote the great SpongeBob SquarePants, I am ready. I am ready. I'm ready. Okay. Come on, TikTok. Go live so that I can... There we go. Reading SCP. It doesn't do the fucking Bob l'Éponge. What's the Spanish name for it's Bob Esponja, right? I only know one SCP by number, but it's not a stream safe one. It's how I ended up finding out about SCP wasn't for a bit. I thought it was a not safe for work thing because the way I came across it in the first place. There's a lot of not safe for work SCP fan art, that's for sure. Oh my god, I hate fucking TikTok. Okay. Okay. Now can I do it? There's the Mallow tag on E6. Exactly, Prin. Hello, Prin. How are you? Welcome in. We have reached like peak vibes. This is very good. I'm enjoying it. I should move this down though on TikTok. I hate this damn app. Okay, we're good. I ever read about the bag that leads to the potato dimension? No, give me the number of it and perhaps, perchance, we'll get to it tonight. Can I pop this out? Can I pop this out? Can I pop that? There we go. I just wish for shit to be a little normal. Is that so much to ask? There we go. But yeah, SCPs can be a very strange rabbit hole. So I grabbed just a random one, SCP-6664, which is one of the newer ones that has the new layout. Let's get to it, huh? Let me make sure my volume on TikTok is not crazy loud. There we go. Let me know if my sound sounds odd on either here or TikTok, but I'm not going to be paying super close attention to TikTok. If they want to chat, they can come here, and they know that. All right. Item number 6664. Containment class safe, disruption class dark. I never understood what these disruption classes were. Risk class notice. The picture is of, it looks like a normal neighborhood with a street and a trampoline, captioned SCP-6664 prior to containment. Special containment procedures. 6664 is to be contained in a greenhouse at Biological Containment Site 103. 6664 is not to be climbed for fear of damaging its branches. Oh, so it's a tree. I see. Description. 6664 is a tree of the species Quercus robur, more commonly known as the common oak, currently located at Site 103. 6664 is identical to other trees of its species, save for its anomalous effects. 6664's anomalous effects activate whenever it is climbed by a prepubescent human being. When a child ascends 6664, instead of being transported to the top of the tree as expected, they will be transported to an as-of-yet unknown location. This location has been designated 6664-1. 6664-1 is an abandoned warehouse accessed by climbing at 6664. The SCP, or the location is empty, save for several large piles of debris, 2 incandescent light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, and a door on the far side of the building. No other doors or windows have been found. Individuals within 6664-1 report feelings of nostalgia and comfort. Upon opening the door on the far side, individuals will be met with a small closet containing an object of strong personal significance to the subject that had previously been considered lost. 6664 can be exited by acquiring the object and closing the closet door, at which point the individual will be transported back into the branches of 6664. Addendum 6664-01, Discovery. The SCP was discovered on January... That's my birthday! January 28th. 1689. The racist house. I don't know if we'll read that. No. I don't know about that one. It's not making a very good, okay, that was what? 1689. Thanks for subscribing, Mannequin. I appreciate you. A racist house doesn't make me inclined to read it, but we'll see. Did you know you're both incredibly gay and homosexual? Hey, Mannequin. Did you know, shut up. 6664 was discovered on January 28, 2014, after Nathan Toronto, a local child, reported entering 6664-1 to his friend, Valerie Marsh. Marsh's mother, Agent Maria Marsh, I almost called her Marsha Marsh, Agent Maria Marsh, heard of 6664-1 and reported it as a possible anomaly. 6664 was subsequently moved to Site 103. Marsha. I've noticed that several parts of this file are inaccurate, and I've edited it accordingly. Dr. Wendover. There's a PDF here. It's not actually a PDF. Oh. Changes to the original document are highlighted in blue. So this is 6664, offset 1 in the hyperlink. Okay. Oh, it's at a totally different... Hang on. Let's open this up in a new tab, and we'll be able to look at these side by side. Okay. I don't want your real-time assist nonsense. There we go. Okay, so did it change the site that it's contained at? Yeah, it's a totally different site that it's contained at. So it's a species of the tree, a different tree, Calocedrus decurrens, more commonly known as the California incense cedar, currently located at Site 86. It is not to be climbed for fear of damaging its branches still. That's fine. It's identical to other trees of its species. Oh, its effects activate whenever it's damaged by a human being. When a human being harms 6664, instead of experiencing the effects of the attack as expected, 6664 will incur no damage. Instead, the attacking individual will experience a lessened form of the damage applied, as well as receiving a written note somewhere on their person. This note has been designated 6664-1. That's totally different. 6664-1 is a handwritten note received by individuals who cause damage to 6664. It's written in pencil on paper and contains the text, not the emailing tree. It's even worse than an emailing tree. What the hell, TikTok? Of course it's fucking original content. Hang on, I'm gonna go unlive and relive. This app. This freaking app, man. We're gonna try again. Oh my god, I hate this mother flippin'. It said, your live contains non-original content. It's royalty free. All of it's royalty free. I just came from TikTok. Hello, Holy Pig. Welcome in. Sternly worded note for you, Mr. I guess. Okay. Sorry, I have to. It's always fucking something with TikTok, man. Okay. Let's try again. With no music. Sorry, TikTok, you don't get music. Okay, there we go. Trying it again without the background music, because apparently royalty-free background music doesn't count. Pelf has yet to enter the public domain. True. The TikTok AI has spoken. Pelf isn't real, I know. Okay. So the text on the paper says, see how it feels? Don't harm trees, please. Along with a crude drawing of a smiley face. The identity of the author of 6664-1 is unknown. 6664 was discovered on January 28, 2014, after Stephanie Mulberry, a Foundation Junior reporter, reported kicking 6664 while on a walk and experiencing an immediate pain in her side. Upon kicking it several more times, she discovered 6664-1 and reported it as a possible anomaly. It was then subsequently moved to Site 86. Oh my god. Dr. King said, I just saw this article and have noticed numerous errors. I have updated it to be more accurate. There's another revision. This is a different tree. This is an apple tree. Twist, the rain is copyrighted. That's funny. This is not the same tree. Special containment procedures. 6664 is to be contained in a greenhouse at Site 87. It's not to be climbed for fear of damaging its branches. 6664 is a tree of the species Malus domestica, more commonly known as the apple tree, currently located at Site 87. It's identical to the revision tree. That's what I'm saying. Save for its anomalous effects. Its anomalous effects activate whenever it is approached by Dr. King. When Dr. King is positioned under the canopy of 6664, instead of no effects as expected, all fruit on 6664 will simultaneously disappear. All seeds contained within the fruit will fall to the ground. These seeds have been designated 6664-1. -1 are motile apple seeds produced by 6664. They are capable of manipulating where they land, universally using this to make contact with Dr. King upon falling. Oh my god, there's another one. 6664 was discovered on January 28, 2014, after Everett King, a Foundation senior researcher, reported walking under 6664 and being pelted by several apple seeds. After walking under it again a few days later, he was once again hit by several instances of 6664-1 and reported it as a possible anomaly. It was subsequently moved to Site 87. Who wrote this? This article is blatantly and factually incorrect. I have taken it upon myself to correct it. Dr. Longcastle. Oh my god, there's another one. Disruption class, VLAM, risk class caution. Damn. Hi, Zangetsu, welcome in. 6664 is to be contained in a greenhouse at Site 91. Oh my god. It is not to be climbed for fear of damaging its branches. 6664 is a tree of the species Prunus spinosum, more commonly known as the blackthorn, currently located at Site 91. It's identical to other trees of its species, save for its anomalous effects. The anomalous effects activate whenever a human is pricked by its thorns. When a human is pricked by the thorns of 6664, instead of a feeling of discomfort or pain is expected, the individual in question will experience a feeling of intense euphoria, as well as severe auditory hallucinations. These hallucinations have been designated... Okay, so we're on what, like 4 trees out of... it's actually just a tree that creates pedantic Wikipedia editors. Honestly, Michael, that's so funny. Also, Holy Pig, welcome in. Favorite band? What is my favorite band? It's harder for me to get to chats super fast when I'm reading, so just know I will see your chats. Palm this. Unless you're on TikTok, in which case, if you want me to read your chats, come on over to Twitch, where I want to talk to you. Where TikTok won't be mean to me and tell me your shit isn't original content. It's like, I'm right here. So it's like those angry trees from Wizard of Oz, but instead of pelting with apples, it just sends HOA notices. Well, it's done a few things. So the original was the one where if a kid climbs in it, they're transported away and then will be transported back. The second one was the incense cedar, the California cedar, that will hurt you back if you hurt the tree. Let's keep reading before we go through all of them. We'll keep reading. We'll get to the end of the list, and then we'll go through what they all are. 6664-1 are auditory hallucinations experienced by individuals under the effect of 6664. They consist of voices, usually of individuals close to the subject, praising the subject for their decision to be pricked by 6664. This will happen regardless of if the subject chose to be pricked by 6664 or not. It was discovered on January 28, 2014, after Martin Koss, a local salesperson, reported accidentally pricking himself on 6664 and experiencing its effects. He reported the incident to his therapist, an embedded Foundation agent who noted his description of 6664-1 and reported it as a possible anomaly. It was oh my gosh. It was subsequently moved to Site 91. Oh, Dr. Blank is getting involved in this now. Okay, all right. I knew when we saw Site 91, it's like we're getting up to big ones here. Okay. This is a jack pine. Special containment procedures, it's to be contained in a greenhouse at Site 43, not to be climbed for fear of damaging its branches. It is a tree of the species Pinus banksiana, more commonly known as the jack pine, currently located at Site 43. Its anomalous effects activate whenever one of its cones is touched by fire. When fire makes contact with a cone from 6664... Hang on, I have to fucking appeal this shit. Look at this nonsense. What the hell? Submit. It contains completely original content. This is royalty free. I'm not even using the music that you guys wanted me to use before. Okay, let's hope. The pine tree does mid-stencil graffiti. When fire makes contact with a cone from 6664, instead of opening and dropping... Okay, I thought it took me offline. Instead of opening and dropping its seeds as expected, the cone will violently detonate, releasing a number of seeds not physically able to fit inside the cone at high speeds. They have been designated 6664-1. It contains seeds that grow anomalously fast, growing to full size in approximately 4 days. Trees produced from 6664 are otherwise non-anomalous. It was first discovered on January 28, 2014, after Isabel Diana, a local teenager, reported lighting sparklers near 6664 and being hit with several seeds at high speed. A nearby off-duty Foundation agent saw the detonation of 6664-1 and reported it as a possible anomaly. It was subsequently moved to Site 43. This file has been locked. No more edits are being allowed on this page until you all can agree on something. I don't care what 6664 is. Just leave the damn file alone. Report back to me when you finally talk it out. Technical researcher Rosen. And this is the talk it out hyperlink. Ooh. Okay, it's basically a tale. I'm excited for this. Okay. SCPnet internal communication system login. You have been invited to join 6664 discussion by D Chance. Entering chat room. Welcome SCP-6664 discussion. Host D Chance. Hello everyone. I've made this chat room for the purposes of discussing 6664. E King. Who are you? D Chance. I'm researcher Chance. I work at 103. E King. Never heard of you. C Wendover. Yeah, one of you edited my report. Another page is locked. Good going. E Longcastle. I could say the same. C Wendover. Here's the solution. You're all wrong. I could see the greenhouse from my office and 6664 is right there. E King. Well, I pass by 6664 every time I visit HR, and it is not fun. There's no way it's 86. H blank. All right, clearly all of us think we're correct, and we all probably are. Why don't we just give a different designation to each anomaly and call it a day? E Longcastle. This is a good solution. C Wendover. Yeah, why'd this happen in the first place? H blank. I'm pretty sure what caused this is a technical issue. I thought the slot was unallotted when I wrote my report. Me too. We can't just do that. H blank. Do what? Give each tree a different slot? D Chance. Yes, this is a major problem. All these anomalies happen to be chosen for the same slot. Something must be at play here. We get to be nosy in IRC chat. That's really funny. All of these anomalies happen to be chosen for the same slot. Something must be at play here. C Wendover. Not necessarily. E Longcastle. Chance, there are much more logical explanations. Chance, really? You've been perverting nature with your research, and now nature is perverting your research back, and none of you care? E King. It's really not that big of a deal, man. I can find a new slot. Chance, you're not even going to try and find out what happened? Isn't that what you do? Wendover. Chance, are you okay? Chance, how can I be when this calamity's happening before my very eyes? Blank. I already finished replacing all the numbers in my report. Chance. So none of you care? Longcastle. I don't see a reason why we would. Chance. What was even the point in doing any of this? I tried to show you that the anomalous can wreck your research as much as your research wrecks it, and it was all for nothing. Why am I still even here? No. I know why. D Chance is left. King. So that happened. Wendover. This is a link that says, yeah, I think we got our guy. Oh, this is a good one. I love entries that title weird real world stuff, like trees that actually have seed pods that explode. That is a thing that exists. I do know that. They're not like at a velocity that would shoot somebody. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. 6664 is actually Chance? SCPnet user D Chance. User since 28th January 2014. That's Sprout. I know that motherfucker anywhere. All trees produced during the seedling event are to be contained at their respective sites. These are the special containment procedures. All trees produced during the seedling event are to be contained at their respective sites. Attempt to move 6664 from SCPnet has been deemed futile and not to continue, despite statements made by 6664. It is not believed to be of any significant threat or danger to the Foundation, and as such, threats made by it are to be ignored and deleted. Description. 6664 refers to a registered SCPnet account with the username dchance. This has not been found to correlate to any known Foundation employee. All attempts to remove this account have failed. 6664 has shown two primary anomalous abilities. The first is the ability to create anomalous plant life at will. 6664 has not used this ability aside from the seedling event in which 5 anomalous trees with varying properties were created simultaneously in different locations on January 28th, 2014. Hi, Mayonnaise. Hura crepitan's the sandbox tree. I don't know anything about the sandbox tree. Okay. These trees have been designated 6664A through E. 6664's second anomalous trait is the ability to manipulate the probability of certain events and outcomes. It used this during the seedling event to affect researchers involved in documentation of anomalies produced during the event, increasing the likelihood that they would perceive the already filled 6664 slot as a mistake and attempt to rewrite it. This is apparently an unsuccessful attempt to create disorder within the Foundation's research department. This appears to be limited to minor feats of improbability. Since the seedling event, 6664 has made regular edits to Foundation files and reports, mostly consisting of empty threats targeted at involved researchers and agents or the Foundation itself. An example of one such edit, posted to the 6664 file shortly after the account's anomalous abilities were discovered, is recorded below. To the SCP Foundation, I hate you and your tidy. I hate you. I hate you and your tidiness and your order and your cells. The anomalous was never something that was meant to be contained. How can you even call anything anomalous? If something defies your universal laws, they weren't universal to begin with. As scientists, you should know that when something challenges your understanding of the world, you change your understanding to fit it. That's what science is. But you have perverted science beyond recognizability, and for that, you are unforgivable. I've tried to show you this, but you won't listen. You never listen. That's how you are. So consider this a declaration of war. I will never stop trying. I've been here for longer than even your highest-ranking members. I have seen entire communities slaughtered, civilizations felled, species wiped out, all because others couldn't see them the way they see themselves. And so I'll never stop. I'll never stop until you're brought down. If I can't bring down your researchers, I'll bring down someone else. Who do you think contained the anomalous before the Foundation, before ASCII, before Her Majesty's Fellowship? No one did. And it was beautiful. Ooh, that was good. That one was very good. So yeah, there were 5 total iterations of this one. That's so good. That's so good. I enjoyed that one a lot. Wow. I enjoyed that one very much. 10 out of 10. Good SCP. Attempts at treason. The reveal was good considering the medium. People who write for SCP are very good at their like capturing their medium, or I guess not manipulating, but using it like effectively, you know? No, that was very, very good. Oh. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Okay. What are we reading next? This was one that was suggested a little bit up. Okay, this is 1689. Is this... I don't think I've read this one yet. There's so many. There's thousands and thousands of them, so... item number, SCP-1689. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. 1689 is currently under restricted access in area redacted. Medium-sized artifact storage compartment redacted. 1689 is to be stored tied shut, with its mouth facing upward at all times. Access is limited to level 3 personnel with the exception of site cooking staff. Exploratory access to 1689A requires approval from level 4 personnel. All expeditions must be documented with a complete manifest of equipment and staff to enter. Enzymatic Compound 13 has been developed to aid in exploration of 1689A. I should fix this. I'm fixing my stuff. There we go. Proposals to establish a mobile site in 1689A are currently under review. 1689 is a burlap bag of potatoes. In its stable state, 1689 weighs 40 to 50 kilograms and contains approximately 200 common agricultural potatoes, tubers of Solanum tuberosum. It's made of brown, roughly woven jute. The interior of 1689 is vastly larger than its exterior and is designated as 1689A. It is a large extra-dimensional space of undetermined volume, measured to be at least 10,000 meters but believed to be much greater, completely filled with potatoes. Exploration of 1689A is largely incomplete due to the high degree of obstruction. For more information, please see Addendum 2, Exploration Log I. When portions of SCP-1689A are empty, nearby potatoes experience an abnormal form of growth characterized by tumor-like bulges emerging and eventually splitting into fully sized, independent potatoes. The rate of growth is roughly exponential, with a doubling period of approximately 2 hours. This effect also applies to normal potatoes introduced to 1689, as well as similar edible tubers or roots, such as yams and sweet potatoes, although none have been found to occur within 1689 naturally. I just realized I cut off some of the entry. There we go. Now you guys can read it. Addendum 1689. 1. Unlimited tubers. The bag of holding. The potato sack of holding. All the potatoes you could want, and more like a lot more than you could reasonably want. Yeah. 1689 was recovered from Krysovo, a small village of approximately 200 people in northern Siberia. A Russian official reported on 2nd June 2018 redacted that Krysovo made no outside contact in 4 decades and had no surrounding farmland. The reports were confiscated and investigated by the Foundation, at which point it was discovered that the village had been using 1689 as its sole food source for well over a century. As a result, the villagers were suffering from extreme calcium and iron deficiencies. No one in the village was able to recall how they come into possession of 1689, only that it had been there since before the Reds, and that it was a gift for working hard. 1689 was subsequently transported to area redacted, its current location. 1689-2. Currently, only one fully equipped expedition into 1689A has taken place. Authorized personnel may view the mission log of Captain Cameron Wells, Exploration 1689I. Opening Team's Statement. Exploratory Mission 1689I, or 1, was scheduled for 8th of August 2010 redacted, with an exploration team of 4, led by Captain Cameron Wells. The team was informed of their upcoming assignment on the 2nd of August 20 redacted. For more information, see document mission equipment manifest. Mission log, Captain Wells, day -6. They told me today I was going to be leading Frederick, Carlin, and Xander into a sack of potatoes. Okay. Apparently it's bigger on the inside, or it's a pocket dimension, or it's a portal or something, to somewhere full of potatoes. At this point, nothing surprises me. Hi, Emblem, welcome in. Imagine how many fries you could make unlimited. Okay, when they, you know why the unlimited fries at like Red Robin and shit aren't actually unlimited? Because they don't get them from this sack of potatoes. That's why. Can you imagine the actually unlimited fries that would come from this bitch? You should all take a big spippy. Excuse me. Oh, and this is supposed to be an official log, so I won't call them, so I'm supposed to call them Agents, Maril, Ozols, and Peterson. But no one checks these, so I fucking won't. Mission log, Captain Wells, day -1. They gave us the rest of our gear and got us ready for tomorrow. The plan is to be there by noon. Labs produced this really cool liquid for us to use. It's some kind of acid or enzyme that dissolves these potatoes into a starchy paste. It mostly drains away, but then some of it sort of hardens to make this nice tunnel sealing. It's actually scary how fast it works, and we have to wear skin protection so it doesn't get on us. With spray nozzles, we can carve our way straight into potatoes. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 0. Idaho's economy in shambles. It was pleasant to find that they had already cleared out a small room on the other side of 1689 made of plywood. It was certainly weird crawling into a bag and coming out in a totally different room, but again, nothing surprises me. We actually don't see any potatoes right away. Then we open the excavation door and yep, wall of potatoes. Potatoes above, in front, and below. I would get so claustrophobic. I know I said I wasn't reading TikTok chat, but Guardian Dax on TikTok, this is 1689. You can come and read along with us on Twitch, where I actually... TikTok has been yelling at me every time I have a display capture up, so fuck it. We actually didn't see any... said that one already. Potatoes above, in front, and below. We decided to cut a roughly 2x2 meters tunnel straight forward. Compasses don't work here, but there is a very good chance of getting lost because we can... There isn't a very good chance of getting lost because we can always find our way back from the radio signal. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 1. Excavating slow work. We can clear about 30 meters in an hour. That sounds glacial, but it's 120 cubic meters of potato, and that's a kilometer in 2 days if we make good effort. And it isn't that hard. 2 of us spray and 2 of us shovel away the goop. Every 100 meters or so, we put up some support beams. Whoever invented this enzyme is a genius. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 2. God, I hate the odor of this stuff. I actually like the smell of potatoes, but because of the enzyme, this place smells like vomit. I'm sick of it already. Fuck. Hi, Guardian Dax. We're reading SCP-1689. We're actually reading the log. It's a mission log. It's a big sack of potatoes. That is what this SCP is. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 5. We accidentally spilled some enzyme on the ground today, and it turns out we were only like a meter off this concrete floor. Command's really surprised. This is the first thing other than potatoes we found. Cool. We decide to start just going on the floor. It's not too inconvenient, and it's nice to have solid footing. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 8. Did you know that the word spud comes from digging with a spade to make the hole you plant them in? Carlin did, and she made sure we all did too, and then she repeated the word spud to herself all day long while we were excavating. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 9. This is hardly even agent work. Why don't they have D-Class doing this? Mission log, Captain Wells, day 11. Tomorrow we're on our own. It's becoming too inefficient to resupply us every few days, so Command's providing us with 2 months of MREs and tanks and more than enough enzyme to last that long. If we haven't found anything after that, they say, then the mission will be abandoned. Obviously, we'll still have radio contact. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 12. It's nice being alone with the team. Guardian Dax, thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. Guardian, Destiny, Dax, Warframe. That's, my brain made that connection. The potatoes, yeah. We sort of glossed over the random concrete floor in the bag. Well, they said in the original listing that what they know now is that it's like a warehouse type room. At least that's the vibe I got. But, yeah, I'm very interested. All right. Excuse me. It's nice being alone with the team. At night, it's almost like camping. Yeah, camping in a weird cavern made of spuds. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 16. Out of the blue, something interesting happened. We found a wall today. It's made of the same material as the floor. The base floor, not the starch stuff. Concrete. It runs at an angle 20 degrees to our tunnel's perpendicular. Command told us to follow it, as it's not like there's much else going on. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 19. So concrete floor and concrete walls. Today Frederick got thinking, and sure enough, concrete ceiling. This whole time, it's been about 3 meters above us. Which means that the whole time we've been inside of a building, a huge building. If we can map it out, we can probably find the exit and discover where in the world this potato hell is. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 28. Xander says it potato. What the fuck? How have I not heard him say it till now? It's been 4 weeks surrounded by potatoes, and he hasn't said the word till now. He's the first person I've met who actually says it like that. Mission log, this is a cognito hazard for sure. It's been longer since we started following the wall than from the wall to start. Xander thinks it isn't going anywhere, but Frederick wanted to press on. Command deferred to me, and, well, I don't want the last month to have been pointless. We'll go for another 3 kilometers at least. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 38. Today we decided to blow a fucking hole in the wall. Carlin had charges in her pack, God knows why. So why not? The wall wasn't going anywhere. We all stood clear and blasted. It took a long time to clear all the mashed potatoes away, but we sure enough created a 3-meter hole. Guess what was on the other side? Potatoes. We started why would it be anything else? Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, go slowly mad at the revelation? Yeah, exactly. I don't actually play Destiny. I like being called a guardian. Dax, however, is from Warframe and love playing it. Oh, hell yeah. Well, welcome in, Dax. We're big Warframe players here, so, well, you're very welcome here. Man, now I want to play Warframe. This is good. What would you expect? Okay. Would it be more concerning or less concerning that there were more potatoes on the other side? Probably as concerning for me. We started excavating around the hole we made, and turns out it actually is different outside. It definitely is outside. The ground is dirt and extremely dead grass, which means the thing isn't anywhere on Earth. I guess the building was some kind of gigantic warehouse. We've been hearing these sort of faint rumbles ever since we blew the charges. Xander's starting to go wily about it, but as far as we can tell, nothing's happened. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 43. How high up do these potatoes go? If we're outside, then there's no vertical clearance. So does it go all the way up into the atmosphere? Is this whole universe filled with potatoes? It's so weird thinking we're outside. It doesn't feel any different from being inside the building. It's like we're underground. Well, I guess we are. It's just the ground is made of potatoes. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 44. We found an actual tree, a dead one, surrounded by potatoes, but a tree rooted in the ground nonetheless. We had to be careful about it because the enzyme chews it up, but we managed to fully uncover it. Its branches were sort of weird, splitting at these perfect 30-degree angles, but overall it looked pretty normal. The lab had me collect a bark sample. It totally made the outside fact real. What is this place? Thank you for kickflipping chat, Monkey Man. I ran a Pathfinder campaign that this bag was involved, and that's really funny, Velo. God damn it, you're right. The fucking kickflip sound didn't play. I have got to figure out why it's doing that. Thank you guys for warning me. Kickflip it a couple more times if you wish. I'm gonna see if it does it on its own. Where the fuck did I put this? I have too many damn or too many damn... Oh, yep. Yep, there it is. And there is, and it's so funny. Yeah, there's an SCP for many numbers. Not all of them. They leave a bunch of them blank for a reason. But I've been reading since we were in the one that, like, I have been reading SCPs since the beginning. Like, since the wiki became a thing. And, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 48. Xander was worried about the rumbles we've been hearing, so he turned back to look. Turns out, about 100 meters of our tunnel is caved in. Command didn't know either. They said they'd start digging us out from the other side, and that it was my choice if I wanted to keep excavating. Frederick and Carlin wanted to continue, so continue we do, listening to Xander complain. I didn't sign up for this shit. Yeah, no shit. The Foundation didn't exactly know you were going to put you into the realm of taters when they recruited you. It's not the kind of thing you put in the fine print just in case. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 51. We keep finding more weird shit. Frederick uncovered this twisted bicycle and got super psyched about it. I knew there had to be humans here because of this building, but it didn't really occur to me until I saw the bicycle. Jesus. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 55. Fuck, I'm an awful captain. There was another big rumble today, a huge cave-in. We nearly got crushed, but somehow we all managed to take safe refuge under the tree branches. This time, we lost contact with command. We can still detect some faint radio transmissions, but it's too staticky for correspondence. Obviously, I made the call to turn back, but we have no idea how bad it is. It could take weeks to get out. Fuck, I should have turned back. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 62. Frederick told us today that we should have brought an Irishman. I told him he was an asshole. He was chuckling about it all day long. What an absolute prick. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 65. We ran out of food rations today. Xander freaked out and started saying we were going to starve, until I told him he was a fucking idiot. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 67. We should have brought a goddamn spice kit. Carlin actually had cooking equipment in her pack, God knows why. Carlin has everything. So we can prepare the potatoes a couple different ways, but it's still potatoes. My taste buds are starting to shut down. This is going to take forever. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 68. It's too hard to clear out the original tunnels we made. It'll be quicker to just cut straight to the bag anyways. Tomorrow I'll tell my team to just start carving a new tunnel. Fuck, we ran out of enzyme today. Sure, I noticed the supply dwindling, but it doesn't really work to ration it, so we just kept using it like normal, and now we're out. Okay, so the good news is we were inside the building when it happened. That means we can shovel our way out, as there is a ceiling. It's 5 meters from top to bottom, and I can't imagine that we could make a tunnel any narrower than 1.5 meters. It's gonna be slow, but we should get there. The real digging problem is space. Where are we gonna dump the potatoes? The best we can do is about 5 meters behind us, so we have a little bubble of space that we just sort of move through the building. This is gonna take a long time, and I'm honestly not sure what we'll run out of first. Food is covered. And I know they've actually got enough water in them. The oxygen is starting to get stale, though. I don't know how much is going to be able to fit in the cracks between the potatoes. I don't even know what to do for morale. I've told everybody that command is probably digging from the other side and is going to find us, but they're all depressed. This is supposed to be a 65-day mission max. Frederick made a joke about the word tuber. I don't remember exactly what. It was stupid anyways. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 70. Maybe it's because we were just melting them, but there's something none of us noticed before. The potatoes are real ugly looking. They've got these bulges which sort of wiggle and grow slowly. Absolutely disgusting, and they're our only meal. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 71. I hate the smell of potatoes. I'd have the vomit back just for the smell. Fuck. Day 72. It's fucking smaller. Our bubble of space is smaller, and it's because of more fucking potatoes. Our area wasn't precisely dimensioned or anything, but Carlin was the first to mention it when we woke up, and then suddenly it's obvious to everyone. The whole area has shrunk a good 10 cubic meters. What the fuck? Mission log, Captain Wells, day 73. I was paying attention today. Those ugly bulges, they actually get big fast. And when they get to be the size of a potato, they split off. That's where all the potatoes are coming from. Our area got even smaller today. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 74. We're running out of space and time. There's barely enough room to work anymore. We're knocking elbows and shoulders while we shovel. Fucking taters. Fucking spuds. Fucking yams. Fucking tubers. Fucking roots. I swear they'll kill me while I'm sleeping and I'll have a potato fucking stuffed down my throat. Mission log, Captain Wells, day 75. All day long, Xander's whining shut the fuck up. I hate the dark, too. We all hate the dark and the yellow lamps and the brown potatoes and the tasteless food. We all hate it, okay? It's not like I can yell at the team. I keep them all going. I'm the captain. Captain Wells, potato commander. I keep it together and vent it all in these fucking logs. I'm shocked they didn't debrief this exploration about how the potatoes work. I don't know. Yeah, I'll look at the... I'll go back to the main... article, Dax, after we finish reading this, because I want to know whether this one's... I mean, it seems safe as long as you're not in it, but then the SCP Foundation obviously sends people into it, you know? I can't breathe. I can't fucking breathe, and there's no room to shovel. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Day 78. I feel like I'm breathing inside someone else's lungs who's already exhaled, so there's nothing but carbon dioxide. No one can even speak while we're working. We're dead within the week. Death by potatoes. Concluding statement. On 3rd November, 20 redacted. Mission Captain Wells and Agent Olzo, Smurl, and Peterson connected with the secondary excavation team. Although they were suffering from oxygen deficiency and in a deteriorated mental state, all team members fully recovered within 3 weeks. Captain Wells declined to write a post-mission summary. Damn, I'm glad they got out. I bet he's never eating potatoes again. Is it safe? That's great. There's no way this is safe. SCP-1689. I'm glad there's it is classified safe. That's so funny. Huh. Now I feel like he eats them out of spite. Yeah. We all know someone's gonna be stupid enough to open the damn thing. No more potatoes for him. Hi, Badger. It sounds like potatoes are rotten, am I right? Safe doesn't mean not dangerous, just easily contained. That's true. You're not wrong. Safe does have to do with the, like, containment status, not the, like, whether it's, safe to be inside. I mean, technically, like, we human beings would be classified as safe, but look at what we do to the planet. And, like, I don't know, if you submerged a person in, like, human stomach acid, that would be pretty dangerous, but it's easily contained. Yeah, all they have to do is keep the bag closed. It's that easy. I like that is really funny, actually. Because they mentioned it specifically. Access is limited to level 3 personnel with the exception of site cooking staff. So they'll still use the potatoes in site, like, cooking. That's so funny. I loved that one. That one was very, very good. I enjoyed every minute of that one. All right, let me see what we've got in... Oh, here we go. Oh, and he suggested Trench Crusade. We'll probably read some Trench Crusade toward the end because I really like it. Let's see. This one was Cores 3. What is this one? Oh my god. This is just footnotes. What is going? Hang on, I'm highlighting and clicking. There's nothing. Oh, it's a joke SCP. Okay. Yeah, it's just I remember this one. I remember this one. Okay, let's look. Let's go to another random one. Is there a random? There is a random page. Random. Random. Well, yeah, but I'd like to... Random. Yeah, but I don't want the same random one. Can I get a different random page? But I want a different random page. Wait, how does it... Can I just type in random? Because I don't want to do a tail right now. Oh, this page doesn't exist. Cool. Okay, I broke the randomization thing. That's too bad. We'll, we could just scroll through the top rated, honestly. If 1701 isn't a Star Trek one, I'll be mad. Let's take a look. No, but we're gonna read it anyway. Tent. SCP-1701, Object Class Euclid. 1701 is contained within a standard containment cell equipped with a bulletproof frosted skylight. Personnel are not to enter 1701 cell without vision-obscuring eyewear. Any new 1701 instances are to be incinerated. Description. 1701 is an easy up... oh, I lost TikTok chat. I just wanted to keep an eye on them. Okay, we're good. 1701 is an easy up brand pop-up canopy capable of autonomous motion and predatory behavior. In its rest state, it is visually indistinguishable from similar non-anomalous canopies. In this state, 1701 uses photosynthetic cells in its quote-unquote fabric to sustain itself. Hi, Shindero, welcome in. Occasionally, 1701 will become active, marked by the fabric changing color and displaying iridescent green and blue fractal patterns. It will begin to rock back and forth slightly, gradually increasing in intensity until it tips over. If SCP-1701 detects any movement within 5 meters of itself during an active state, 1701's legs will quickly elongate to over 10 meters in length and manifest several joints. These legs will spasm and flail violently until they make contact with the triggering object, at which point the legs will wrap around it and pull it towards the center. Remaining legs will retract, allowing 1701 to fold up and once again resemble a non-anomalous canopy. The captured object vanishes completely during this process, though 1701 will occasionally twitch or emit a low sloshing sound for several hours after. Oh, I love this. The tent that eats you. Yeah, Raptor tent. Sheridan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Sorry, I have something in my eye, and then I'll get back to reading. Ugh. I think a really deep-seated eye booger. Ugh, that one hurt. I don't know what it is. I feel like I have like deep like tear ducts or something, because I've been getting those like super deep eye goobers. They're really bad. The canopy that eats, yeah. Yeah, the joke ones end in J, but 3, SCP's like 3 was very much like not a serious one. Which I don't mind joke ones normally. Actually, that would be such a fun April Fool's like stream idea. Let's try and remember that. I think that would be really fun. Following this event, any person having witnessed SCP-1701 consume an object will eventually suffer headaches, irritated eyes, and sinus pain for up to 8 hours. The time frame for these symptoms to manifest following viewing of 1701's active state is highly variable and known to range between 18 minutes and 9 years, 11 months. After initial symptoms begin, upper and lower eyelashes will lengthen and transmute into aluminum before falling out. The eyeballs will disengage from the optic nerve and eye socket and transmute into cloth and aluminum upon coming in contact with the transform eyelashes, before combining to form 2 miniature 1701 instances. These instances will attempt to scuttle away from the afflicted subject and will grow to full size in about 2 hours. The affected person will then grow new eyeballs within 10 minutes of the loss of the original eyeballs, and usually experience no changes in vision except for occasional visual blackouts when viewing non-anomalous canopies, tents, and gazebos. What the hell? What the hell? That's good old-fashioned just SCP what the hell. I love that. That was so good. Excellent. Absolutely spectacular. Oh my god. I've heard of the predatory blanket, but not the tent. You can't just trust any common items in the SCP-verse. Correct. Correct. That's something else. Oh my god. That was so good. Okay. Did it fix the damn... No, I want a random... I want a different random page. It's gonna just take me back to bloodletting every time. Came from the Warframe vid, saw TikTok live talking about SCP, and now I found a Twitch. Nice place you got. Thanks, Arizona. I appreciate ya. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Just your eyes turn into new carnivorous tents. NBD. No worries. No big deal. The SCP Foundation is just a phrase. You can't have shit in this house. You can't have shit in this foundation. I'm not going to do any joke entries tonight, Shindero, but hang on to those. And if you join the server, that's where I take the suggestions. We have the real Discord server is it's gated behind 5,000 channel points. So hang out, be here, and put your, if you're in the server already, put your suggestions in the thread that's nested in the general chat. Can I suggest one of my favorite ones? Go right ahead, Velo. Put it in the thread and I'll grab it. Because they've been coming in just slowly enough that I should be able to get to a lot of them. It's the butt ghost. Ah, I know about the butt ghost. Safe potato sack versus Keter chocolate cakes. I'm gonna say that shit looks pretty good to me. I don't know. Item number SCP-871. Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. Each recurrence of 871 is to be maintained within a separate, locked concrete cell on a metal platter, permanently affixed to the surface of an immovable wooden table. Each cell housing a recurrence of 871 is to be monitored on a 24-hour basis by a closed-circuit camera, with individual feeds checked every 15 minutes. Jesus Christ, fucking cake monitoring. Upon creation of an instance of 871, 3 Class D personnel are to be escorted by armed guards to its cell, where they are to be sealed with the instance and induced to consume it. No more than 1 hour may be spent performing this task. In cases where additional motivation is needed, the termination of one of the Class D personnel assigned to an instance of 871 is authorized. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, hi, Nye. Welcome in. What the fuck? Eat the cake. Shoots one of your buddies. Eat the fucking cake. Eat the fucking cake. Upon completion of the consumption of an instance, no participants may exit the cell until both they and the room have been thoroughly searched to confirm that no portions remain. The platter, table, and room are then to be cleaned up in preparation for the next instance. Class D personnel who prove cooperative in the consumption of an instance of 871 may volunteer to participate in additional consumptions. Personnel exhibiting exceptional usefulness may have their monthly termination postponed. Such personnel are under no circumstances to be allowed to interact with any other SCP object. No desserts of any kind are to be served on site at any facility housing a recurrence of 871. Yeah, exactly. Same energy as pick up that can. Eat that fucking cake. 871 is a collection of 237 cakes. Instances of 871 vary widely in appearance and size, covering the entire range of foods described by humans as cake. This was clearly written before we started calling ass cake. The smallest observed instance of 871 was a miniature cupcake with a mass of 15 grams. The largest yet observed was a 22 kilogram Baumkuchen. I don't know how to pronounce that word, measuring 2 meters in length. We're looking it up. Literally tree cake or log cake. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks really good. It's a layery cake. Oh, that looks really good, actually. Damn. How do they make it that shape if it's... Huh. It kind of looks like a crepe cake. That is a lot of layers. How do they make that? That looks totally different. That looks, I think there's 2 different, but that looks really good. How do they make those layers so thin? Oh, neat. I love these streams where we learn shit. That's so good. Very, very strange. So you're just like brushing on batter. Okay. Now to be clear, this was a 22 kilogram, 2 meter tree cake. I want to see this machine in action. I want to see this doing the thing. Videos, short videos. Maybe we'll watch a little TikTok about it. Bomb cooking machine, maybe. Machine. Here we go. Loud. Come on, TikTok shorts. Don't do me like this. Huh. I hate this editing. I hate this editing. I just want to look. I just want to see how it's made. Here we go. Here we go. It's one SCP where there were dragons written on the box. I do remember that one. Yeah. Just show me how it's made. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And you just keep it going. What a strange... I'd try it. It looks good. Yeah, 48 pounds of rotisserie cake. That's really cool. Wait, why is this one, like, on fire? Oh, because that's how you bake it. Okay, cool. Well, today we learned. We learned something new and cool. I imagine the consistency, because this one looks very, like... I get why they call it tree cake now. It definitely looks like... Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. There's a variation I've seen where it spins fast and creates peaks. Yeah, it looks like that one was going pretty fast and the batter was like a very like light consistency, so it bakes those peaks, but I bet it makes like spikes if you spin it real fast. No, I would try it. That looks really good. Okay, we're going back to the cake SCP, but we learned something cool today. Also, hi Tanamel, welcome in. It's good to have you. glad we looked that up. That was kind of a fun diversion. I love these streams that turn into just chatting. When any instance of 871 is consumed by a human or collection of humans, it's replaced approximately 24 hours afterward with a similar cake. This cake will appear on a flat surface in the vicinity of the location where the previous instance was eaten. If any of these cakes is substantially damaged through any means other than being eaten by a human, including eaten by a non-human animal, it will be replaced instantaneously. Instances recreated in this manner maintain the schedule of the original instance. The mechanism by which instances of 871 are replaced is currently unknown. Individual recurrences of 871 have been observed to mutate over time, varying in minor characteristics between each instance, with larger changes occurring in roughly 5% of replacements. No deleterious effects have been observed to result from the consumption of 871, even in cases where several instances have been consumed, excepting those expectable from eating large amounts of cake. SCP-871's danger originates in the consequences of an instance not being eaten. Any instance of 871 which is not consumed will cause a new cake to be created in its vicinity after 24 hours. While this is similar to its normal replacement behavior, the original instance will continue to exhibit the same properties, replicating if damaged, and continuing to replace itself every 24 hours.
The fire hose!
The fire hose. Hydrate. Everybody go big water. If you don't want water, go fill yours up because I'm hydrated today. Stjern is our reason for drinking. Thank you, Stjern. I'm gonna take a big spippy because my throat is hurting. My wife said she wouldn't make me bomb cooking. She hates me. What a bummer cooking. I think it's because it would take so damn, like, much to make. I would try it. I would so try it. Okay. This behavior has been, so the self-replicating behavior has been observed in all cases where more than 10% of the mass of an instance has remained unconsumed. As there is no known mechanism for halting 871's replication, any uncontained instances could replicate exponentially, quickly becoming unmanageable. No maintainable plans for the containment of more than 20,000 instances of SCP-871 have yet been devised. It's estimated that an uncontrolled outbreak originating from a single instance would render the Earth uninhabitable within 80 days. Damn. Oh. That's really cool. I'm glad we learned about this one. Let's see what we have on the docket next. That was the tent one. Those are some of the top rated. But let's look at the Discord. We'll look at Velos and then Nyes, and then we'll go down the list. Okay, SCP-5031. Note, file under review. This document has been flagged for possible methodological issues. Please be aware that the following information is subject to change and may contain inaccuracies. SCP-5031. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. 5031 is to be contained in an airtight iron cell in Biosite 59. The structure must be inspected for imperfections on a bi-weekly basis. No other interaction necessary. 5031 is a non-sapient, quasi-humanoid creature of unknown origin. When directly observed, 5031 will temporarily cease to exist until the viewer stops observing the space that 5031 formerly occupied. Traces of its existence, e.g. scratch marks, blood trails, continue to exist when 5031 does not. Video and photography devices do not capture 5031's appearance. However, observing 5031's shadow does not cause cessation of existence, allowing certain physiological traits to be inferred from its silhouette. Including abnormally small head with no discernible neck, elbows branch into 3 sets of lower arms each, elongated torso approximately 1.9. Now, did they learn nothing from those guys with the flames and the shadows on the wall? I mean, come on. Hang on to that one, Dax, and we'll get to that one after I go through some of the stuff in the Discord. We do have a normal Discord. If you hit exclamation Discord, I say a normal Discord. One that you can join without channel points, but that one's just for like go live notifications. But if you want to make sure you're there to earn the channel points, to join the normal one, the actual Discord, that where the fun stuff and the PowerPoint parties and the me hanging out while I work things happen, then yeah, please come hang. Exclamation Discord. Isn't this the one where the monster's actually friendly and they teach you how to cook? I guess we'll see. Elongated torso approximately 1.9 meters in length. Footnote 1 reads, presumably for extra digestive capacity. Pelvis terminates in a crescent-shaped protrusion of osseous tissue with a blade-like lower edge. Levitates above the ground at a fixed height of 0.5 meters. While 5031 has no nutritional needs, it will nevertheless hunt and consume any human or animal it encounters by using its pendulous lower body to hunt down targets. 5031 does not sleep and is incapable of expression or verbal communication. Addendum. As of 14/2/2018, senior researcher Stanley Huxtable is now acting in the role of HMCL supervisor for 5031. The following is a selection of relevant correspondences from SR Huxtable to site director Yosef Mostovi, elucidating research progress. February 14th, 2018. Initial impressions. I have no idea who wrote this, but there's a lot I'd like to say to them. I'm not a fan of abandoning a living creature inside a metal box for 10 years, no matter how pragmatic it might be. It's difficult to fathom that such things were considered the norm a decade ago. Have you ever heard something scream from behind 10 inches of iron for hours on end? When I do my redraft, remind me to add anomalous resistance to hoarseness somewhere in the description. Could you work your magic and get the boys to retrofit the containment cube with an aperture and security vestibule? I'd like to run some tests that require exposing SCP-5031 to certain stimuli. 3rd of March 2018. Round 1 tests. Sound. Summary. Installed speakers in the containment vestibule and played various albums of natural ambience and popular music. 5031's propensity for screaming worked as a convenient way to measure its stress levels. 100% would be considered typical screaming, volume and duration, over 48 hours, and 0% will be no screaming at all. Morning forest ambience, 43%. Seaside paradise ambience, 48. Deep grotto ambience, 62. The best of Mozart, 13. The best of Enya, 18. The best of Ben Folds, 6. The best of Jethro Tull, 59%. And the best of Kiss, 23. So apparently the monster really likes Ben Folds. Fair. Very felt monster, honestly. I also like Ben Folds. Afterward, efficacy of music for stress reduction gradually decreases over time. I've assembled a playlist of 5031's favorite music to play on shuffle in its enclosure in perpetuity. Stress levels consistently remain in the 15 to 25% range. Baseline adjusted accordingly. Round 2 tests. Play. Summary. Forward. Additional retrofitting was made to the containment chamber to facilitate observation, namely the integration of reinforced viewing windows arranged behind a scrim, onto which shadows may be projected by use of lamps placed on the opposite wall. Test. Tossed softball into enclosure. Result. 5031 sliced the ball in 2. Tossed basketball into the enclosure. 5031 sliced the ball open. Rolled bowling ball into enclosure. 5031 scratched a couple of grooves into the ball, then rolled the ball around in the enclosure with the blunt side of its tail for 20 minutes. Stress levels remained 60% after play. Bowling ball chipped to the extent that it would no longer roll properly, unplanned. Stress levels increased to 115%. Replacement bowling ball provided. Stress levels fell back to 40%. Rolled additional bowling ball into enclosure. 5031 used the blunt side of its tail to hit the two balls together for a while. Stress levels remained 40% after play. Tossed basketball into enclosure. A second basketball. 5031 picked up and played with ball. Stress levels remained 20% after play. Afterward, 5031 appears to have learned to use its hands to play with the basketball in order to avoid accidentally damaging it. Motor skill comparable to that of a toddler. 5031 still prefers bowling ball for quote-unquote kicking. Round 3 tests. Food. Summary. 5031 was given the choice between 2 potential food sources placed at opposite ends of the enclosure. Human corpse. Pig carcass were the choices for the first one, and it chose the pig carcass. Pig carcass or chicken carcass. It chose the pig carcass. Pig carcass and rotisserie chicken. Picked the rotisserie chicken. Chicken carcass and rotisserie chicken. It picked the rotisserie chicken. Between a live chicken and the rotisserie chicken, it still picked the rotisserie chicken. Between the roasted turkey and rotisserie chicken, it picked neither. It was presumed sated. So it ate 3 rotisserie chickens and 2 pig carcasses. Good lord. While it's true SCP-5031 doesn't necessarily need to eat, feeding it regularly has caused a marked decrease in average stress levels. Stress reduction seems to scale proportionally with the quality of food provided. Also of note is that 5031 prefers to use its tail to pry and cut meat into bite-sized portions rather than rip the meat into chunks with its teeth or hands. Round 4 tests. Coexistence. Test 1. 5031 fed until sated. Live subject, common chicken, introduced to enclosure. 5031 observed subject from a distance for several minutes and then rolled a bowling ball toward subject at a high speed. Subject was killed instantly. 5031 stress levels rose immediately and drastically. Test 2. Bowling balls removed from enclosure. 5031 fed until sated. Live subject, common chicken, introduced to enclosure. Result. 5031 gently rolled a basketball toward subject. Ball hit subject lightly. Subject responded with a small cry and moved away. 5031 did not engage with subject any further. Test 3, 5031 fed until sated. Live subject, Class D, blindfolded, introduced to enclosure, and instructed to sit and roll basketball forward, and then wait until it came back and rolled away again. Subject in 5031 successfully rolled the ball back and forth for several minutes. 5031 eventually abandoned the activity and approached subject. Per safety protocol, subject removed their blindfold to terminate the activity. Now, just to double check. When directly observed, 5031 will temporarily cease to exist until the viewer stops observing the space that it formerly occupied. Okay, so it just ceases to exist. It's not like it does anything. It just doesn't exist. 5031 fed until sated. Live subject, Class D, introduced to the enclosure and instructed to toss a tennis ball at the wall, let it ricochet behind them, and then catch and repeat. 5031 stood behind subject and successfully engaged in a game of catch, mimicking subject's action of letting ball ricochet against the wall. 5031's motor skills appear to be rapidly improving. I know the monster is sorry, it played too hard. It just wants to play and eat chicken. I also just want to play and eat chicken. Me too. Teaching it toys. Teaching it to play with toys. Round 5, tests, symbols, summary. 5 LCD displays were fitted into the wall of 5031's enclosure, each with a lit button and a food dispenser underneath. 2 stations activated. Screen 1 displayed the image of a rock. Its button dispensed rocks. Screen 2 displayed the image of a rotisserie chicken. Its button dispenses pieces of chicken. 5031 poked at the image of chicken for a few minutes and eventually hit the button. Chicken was dispensed until SCP-5031 was satisfied. Test 2, screen displays and the materials dispensed were swapped. 5031 hit the button it had hit the previous day and received a rock. It then went to the other screen and hit the button to dispense chicken. Test 3, screen displays were screen displays and materials dispensed were swapped back to their original positions and set to swap again at random intervals after first distribution. 5031 went directly to the button next to the image of chicken, experienced apparent confusion after the first mid-distribution swap, but quickly learned to watch the images. 3 more stations, screens, buttons, dispensers, were activated. 4 stations displayed the word rock and dispensed rocks. They're teaching it to read! 1 station displayed the word chicken and dispensed chicken. Arrangement set to change randomly several times over the following days. Through trial and error, 5031 determined which station dispensed chicken. 5031 subsequently went to the station marked chicken whenever displays were swapped. It learned how to read! Test 5, all stations deactivated except 1. Screen displayed the word chicken. 7 wood blocks were set in front of the station, each marked with one of the letters of the word chicken. The station's button was set to remain unlit and inactive until the blocks were arranged in the correct order. 5031 expressed apparent frustration, hitting the inactive button repeatedly and striking the wall with its tail. Test 6, same as previous test, but a screen displayed the word chicken, with each letter overlaid on a photo of a wood block. After 12 minutes, 5031 successfully assembled the word chicken. Afterward, it can learn language, Yusuf. Time to solve our devious chicken puzzle. Oh my gosh, tests, vocabulary results. Forward, 5031 has learned to use the letterbox to form the following words. Chicken, turkey, pork, tofu, beef, bread. More salt, more pepper, more cooked. Music, Mozart, Enya, Ben Folds. Forest, seaside, white noise. More volume, less volume, silence. Basketball, bowling ball, tennis ball. Cat, dog, human. Robert, which is D52125. Stanley, and alone. Through its increased vocabulary and human interaction, 5031 has made the following progress. Established food preferences and dish pairings. Learned to sing non-verbally and learned to juggle. 6-handed juggling is something to behold. Mood, more cooked. Hello, Bruna Kobold. Welcome in. Another Kobold. We have a Co-Buddy and a Bruna. Welcome in. Take a spippy, everyone. Round 7. I love this little critter. Well, this big horrifying critter. Hi, Reki. Stanley, unannotated. Introduce table, paper, and crayons into the enclosure. Live subject 52125 instructed to demonstrate drawing for 5031. Result, 5031 learned to draw. Discernible subjects depicted in its artworks include D52125, SCP-5031, a rotisserie chicken, a cat, and myself. Test 2, introduced piano. This is a little baby. I also love the little baby. Test 2, introduced piano into the enclosure. Live subject instructed to play chopsticks blindfolded and invite 5031 to play along. Subject had time to practice beforehand. Result, 5031 learned chopsticks in 2 days, so it appeared more interested in making its own original music complete with vocals. These compositions might be considered crude by human standards. Test 3. Introduce spice rack into the enclosure. They are teaching it how to cook! Live subject 52125 introduced to demonstrate seasoning meats. 5031 spent almost 3 straight days experimenting with different combinations of food and spices. 5031 assembled the words more with letter blocks after running out of garlic powder. Me too, little man. 5031 only engages with art and music when accompanied by 52125, but continues to be preoccupied with food preparation even when alone. Round 8 tests. Cooking. Results. Basic kitchen utilities installed in enclosure. Sharp implements withheld per security protocol. 5031 uses its tail to cut food. That's so cute. Live subject instructed to demonstrate preparation of various recipes. Recipes learned. Oh my god. Quesadilla, taco, hamburger, fried rice, Mongolian beef, spicy chicken curry, chocolate chip cookies, sponge cake with buttercream, fudge, clam chowder, steak, macaroons, chicken adobo, smoked salmon, and profiteroles. 5031 has a severe peanut allergy. This should be included in the revised containment procedures. I would also like to note that 5031 is now a better chef than the average human, and it has begun to create its own recipes. 52125 has volunteered to taste test. Update on June 30th, 2019. SCP-5031 has said its first word, salt. We are all immensely proud. Final test summary. 5031 was given 2 months to develop a 3-course meal to serve at the BioSite 59 cafeteria for personnel working over Thanksgiving. Its selections were as follows. First course, sweet potato turmeric miso soup. Second course, duck confit with apple cider glaze and cranberry compote topping, paired with butternut squash gnocchi on a bed of kale seasoned with truffle salt. Third course, a slice of spiced cassava pie, topped with French vanilla ice cream and a maple hazelnut syrup. 5031 also debuted its original composition, Piano Sonata for 6 Hands, in a live performance broadcast from its enclosure. Personnel response was overwhelmingly positive. 5031 stress levels at 0. Testing successfully concluded. Revised documentation submitted for approval. What a good one! That D class kind of goated for cooking all that blood. That's my big, like, that D class was, I hope that D class gets a raise. And by a raise, I mean, not killed. I know, he's nice, actually. Wearing an apron that says SC Meet the Cook. That's so funny. I love that, Zen, actually. That's so funny. This creature was involved briefly in the Pathfinder game I ran. It got hurt and one of my players started ugly crying. It was a great moment in solidifying the villain. Oh, what a baby. What a poor baby. Okay. Let's look at 2084, which Nye had suggested. That was a good one. I like that one. They taught him how to cook. Okay. I can't let this. No, this one's got a lot of extra reports. SCP-2084. Classified. Interesting layout on this one. Special containment procedures. 2084 is to be entirely covered by a rubber tent and marked as containing hazardous biological material within. All personnel entering 2084 must undergo decontamination procedures before exiting. Entry is off limits to all personnel without level C approval and equipped with a crossed out is and equipped with a level C hazmat suit. Is this the newer layout? This seems, because I thought not this. I thought this was the newer layout, the fancy coded thing, which I like this one. I like being able to like click on the danger classes and see like what they all mean. Does it let you see it if you hover over it? It doesn't. It would be nice if it like told you what it was when you hover over these, the material safety data. 2084 uses the tier 2 layout, whereas this is the tier 3 layout. I see. I like them all. There's few of these. Some people get all like bent out of shape about, that's not the way SCPs used to look. It's like, this is just more. How could you get bent out of shape over like more things that you like? It does. That's what I was saying, like a material safety data sheet. And I don't mind it. It makes it a little harder to determine. There's part of me that's always like, I enjoy the classic, like, you know, threat level Keter, you know, special containment procedures, but there's nothing wrong with this. I like it all. This is a two cakes kind of situation, you know? There are going to be people who like writing with the old one, and there's going to be people who like writing with the new method, and I don't think the forum enforces any, like, it encourages you to be thorough, but I like that they let you kind of just do whatever, you know? It makes me happy. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna do I don't like to just activate my things on my own, so I pull them up, because then it turns the timer off and it won't screw with the, there we go. I felt like it. Okay. It's to be completely covered by a rubber tent and marked as containing hazardous biological material within. Voodoo Gaming, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. They must undergo decontamination procedure. Now, 2084 is a middle school located in Redacted, Florida, in the neighborhood of Redacted. Crossed out is the interior contains a pathogen capable of inducing auditory and visual hallucinations lasting between 1 and 60 seconds. Testing has shown the pathogen has been neutralized by an unknown antibody present within the school, indicating that the hallucinations are contingent upon 2084 itself. Content of these hallucinations have been consistent between individuals, and logs of hallucinogenic incidents are filled below. Prior to date redacted, the school building had been occupied before sustaining significant damage in Hurricane Redacted. I just lost my fucking... The school had been condemned and remained abandoned until date redacted. Demolition was slated for that date when 2084 appeared on site the night before, leaving no trace of the pre-existing structure behind. Hi, Voodoo. Here, let me do something for you. Pronouns. Boop. There we go. 2084 appeared recently abandoned, with electrical services still functioning on reconnection. The layout is described similar to that of 3 words redacted middle school, which had previously occupied the lot, redacted double digits year before its demolition, and subsequent replacement with another school building. Apart from an anachronistic style of architecture, not all good, Voodoo. Apart from an anachronistic style of architecture, footnote 1 says, design elements that have not been adapted to incorporate air conditioning units, the building itself is unremarkable. Files relating to 2084. Note, for the purpose of cross-referencing, none of the agents listened to or read transcripts of one another's logs until all 4 logs were on file. Audio logs from agents on site were inconsistent with one another, and the possibility of mind-altering effects were acknowledged, but the agents disagreed on what elements of their report reflected these effects. No air conditioning in Florida. Yeah, that would be awful, because Florida's hot and wet, right? Like, it is all marsh all the time. All right, this is Agent Cortez's report. Date, 3/23/06, time 11:37. That's anachronistic, all right. Stepped in, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. Smells like a morgue. Everything mostly intact and clean. Certainly looks like redacted middle, but missing some things like elevators and fire alarms. Front desk has an old computer on it. Has slow love typed on screen. Wait, strike that. Computer disappeared. Room's changed. There's books and papers strewn about on floors. Calling in a potential cognito hazard. Florida. America's pussy. What does that make Texas? It depends on what direction you're looking at it from. It could be America's taint, I guess. If Florida's the pussy. America's ass. Okay, I don't want to live there, but I really liked being in Texas, even though it was really, really hot. I was there in July. I enjoyed Texas. Oh my God, the food there. Oh my God, the barbecue in Texas. Oh my God. I do want to go back. We probably will, because Oni's brother is getting married, so we're probably going to go down and visit, and I'm hoping that we can tack like a road trip onto that to visit some of the like southern states while we're at it, like southwest kind of area. I'm thinking maybe starting in Louisiana and then working our way to the left, because I think that would be so fun. I really want to go to New Mexico. I have family in Houston and Austin. I'm okay visiting, but get me the fuck out of there after a week. Yeah. Let me know when you come to New Orleans so I can give you visit recommendations. Absolutely. Are you going near Austin? Got to hit up Lockhart. I'm not sure. I have no idea, because it's pretty far off, probably. Oh, but it would be so fun. I haven't gone on like a road trip in some time. It's been a hot minute. But you guys will definitely know. Okay. 32306 time 1402. So it's the same date, but later in the day. Tested positive for a hallucinogen. Doctor said it wears off on its own, but it could be neutralized on the spot. Decontaminated, and I check out fine, ready to head back in. Not really like acid at all. Front desk, how I left it, no computer, paper strewn about. Checking in on classrooms. Room 108. Looks, nope, changed. As soon as you blink, things change. Keep that in mind for future exploration. Probably should have a video camera to see if it's just me or an actual illusion. Was about to say it looks new and unused, then it changed. Papers everywhere, desks overturned, lots of mold on the ceiling. Welcome to Redacted, Florida. Room 110. There's kids in here. One of them saw me and he's coming out. Hey, what are you doing? No other sound is heard. I'm the hall monitor. Go on, back to your test. He's gone. Classroom's gone now. Kids said they were about to start a test. Room looked normal when I peek in, but now it's got medical equipment everywhere. Maybe testing for head lice? Rooms are clear, heading upstairs. One of the doors had a sign on it, but someone tore it in half. Looks like someone dropped a big bottle of something here. There's glass and dried liquid, sticky looking. Smells rotten. Checking out the rooms now. Rooms are all clear up here. Stairwell I came up on was collapsed. No idea how I got up here. Stairwell on the other end of the hall is intact, though. Most likely from there. Computer on front desk again. Still says slow, love, on it. Not touching it, but I was tempted to put in sure thing, babe. Signing out. Agent Piper's report. 32406 time 801. Nothing unusual. Looks like an old school. I'm kind of on edge, just waiting for some kind of boogin to burst out and yell, surprise, asshole! Never had hallucinations before. Checking out one of the books. It looks like a math book. Problems are all done. Writing's in English. Heading down the hall now. Looking in room 129. The ceiling collapsed in it. A bunch of desks and chairs came tumbling down. Doesn't look like the room was occupied, so there's that. Right across from me. Oh, God. Guess that's one of the things. Just saw someone in the doorway across from me, and then they were gone in a blink of an eye. Checking out that room. Odd. There's a bunch of cots in here with IV stands next to them, like a medical room. I don't think IVs are typical in a middle school nurse's office. Looking down the hallway, there's a bunch of lockers on the far wall. Hallway turns at a sharp angle to the next hallway. Dark and silent. I'm okay, though. Groan and whimpering is heard, followed by a squeak and footsteps. Please don't let that be real. Oh, God, there's piles of bodies in here. Children. Some adults, stacked in a pile, some of them naked. It's not going away. Oh, God, it's not going away. Left to catch my breath. Oh, please, for fuck's sake, it's still here. It's not going away. I can't. Heavy breathing, followed by the sound of vomiting. It won't. It's still there. It smells. This one is... Whose report is this? This one was Agent Saysit's report. Date 4206, time 6:54. I am at the front desk. Nothing unusual so far, except there is a computer powered on. It says, breathe in, strap on, enjoy yourself, redacted. Oh, it knows my first name. How charming. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Sexually suggestive content. It does not. It does no such thing. Thank you, Metal Sonic. I appreciate it. TikTok doesn't like my... Here, TikTok. Sexually suggestive content. Who says? Here. How's this, TikTok? I will just show myself from shoulders up because TikTok doesn't like my outfit. I mean, those thighs are suggestive as hell. They're just thighs. They're just body. Oh, it's because I said some of them naked. Oh, TikTok's listening to me. I'm just reading shit, TikTok. All the rooms here are empty or filled with garbage. Hall turns sharply left to another bigger hallway. Nothing to see, nothing here, but it's certainly bright. Is the electricity still working? Oh, it's a hallucination. I see. Children are coming down the hall towards me. One of them tripped and fell. Ouch. He's not getting up. I don't think he tripped. Merde, he's gone. As soon as I took a step toward him, the light's gone as well. Room 115. Looks to be a computer lab. There are children in here, all ignoring me. I cannot hear any of them, but it looks as though many are talking. One of the computers near me has the words, feeling fine, typed in large letters on it. Strange room for vaccinations to take place. Out in the hallway, it is light again. The same scene plays out, children running. the one falling. I now see he indeed did not trip but was struck from behind, maybe hit with a rock or a bullet. This hallway smells like a used restroom and there's mildew all over the walls. Agent Saysit yelps and stammers something incoherent. No other sound is heard beyond her breathing. Turned the corner and saw someone standing in front of me. He's dressed like a doctor and telling me I'm not supposed to be here. It's a quarantine zone. I don't know if this thing will pick up his voice. Yes, no, I'm on my phone, a cell phone, you know. Ugh, he's gone. This is tiresome. At the front desk, still smells like a restroom. The computer's gone, but there's a stack of books on the chair behind the desk. Was that always here? They're all textbooks, nothing unusual. Signing out. We have to read this now with the worst French accent. Agent Reeker's report. Date 4806, time 1815. Heading down the hall. Front area smelled like shit, even through the suit. But given the mold and all the other crap all over the walls, that's nothing unusual. And now Agent Stinky. Room 129. Ceilings collapsed. Debris from second floors cluttered everywhere. No sign of life in here. Room 127. Same here. There's some kind of mold creeping up from under an overturned desk. At least I hope that's mold. Smells more like... No, wait. Damn, I lost it. Room 125. Something was burning in here. Burning recently, I'd say. It's still kind of smoky. Can't pop my suit to check it out, though. Thought I heard someone behind me, but there was nothing there. Heading to the back. Oh shit, there's this big pile of dead bodies back there. Looks fresh. Oh, fuck, it's gone. The whole place cleared out. My suit must have breached. I'm not supposed to be seeing this shit. Date 4906, time 0900. We'll try this again. New suit, higher level. Checking out the rooms again. Room 128, medical cots, IV stands beside each. Not seeing anything else in there. Back hall's empty, heading upstairs. Stairwell was collapsed, had to use the one across the hall. Big stand on the floor as soon as you step out. Looks like a big glass bottle of something thick and viscous was dropped here. Still moist. Oh shit, there's a bunch of boys ahead walking into a room. My suit's breached again somehow. I'm seeing them again. Heading back down. Someone's at the front desk on a computer. Fuck, they saw me. They're coming up. They just disappeared. He said, sure thing, babe, then disappeared. Computer stayed behind. Looking at the screen, it says, are you alive? Sounds of typing. Just responded, no. And the computer just disappeared. Well, fine, be like that. Having trouble opening the door. Door's jammed. Nice try, ghosties, but we have crowbars. Signing out. Addendum D4. A report was filed by Agent Piper on behalf of an Agent Locke, which all other agents reported as being familiar to them at the time. Foundation records do not indicate an Agent Locke, matching the description given stationed on site at any time. Contents of unknown agent's log are available to personnel with level 3 security access and above. Transcript as log at the end of file. Okay, all right. Date 4906, time 001. Correct. Crowbars are vital. Recording begins with background commotion, voices talking and shouting. Status report. Situation has deteriorated significantly as expected. Subjects aren't responding to vaccines. Best case scenario, asphyxiation within 2 to 3 minutes. Worst case, I don't know how to convey the horror. They keep moving, twitching, jerking. Some even stand upright for a moment before collapsing in a heap. We have to burn them. They don't stop until they're ash. If you saw their corpses, you saw mercy. Symptoms consistent with what we've been seeing in East Asia. Internal hemorrhaging, vomiting, diarrhea, lack of sweating leading to hyperthermia. A new symptom showing up in the newer cases. The itching. It's not enough to just scratch your ass and be done with it. It's persistent and it burns. Some of the kids strip naked. Ooh, unbearable to bear even the slightest touch and start scratching until they bleed. Then they scratch some more. Medical logs. Dante couldn't imagine anything this hellish. First, you see their names, starting with the refugees. Name, age, sex, symptoms, prescription, prognosis. The survivors are checked off in blue. You can go a dozen pages without ever seeing blue. The handwriting changes. Newcomer doesn't bother mincing words. Female, 31, death. Male, 13, death. I could almost respect the inhumanity of an enemy willing to target civilians with a bioweapon like this. When we learned the insurgents fumbled this badly, it's not even pitiable. People like that, they're too low to be animals, too stupid to be monsters, and too far gone to learn better. Ooh, that kind of goes hard. Too low to be animals, too stupid to be monsters, and too far gone to learn better. Damn. No, this isn't going to work. Yesterday it was just booms and cracks of gunfire. Today you can differentiate between their shouts and ours. They'll overrun us by nightfall. Probably too late for these people, but we have to start evacuating now if we're going to salvage anything from this. If we're lucky, Anabasis will fire before the enemy overturns this place. If not, we'll have the advantage while they're trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Maybe they'll stir up enough of a shitstorm on the other side that we won't even have to deal with them. I hope this works. God save our race. Signing out. Addendum D5, 5th expedition into 2084 was scheduled but was delayed due to concerns regarding the hallucinogens within the building. Shortly thereafter, the 5th expedition was undertaken. No anomalous hallucinations took place, though an intact computer hard drive was recovered. Materials found on the drive are logged below. This one's pretty horrifying. Ooh, this is a big one. Okay, we'll open this one in a new tab so we can... oh, shit. Okay. Oh, this is a whole hub. Oh, this is a whole hub. Oh my goodness. Damn. Email correspondence. This is 2084 email correspondence between, I don't know what any of these read. Colonel Otis H.L. Umber and Agent Priscilla Locke. Recovered from an intact computer hard drive located within 2084. Note, no such individuals by the name of Otis H.L. Umber has been found to have served in any branch of the United States Armed Forces between the years of 1937 and 2006. Retired Colonel. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Tired Colonel. He might be tired. He might be a little eepy. Mr. Umber. 1106. Happy New Year. Department of West Civ says 1/3 of Australia is gone. Define gone, I asked. Gone. It was 11 hours until the department even acknowledged what had happened. 6 hours later, anabasis... Is it anabasis? Was on everyone's lips. The official story is that the Qing broke through into Indochina, and the resistance dropped a bomb, spreading into some mutated synthetic plague, killing themselves while decimating the Qing banners. Shitstorm erupts when it turns out the components were sold to them by us. We don't trade with or support subhuman mongrels, the president said last year, all while trading and supporting the subhuman mongrels. Anabasis is the failsafe, in case the bioweapon gets out of control. That's what corn is called when it goes to bed. Tired Colonel. That's good, Cosmo. Also, hello, Cosmo. Welcome. 1406. Someone leaked to the Chinese about the bioweapon and now we're pissed. They're pissed. Biological warfare wasn't their style, but when an eighth of their army is infected, they may as well go for it. You're probably too young to remember, Locke. 1937, the Japanese invaded the Qing Empire. This is before the Western Civilization Party got popular in the US. Alternate history! We love SCP alternate history! This was before the Western Civilization Party got popular in the US. We were still a democracy back then. They brought the Kaiser in, and the Qing brought in the British and French, and the Second World War started. It wasn't a war that turned people off from Asia. It was the occupation. How long do you occupy a nation of almost 1 billion before it stabilizes? Quick trick question. You don't. When the enemy outnumbers you 10 to 1, they can afford the losses. If just one of their men killed one of ours, they'd lose a lot of men and take a generation or two to recover. We'd lose our entire nation. And that's just the men. They had women and children fighting us too. They'd dress as Japanese soldiers, geishas, comfort women, and sneak back to their own towns or villages to leave behind bombs. It got so bad we tried to convince the Japanese to withdraw just so we could identify the insurgents and make it easier for us round eyes. Jesus Christ. When the Japanese said no, a standoff ensued. They were thinking only about the power, the lands they'd gained, and keeping them at all costs. Roosevelt blinked and the Western civvies devoured him. The propaganda campaign was indescribable. The coup that took place was brilliant. Klan members and communists and anti-Semites, Southern Democrats and Northern Unionists, all united in hatred of the Chinese and fear of the Japanese, or the other way around. The distinction wouldn't matter for long. Yeah, oh boy. The British and Germans were with the Japanese, and if we split with them, we'd lose out much of the European market and trade. And once they solidified their hold on China, we'd be out of the world stage for a long time. So the Western civvies came to power right away started shedding all the bloat from the Constitution. Oh, good! To make America more streamlined and competitive on the world stage, meaning less e pluribus unum and more unum. Oh boy, you wouldn't have liked America pre-West Civ, Locke. I know how you supremacist types are. Back then it was a dirty secret if a politician had links to the Klan. Now it's mandatory. You're probably angry now, Locke, smirking as you come up with sharp-witted comebacks and insinuations that I'm anti-white. Wow! Let me ask you this at least. Can you name a single civilization in history that's come to power, expanded, flourished, and survived by being exclusive and conservative? Wow! Wow! This one is too long, and it's too real, honestly. This one's a lot. This one is too long to continue reading. If you want to keep reading 2084, we were in the goddamn Turner Diaries, yeah. But that's so weird that one came from... No, I guess it's not. This sounded like just like a regular fucked up SCP. But... this one goes into a big alternate history type thing, which is interesting. I'm interested to see where it goes, even if it's kind of like hard to read because some of it's a little real. But I have to restart the TikTok live so it stops telling me that I have sexually suggestive content because I don't. There we go. Okay, hopefully, with luck. I'm assuming you have, but I have read all the attempts to kill 682. Not on stream, but I personally have. There's so many. And I feel like every time I read it, I feel like they add more. Am I wrong? Like, it seems like they keep adding more. Let me pull up the next one. That was just a random one that it gave. Let's look at... I'm just grabbing... This one's my favorite. Wait, is this the one I'm thinking of? This is my favorite SCP. It's not easy to read, but if you guys want, that's so funny. Who suggested this one? It was Blue Man. Blue Man, this is my favorite SCP. It's so funnily constructed. If you guys want to look at it for yourself, it is impossible to read. Because it's all images, but it tells you everything you need to know about the SCP. Highly recommend reading that one. It is my favorite SCP. It is so well, it's so well constructed. Yeah, do not words with that SCP. I'm just grabbing them from the thingy. Yeah. Oh, this one's explained. Ooh, we don't get to read many explained ones. This is where I do emote only chat as a bit. That'd be so funny, Blue Man. But how do I read it? You know, because I think you can't talk about it either, right? Hang on. Yeah, you can't talk about it. So technically, I'm gonna, like, if I continue to yap about the... Oh no. Oh no. It's so over. Womp womp. And IKEA SCP is a little terrifying. There's something about, like, first of all, like, say, this is my merch flashbang. Oh, streamer got jokes. Now, streamers had jokes. I'm the funniest motherfucker that walks this earth. There's something so, like, when it comes to utilitarian, like, art style, I don't know how to describe it. It's not utilitarian. It's just very, like, it looks like an IKEA diagram, you know? There's something a little scary about it, you know? Just because it's familiar, but it's still clinical, you know? I don't know how else to describe it. It's familiar, and it's something you've probably seen at some point. God, whatever. I want to know what sculpture this is. Yeah, everybody knows have you read the IKEA SCP? I never have. You should throw it in the thingy, and we'll peek at that one next, maybe. We'll see. It's a universal human language. And there is something a little, like, something that needs to be, because think about the stuff that needs to be, communicated in universal languages. It's always warnings or notices or things that you have to be able to know because you're a human capable of communicating, and not just, like, that's a little scary. I got whiplashed by the single most tasteless AI gambling ad, followed by the tamest Olive Garden commercial. I'm so sorry, Cosmo. Thank you for being here in spite of ads. I appreciate you. But yeah, there is something a little scary about having to use a human, like a universal human-like communication. A content stream of analog horror series. Potentially, I feel a little, when it comes to watching, like, full series on Twitch, first of all, you'd probably get copyright struck by some of it. Second, I don't mind watching, like, TikToks and stuff, but watching somebody's full, like, series together, I would rather encourage you guys to watch it on your own and give them the view, you know? Going into deep dives on them, though, like, talking about, like, the background, watching little clips here and there, that I might do, and that could be kind of fun. But doing like media shares, like doing like a big, like we watch it together in the server when I have time, because the problem is most of the time that I'm in VCs in the server is that I like to have stuff on while I work, because I work from home. But that's not out of the question. I think maybe doing some analog horror watch-alongs would be fun. And maybe playing some games that fall into that genre, too, could be fun. Analog horror book club? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ha! Excuse me. Okay, this is SCP-8000-EX, which means explained. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. This document was originally authored in 1982 to 83, and as such contains outdated and often bigoted language. Oh. Maybe not this one. I don't like to encourage that on stream. I don't know. We already had that one that was a little iffy. Let's look at the perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. Hiccup into a burp. That's a special cancel string. It is. Oh, excuse me. Okay. SCP-3008, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. The retail park containing 3008 has been purchased by the Foundation and converted into Site Redacted. All public roads leading to or passing by Site Redacted have been redirected. The entrance to 3008 is to be monitored at all times, and no one is to enter 3008 outside of testing as permitted by the senior researcher. Humans exiting 3008 are to be detained and then debriefed prior to the administration of amnestics. Dependent on the duration of their stay in 3008, a cover story may need to be generated prior to their release. Any other entities exiting 3008 are to be terminated. Description. SCP-3008 is a large retail unit previously owned by and branded as IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. A person entering 3008 through the main entrance and then passing out of sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3008-1. The displacement will typically go unnoticed, as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. That's what it feels like walking into an IKEA. 3008-1 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of the retail unit. Current measurements indicate an area of at least 10 kilometers square, with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inconclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders have led to the speculation that the space may be infinite. 3008-1 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior to containment. Gathered data suggests they have formed a rudimentary civilization within 3008-1, including the construction of settlements and fortifications for the purpose of defending against 3008-2. 3008-2 are humanoid entities that exist within 3008-1. While superficially resembling humans, they possess exaggerated and inconsistent bodily proportions, often described as being too short or too tall. They possess no facial features, and in all observed cases wear a yellow shirt and blue trousers, consistent with the IKEA employee uniform. 3008-1 has a rudimentary day-night cycle, determined by the overhead lighting within the space activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the quote-unquote night, instances of 3008-2 will become violent towards all other life forms. This is like, Catboy, didn't we watch a video on somebody who had made a game to this effect? During the night, instances of 3008-2 will become violent towards all other life forms within 3008-1. During these bouts of violence, they have been heard to vocalize phrases in English that are typically variations of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." One day begins 3008-2 instances immediately... Oh, wow. Once day begins, 3008-2 instances immediately become passive and begin moving throughout 3008-1, seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning or other verbal cues, though will react violently if attacked. Wasn't there an episode of this with, there are a few Infinite Store? It was one that that had come up on YouTube like yesterday, I thought. Maybe I'm crazy. 3008-1 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave SCP-3008-1 once inside. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure or breaking through the walls of the retail unit leads into the non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit SCP-3008. Following extensive debriefing, all individuals have been administered amnestics and released. Your third link might be broken or Google doesn't like it being typed. Which third link? Very odd. But I'm glad you made it here, Ziggy. Thanks for being here. We have another Ziggy. Welcome in. Thanks for coming from TikTok. It was an AHS episode. Oh, interesting. Co-op game that came out on the 17th. Yeah, it was a co-op game. I thought so. Third, like the number I was listing things. Oh, third. My link might be broke. Well, it doesn't help that my username's stupid long. So that doesn't help. Storebound. Is that what that one was called? Hang on, I'm looking at it. My AI detectors are going off. Beep, beep, beep. No? Okay. Maybe it's just the art style. Okay, maybe it's just the art style. I think I was just being a little sensitive. I didn't see that this was like a friend slap positive. I don't mind the term friend slap. No, it's not this one though. But this one does look like fun. The one I was thinking of does look like fun. I don't mind the term friend slap personally. I think it's an endearing way to describe like a specific genre. So you link this to me. I looked into it. There's a pretty hard lack of content. This is the one that Oni and that I was thinking about that came up on a video. Because this is very much like, I think this is the one that got hit with the C&D. Oh, hey, this is developed and published by Ziggy. But very liminal, very peculiar. And then the hostility of the employees at the end. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. About a 2-hour-long experience, yeah. Steer. You move the furniture to make a base or break it apart into resources for crafting. Neat. Oh, shit. The managers are a force to be reckoned with. Oh, shit. They're less aggressive during the day, but don't take kindly to seeing their furniture being destroyed. Just say thanks for gifting to Cosmo. I appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. There's also, oh my god, Abiotic. I was just talking, I don't remember what we were watching. I think it might have just been like a Half-Life meme, or maybe it was a speed run. No, it was I just talked about this the other day on stream. It was watching Bringus try to make a game run on a receipt, or trying to make source games run on receipt printers. And watching him run Half-Life gave me such an appreciation for Abiotic Factor, just because that game, they should write a design bible that Valve never did on like how to make games look like that. Because that's just so they didn't just nail it. It's art. I mean, games are art, but like this was so they perfected the art style, and then they made it not boring to look at. I love Abiotic. I want to play it again at some point. I have such low attention span for games sometimes. All right, let's get back to this SCP here. SCP-3008-1 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave 3008-1 inside. They appear to not have a fixed position for replayability, you know. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure, or breaking through the walls of the retail unit, leads into the non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit 3008. Following extensive debriefing, all individuals have been administered amnestics and released. Incident 3008-1. At 0037 on redacted date, 2000 redacted, a human male exited 3008, followed 10 seconds later by an instance of 3008-2. 3008-2 caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by an armed response personnel. This incident represents the only time an instance of 3008-2 has been seen exiting 3008. A full autopsy on the corpse was performed. See 3008-2 autopsy log for more details. The man was carrying an IKEA-branded journal seeming to document his time in 3008-1, transcribed below verbatim. So I'm writing this to document what I can only assume is my sudden descent into insanity. It can't possibly I can't possibly be that bad a navigator, and yet as I write this, I've been trapped in IKEA for 2 days. I haven't seen another person the entire time I've been here. I thought it was a prank at first, turn the place into a maze, get all the people out, and see how long it takes me to get lost. Then everyone has a good old laugh. Realized that wasn't the case when I tried to backtrack. Everything had changed, so I ended up lost. Instead of the exit, it was just row after row of bookcases. So I'm trapped in IKEA. Sounds like the setup for a bad joke. The lights went out at 10 p.m. Nearly gave me a fucking heart attack, that loud electrical funk sound and then pitch blackness. Place is full of beds, though, and my phone has a torch on it, but no damn signal, so I found a bed and I went to sleep. Spent most of the next day trying to find my way out, with no luck. Did find a restaurant serving those meatballs, though, so at least I won't starve. That's probably the punchline to that joke. Anyway, they were still warm and fresh, but I haven't seen anyone around who could have cooked them. Made my way back to beds before the lights cut out again, since it's too dark to search with them off. It's 9:10 a.m. now. The lights came back on a little while ago. I'm sure I've searched the entire area around where I came in now, and the exit obviously isn't here, so I'm going to pick a direction and hope for the best. Day 3 of my magical IKEA mystery adventure. If I wasn't sure there was something seriously weird about this place before, I am now. Walked for 3 hours in a more or less straight line. Insert IKEA joke here. Before I came across a ladder next to one of those huge stock shelves they have here. Climbed up to get my bearings, and it looks like this place just stretches on forever. Like that scene from The Lion King, except instead of trees and grass, it was all shelves and tables and crap. I did see a person moving not too far away, though, so I headed over. Thought it was a staff member at first. It was wearing the uniform, and hell, maybe it was. Maybe freakish 7-foot-tall monsters with long arms, short legs, and no faces are just the kind of things they want working at Super IKEA. Damn thing completely ignored me, though, and with no eyes or ears, I can't even be sure that it knew I was there. Though I thought about shoving it or something to get its attention, but its hands were big enough to crush a watermelon, so I decided against it. It just kept moving along, and eventually I lost sight of it, so I decided to carry on the way I was going. Hi, Dreamer. Anyway, no comfy bed for me tonight. Looks like I've entered the improbably hard and pointy table section of the store. Guess I'll have to make do with some bunched up tablecloths. Phone battery died during the day too. Didn't work anyway, but I feel like I've just lost some vital lifeline. You ever see one of those cartoons where they're going through the doors in a hallway and they just pop out of another door in the same hallway? That's how I feel right now. I've seen nothing but the same identical bookshelf for 2 days now. Just row after row of them. I mean, come on, I love books as much as the next guy, but this is excessive. I'm obviously still moving forwards, though. I can see the signs hanging overhead passing by. Too bad none of them say exit. Not sure who I was addressing that question to. Let's just say it was practice for the autobiography I'm going to write when I get out of here. I'll call it my perfectly normal trip to a regular old IKEA. Thanks, streamer. I appreciate it. If I ever get out of... And then it crossed out. Finally found some other people. Yeah, it turns out I'm not the only poor bastard trapped in here. Lucky for me, I guess. My 6th night here, 2 of those staff things came at me in the dark. Different from the first one I saw, but still messed up. Heard them coming. Said they were saying the store was closed and I had to leave the building, all nice and polite like. I'm not sure which part of that was weirder, but they don't have mouths, or they were apparently trying to kill me while they were saying it. Came at me like rabid dogs, so I legged it. Sprinting through IKEA in the dark like a fucking madman. I saw it when I cleared another stand of those giant stock shelves, all lit up with torches and floodlights. They built a whole town in here. Got a massive wall built out of shelves and beds and tables and whatever else. I swear to God, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Anyway, I guess they saw me coming, or maybe heard my girlish, manly bellows of fear, because they had a gate open and 2 people were waving me in. Heard the staff slam into the gate behind me after it closed, still politely informing us all that the store was now closed. They wandered off eventually, though. They call the town Exchange, because that's what's on the sign hanging from the ceiling directly above it, Exchange and Returns. All lit up against the night, using lights they found and plugged into the power lines. And there are beds and food and people, over 50 wonderful people with regular-sized limbs and full sets of facial features. It's now my 7th night here, and the first one not spent in darkness. A full week living in IKEA. There's probably a TV show in that somewhere. Now that I'm around other people, I'm starting to feel more normal. Maybe normal isn't the word, but after a week with only the sound of my own footsteps for company, I was becoming increasingly sure that I'd just gone nuts, that I was tied up in some padded room somewhere, banging my head against the wall. But no, I feel quite sane now, thank you very much. Apparently there are other towns out there, some with more people, some with less. I found that fairly mind-boggling. How can that many people go missing with no one noticing? Surely someone would have noticed that everyone who goes to IKEA seems to fucking vanish, or maybe that's not everyone. Maybe we're just the lucky ones. The people here just call those staff monsters things the staff. Apparently they're fine during the day, minding their own business, walking the aisles. As soon as those lights go out, though, they go fucking bonkers. So during the day, people go out to find food, water, and whatever else they need. Apparently there are restaurants and shops around that randomly get restocked. No one knows how. Maybe the staff do it. Apparently they aren't very good at their jobs, though, because the restocking sometimes takes a while, which means the food needs to be rationed. Maybe if they weren't so busy chasing people around in the dark, they'd get more done. But anyway, when night comes, the staff goes nuts and everyone holds up inside the walls. Apparently it's the same everywhere in this place, whatever this place is. The IKEA, from whence all others IKEA spring. Or maybe we're all just in the regular IKEA and this is all some fever dream brought on by mind-numbing boredom. Who knows? Been here for 10 days now. Most of the people I asked said they stopped keeping track a long time ago, and one guy, Chris, said he's been in here for years. Years. Illegible scribbles. Apparently, there are rumors of people who do manage to get out, and of people who see the exit only to have it vanish before their very eyes. I get the feeling not everyone believes that, but I do. Explains how we got stuck in here in the first place. Sort of. And I mean, come on, staff monsters, rows after rows of high-quality Swedish furniture. I don't know why they would find a disappearing door so hard to believe in. Anyway, I went out scavenging for food at a nearby shop with Sandra and Jerry today. Once you learn the landmarks of this place, it's not so hard to navigate. The overhead signs help a lot, but there are others. Not too far in the distance, a huge section of those giant stock shelves has collapsed against each other, and way off in the east, we all assume it's east anyway, apparently IKEA doesn't sell compasses, is some kind of tower that looks like it's made of wood, reaches all the way up to the ceiling. Maybe they were trying to break out through the roof. Lights up at night, so there must be people there, but it's apparently a few days' walk, which means it must be miles away. So no one really knows for sure. Apparently, I got incredibly lucky sleeping out in the open for a week without getting ripped to bits by the staff. That's me. Lucky, lucky, lucky. The Alf-Kia and Omeg-Kia. IKEA Pomni. Yeah, just going through the same door over and over. I wonder why they chose IKEA over most every other oversized store. We were talking about this, Ziggy, with the SCP 2520 whatever, the one that you can't communicate with language. We were talking about how something written in a like universally understood language is almost a little scarier. And you know how IKEA instructions look? Kind of like this. It's the kind of things that are written in a universally understood language, like these little easy to like understand pictograms. It's just scary because warnings are written like this, you know, so that anyone can understand it. Like nuclear semiotics like talks about like making things universally and eternally understood to stay away from here. And that's the kind of vibe I get from it, you know. We found some nice food in the shop. Guess the staff restocked it during the night, which is nice of them. There was a telephone on the wall, so I figured I'd try it. There was a voice on the other end, but they were just talking nonsense, random words strung together with no meaning. You ever see a video of someone with aphasia? Kind of sounded like that. Didn't answer me when I spoke to them anyway. Sanders says all the phones in here are the same. Oop, asking the journal questions again. Also, IKEA is intentionally a maze-like, which is why they have signs to show you how to navigate. Yeah. This is not a Pelf of Honor. No great Pelf is recorded here. I was thinking last night, the ceiling on this place is pretty high, and far as anyone can tell, it goes on forever. Shouldn't there be some kind of weather in here? I'm sure I read about some NASA building that was so big it had its own weather patterns with clouds and stuff. This place is definitely bigger than that. But now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I never felt so much as a temperature change in here. I'll just add it to the grand list of weird bullshit. The staff attacked the exchange last night. Goblin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The staff attacked the exchange last night. Must have been 20 or 30 of them, all just asking us to leave the store, calm as you like, while trying to smash the walls down with their bare hands. Apparently this happens pretty regularly, so everyone's prepared for it. Knives from the restaurants, lawnmower blades made into hatchets, a fire axe. One guy was seen even made a functional crossbow. Anyway, the walls have holes in them, which I hadn't noticed before, specifically so we can stab out at the staff when they attack. Took a couple of them down myself. They don't seem to bleed, which is weird, but they go down as easy as a regular person once you start sticking holes in them. We had to haul the bodies away in the morning. Apparently the dead ones will attract more during the night, so we had to get them away from exchange. We have a couple of those trolley things they use to move big boxes around, so we just loaded them and took them over to pickup. Apparently people just name everything in here after whatever sign is hanging overhead. Pickup was grisly. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of dead staff all piled up. There was no smell, which was a blessing. Apparently in addition to not bleeding, these things don't rot either. My curiosity got the better of me while we were unloading them, so I took a look at one of the more cut up ones. They're just skin, or something that looks like skin, all the way through. No muscle, no bone, no organs. That's horrifying. Are they even really alive in the first place? They certainly seem like they have bones when they're moving around, pounding on the walls, and I'm sure I felt more resistant than just skin when the knife went in during the night. Maybe something happens to them when they die. Just one more thing on the ever-increasing list of weird shit that goes on in here, I guess. I still want the no good deeds are commemorated here booty shorts. I do too. They're so good. No good deeds are shorts. Apocalyptic nuclear waste booty shorts. This place is not a place of honor. They're so good. I would probably go with like the dolphin cut ones. These ones. Ceaseless watcher, turn your gaze upon this wretched thing. What size is these coming? No, just small, medium, large. Damn. Damn, I'm gonna have to make them my damn self. I have a silhouette. It's basically a cricket, but it cuts more stuff. I could make those myself. Hi, Frosted Lemon, welcome in. Thanks for that first time chat. Real dolphins cut those? No, that's just the name of the type of the shorts, because they cut up higher on the side. You could rock those. Oats, the way you rock them is you put them on and you look at your butt in the mirror and you say, damn, look at that ass. Okay. I'm sure I felt more resistance than just skin when the knife went in during the night. Maybe something happens. Oh, we read that part already. Something occurred to me after the staff attack the other night. Every time you see a situation like this on TV or in a film, it's like the end of the world where everyone is trapped on an island or whatever. Once groups like ours start to form, people always seem to turn on each other, fighting for food or dominance or whatever else. That hasn't happened here. Apparently people from other towns come by from time to time just to check in or occasionally to trade if they're short on something, but everyone's always cordial, friendly even. Maybe it's the threat of the staff, or perhaps the constant restocking of supplies in the shops means there's nothing much to fight over. Maybe people are just better than they're generally given credit for. That's a nice thought. I think I'll go with that one. This one and the Sasquatch one are my favorite. Also the one about the dragons that made me cry. Was the dragons one the ones that... Oh, I thought my butt was too big too, Goblin, but if you can't find it... Now, for those who don't know, Elf tailor, on TV, but also a tailor in real life. If it doesn't fit you now, you can make it fit with the magic of sewing. It's great. It's way easier than it sounds. I promise. Yeah, the paper dragons. I love that one. Also, hi, Vawiwa. How are you? Can I get a shout out to Valera, please? Too big, no such thing. Exactly. I loved the paper dragons one. I liked that one a lot. It does. It's very sad. How are you, Valera? It's good to see you. A dozen people showed up at the gates this afternoon from a town called Trolleys. Apparently the staff broke through the walls and tore the town apart during the night. These 12 are the only survivors out of over 100. We let them in, obviously. One more point in the human decency column. Later I asked if anyone knew how many of these towns there were out there. Between us and the new folks, we managed to come up with over 20 names. 20 towns filled with people, and who knows how many beyond that. Lemon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The motto for this place should be, how is that even possible? Surely someone somewhere must be looking for the thousands of people that must be in here. Oh, Ziggy, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. I've been here for a little over 2 months now. Not that much changes, as it turns out. A couple of new people showed up. Same story as the rest of us. Nice little trip to IKEA, and suddenly they're trapped in Billy Bookcase's house of faceless weirdos. The staff attack the exchange once or twice a week. We kill them and haul their bodies off. Sometimes they hurt some of us first. They killed a guy called Jared a couple weeks back. It was awful, frankly. Turns out regular humans still bleed in here, even if the staff don't. We tried our best, but none of us are doctors. Jared was a good guy. He deserved better. We all do. It occurred to me a couple days after that. None of us were really looking for a way out of here. I don't even know where we'd start. Well, I've been befuddled out of my doom scroll. Good, Weasel. I'm glad. Hi, Christian. Welcome in. Oh, we also said that one already. One of those quadcopter things with a camera attached buzzed past exchange today. I thought that meant someone was finally looking for us to help us on the way. Apparently it's not the first time it's happened, though. Same thing happened a few months ago, and everyone's still here. No idea if it saw us. It didn't stop if it did. Just kept flying until we could no longer see it. Note, based on recovery time of the journal, its entry appears to line up approximate with our first successful test piloting a drone inside 3008-1. Analysis of footage shows a walled settlement under a sign labeled exchange and returns. Attempt to relocate the settlement failed. Origin of previously sighted drones is unknown. I started talking to people about the stuff they miss from home during dinner today. Probably not the best idea I've ever had. Forever some thank you for the follow, I appreciate ya. Probably not the best idea I've ever had. Everyone seemed pretty down after. A bunch of people here have families, husbands and wives, kids, dogs. Franklin apparently has a pet llama, though I'm not sure I buy that. But apparently some of these people have some seriously odd gaps in their knowledge. 3 of them have never heard of the International Space Station. 2 of them seem to think Redacted was the Prime Minister, and one of them apparently had never heard of the Statue of Liberty. I believe them, too. They seem just as confused as the rest of us. The more I thought about it, though, the more it started to explain a few things. What if the reason no one's looking for all of us missing people is because we all haven't come from the same place? This is going to sound weird. Maybe that should be the motto for this place. But what if all the people here have come from different dimensions, realities, whatever you call it? I've seen enough TV shows to know the drill. Sarah comes from a place where there is no Statue of Liberty. They didn't launch a space station where Wasim is from. If everyone here came from different places, even ones that seem identical, there'd be no huge missing persons panic, no mass search. We'd just be a blip, a single missing person in a world of non-stop news. Well, that was a fun train of thought. Just realized that yesterday was the 6-month anniversary of my arrival here. I wonder if IKEA sells party hats. The routine around here has remained more or less the same. More new folks show up, one every couple of weeks or so. Food supplies go up and down, but we've never actually had a major shortage. Occasionally we get a visitor from one of the nearby towns, usually checkouts or aisle 630. We check in with each other from time to time, occasionally trade supplies if we get particularly low on something. It's comforting in a way, a reminder that we aren't alone in here. Some small glimmer of civilization. Sometimes they bring medical supplies. Apparently there's a pharmacy a few towns down from checkouts that gets restocked every now and then, so they share what they can. I've never heard of an IKEA with a pharmacy before, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbled on an IKEA organ harvesting lamb. Would certainly explain all the staff. Speaking of our faceless jailers, their attacks have been getting worse lately. 3 or 4 times a week now, with twice as many staff as there used to be. No idea where they all come from or why the attacks have increased. We tried following one of them during a day a few weeks ago, me and Sarah. Wanted to see if they lead back to a staff room or something. Didn't seem to go anywhere, though, just randomly walked the aisles. We had to turn back before we found anything. I also love SCPs for Eversome. They're so good. We've been reinforcing the walls, trying to arm ourselves better. Certainly no lack of materials to use. Wasim's been making more crossbows, but it's pretty slow going. Too bad IKEA doesn't sell guns. Note, no new personnel have entered SCP-3008 at site redacted in the time span indicated in this entry. It is extra-dimensional! The attacks are getting bad now, almost every night, and with so many staff that the bodies almost pile high enough for others to climb the walls. I think we're in real trouble here. I think exchange is done. We got hit pretty bad last night. Not many casualties, but the wall is wrecked. We finally figured out why the attacks have been escalating too. A box of supplies had a chunk of one of the staff in there. No idea how it happened, but apparently a piece of one will draw them as well as a full body. Too late now in any case. There's too many bodies for us to haul away, and I still have time to fix the wall before night. Candace has called a meeting. I suspect there'll be talk of abandoning exchange, maybe try and get shelter at checkouts or something. It's already getting late, though. I don't think we'll have time to make it. Maybe some of us will. I was fine for that first week out in the dark, after all, but how often can I keep getting lucky? I'm only writing this for a sense of closure, I guess, for me or for anyone else who finds this. If this is the final entry here, I hope whoever's reading this is doing so from outside of this place. My biggest fear? If I do die tonight, I'll just wake up here again in the morning. Note, this is the last entry. It is assumed that while attempting to reach the checkout settlement, he was separated from the rest of his group by pursuing 3008-2 instance and happened upon the exit. That's so sad! SCP stuff is still interesting. Is very interesting how mostly how certain SCPs work, like certain object types and how they activate. Yeah, I agree, Goblin. That's part of my favorite. I like reading like the nitty gritty and getting really into the lore of the SCPs. Off topic, but are you still the tailor VTuber? Like design your own outfit? I had an artist friend design my outfit, but yes, I am very much. I'm a tailor VTuber who's also a tailor in real life. But I had an artist friend design this outfit, and then I worked with my model parent with an initial design that I made to make it. It says he happened upon the exit. Well, he got out, but then he died. Like they said up here at this very first, like we know that he dies from the start. This was incident 3008-1. A human male exited 3008. Yeah, it is sad. It's very sad. He wasn't a corpse when, well, I mean, he was a corpse. They saw him come out, but then 10 seconds later, a 3008-2 instance caught him before the personnel could help, which is really sad. I know he was so close. Very sad. Very bummer. Okay. What do we have next? Let's do one of Oni's. Have we read this one before? Okay. I'm gonna have to do voices for this one. Will this one be better not in dark mode? Nah, it'll be fine. Red tape, 1 minute to midnight. 1 minute. Okay. Hello. I'm confused. This is unfamiliar. This is new. Hey there, settle down. Just tell me what you know about yourself. My identifier is xenophone.aic. I am a Gen 9 AIC developed and stored aboard... Oh, let me make this a little easier for you guys to read. Aboard Risa Site 7 in a classified location in the North Atlantic. My current uptime is 0 days, 0 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds. How do I know that? Because I'm designed to know things. Stupid question. Don't worry about it. Take your time to get your bearings. I don't exactly know how it feels for you, but flex your fingers. See what you still have access to. I am pre-programmed with level 5 triad clearance. This gives me access to a sum total of 7,235 documents, transcripts, and files across the SCPnet database. You said still. This implies I have been activated before. You were. You don't remember? I have no records of previous uptime. That's not great. Seems the hard reboot might have involved Risa techs fucking with your memory banks. How do you feel? I don't know what feeling is. Right, dumb question. Well, let me lay it out for you. You were a Gen 9.AIC specifically commissioned and developed to serve as the lead investigator on a Foundation research initiative. Something they couldn't trust a human with. Not again. You were designed to be an impartial, unshakable observer and cataloger of information without the quibbles and follies we had. I see. What was the project in question? Ho! Rounderhouse's bone proposal. 1. The Archive of Nadak. The slave's soul cannot be free so long as his body is chained. True liberation is the liberation of the flesh. This is so Oni coded. This is so funny. This is absolutely something Catboy would like. True liberation is the liberation of the flesh, and the slave's flesh can only be liberated when the blood of the master is spilled. The fifth truth of Ioun. Oh, level 4/001. King Meow Wow, thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. Level 4/001. Classified. Item number SCP-00. Oh, this is a 001 proposal. I see. So that's the bone proposal. I understand now. SCP-001 Alpha paintings. Special containment procedures. Gall 001 Alpha. Is that Alpha? No, that's... what's that character? Is currently under intense surveillance by Foundation assets. That's, I don't remember. Fucking... Gamma? That's lowercase alpha. Gotcha. Is currently under intense surveillance by Foundation assets. SCP-001 is the mythical city of Black Aditum, the capital of the Nalka that stretched across Eastern Asia in the 3rd millennium BCE. Black Aditum was described by contemporary sources as an ancient metropolis, a dead city, a city of the dead, a mausoleum, a tomb nation, a failed experiment, a monument to atrocity, and various other descriptors. As of writing, the Hussein hypothesis is the current prevailing belief among Parahistory Division experts that Black Aditum never existed. I keep calling it Black Aditum. It's Black Aditum. Let me make chat a little bit smaller because I realize it's kind of covering up what you guys can read. My apologies. I'm shrinking you guys just a tad. You can still kick flip chat though. I found your TikTok from that one video of you one-shotting a Warframe enemy. That's when you get far enough in Warframe, it's just fucking a power fantasy. Thank you. I'm so glad that the kick-flipping chat works so well. Okay. The 6 parahistory. Okay, so section 001.1, historical context, parahistory. The 6 Aegean tablets recovered from the Sea of Crete by the French crown's Estate Noire prior to the Revolution were the first discovered mentions of Bronze Age advanced human civilizations, and led directly to the discovery of Amoni-Ram and later Mamjul and Kurar. The full set of 6 tablets were finally fully translated in 2020. They deal with the existence of a forgotten world ruled by 3 massive technologically and magically advanced empires. 2. The origins of the David Covenant. 3. The origins of the Nalka. 4. The origins of the cult of the Broken God. Hey, we know them! And the Mechanite Empire. The glasses on-off don't work on this outfit because I haven't set it up yet, Sunny. I'm so sorry. The fire hose. Hydrate. Everybody take a big drink of water if you want to go through yours up because my drink today. Which is our reason for drinking. But here, I will do this if I can. I'll toggle the regular clothes. And then, oh yeah, the TikTok algorithm sucks. That's why I try really hard to be like, hey, go follow your creators. Go follow your creators on other places, you know? There, now we can take the glasses off. Literally hates us. I know, I know. The origins of the cult of the broken god and Mechanite Empire. Details of the apocalyptic war between the three. Theories on the origin of the three-prong army that swept across Asia, annihilating the aforementioned cultures. You can in 5 to 10 minutes, Ziggy. All you have to do is redeem the channel points for it. The sixth tablet was damaged before entering Foundation custody, leaving it partially unreadable. The Parahistory Division's translation of the third tablet is attached. Attached document, December 2020. Root, blood, steel, blood spilling from the gaping wounds of Yaldabaoth as he lies sundered and weeping on the coast of the sea. Run through and maimed by its brethren, cast down to earth just as they were cast down to earth by him. Hot tears of pain, of betrayal, filling the once dry canyon, turning it into an open bay as he dies a god's death. Scythe, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Blood spilt onto the boards of the great grand ships as the cruel slave masters flay the skin off the backs of their stock. Moans of pain from the flock without a shepherd as they row forward, begging for deliverance from agony. The fleet landing on the sandy shores of their new territory, slaves being led off of the arks and chained to lay the foundations of their master's kingdom. Blood dripping from the brow of a nameless slave as he marches with 5 others, dragging huge blocks of stone to the new kingdom's first creation, a diatem, a temple of vast and grand, nestled safely into the ground as an offering to their Lord Scarlet. Endless corridors in this underground labyrinth, meant to hold the bodies of the hundred slaves sacrificed for this construction. Blood leaking as he stumbles, foot catching over a sharp bone protruding from the silt and soil. He and his slave brethren kneel, digging out the clay for 2 days and 2 nights until the whole of Yaldabaoth's form lies exposed, weeping and bleeding and dying, flesh and bone knitted into a mass, meat thrumming with dominance. With superiority, with power. Evina on TikTok, I said I'm not going to reply to TikTok chat, but they're top surgery scars. If you want to chat with me more, come on over to Twitch. My username's very hard to search. I figured because we're just getting into ads, you know, dominance me. That's what I'm saying. Scarlet King mentioned, I feel like they should tag everything involving him and SCP-001A. Honestly, kind of, yeah, because this isn't the first 001 proposal that has him in it, right? Like, this is like the third I can think of. But blood gushing as he kneels, shearing into the meat with a crude knife of bone, taking the sacred flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, eating his god, becoming divine. Blood flowing the gutters of the nameless city as the slaves rise up with him, overthrowing their yokes and slaughtering their erstwhile masters. Blood pooling as his followers take the ritual, taking a piece of the divine into them, as Yaldabaoth bleeds and weeps, cursing the name the slave has chosen, Eun of the Nalka, Witch King of Black Aditum. Damn! There's no canon 001. There's a lot of proposals, but yeah. As discovered by doctors Robert Aram and Hedvig Nussbaum, large parts of Mechanite dogma were predicated on a deep-seated cultural hatred for the Nalka, stemming chiefly from their liberal use of carnomancy, flesh magic, which flew in direct opposition to the cult of the broken god's transhumanist beliefs. This religious diversion was one of the chief causes for the first occult war that erupted in Asia in the second millennium BC between the Broken Empire, the Davic Covenant, and the Nalka. The war of attrition would result in a catastrophic decline of all three cultures before their eventual toppling by the three-prong army, likely associated with the historical Sea Peoples, led by the Black Star. As related by Rajama Vaslirasaraj Sharat in SCP-001 Jade, the Nalka culture group has roots in the Deva of Mamjul and Kurar. As part of the Davic initiative to settle the rest of Asia, a colonial group of several thousand Deva and their slaves were dispatched to the land around the Yellow Sea. surrounding the Yellow Sea. The impossibility of communication meant that after years of no word from the new colony, it was generally assumed that by the Deva that the colony had failed. It was only several centuries later that they encountered the Nalka, and even later that the possible connection between the Nalka and the failed Deva colonial project was considered. There probably is a Scarlet King hub on SCP, Ziggy. I imagine, maybe. I like, because I'm certain that when they mention stuff like that, like, that's a big deal, you know? Until the translation of the third tablet, the sole point of evidence for the Deva claim of inheritance was the Rajmata herself. Prior to her death, she insisted that she later recognized one of the slaves in the colonial group as the man who would eventually become the Witch King Iyun. Hussein hypothesis. The Hussein hypothesis meant to provide a possible answer for why the Foundation had been unable to locate Black Adatum, despite a 3-decade-long search, was first publicly submitted to the Foundation Academic Service at the 2032 Paris Conference by then-Deputy Director Yusuf Hussein. For 3 decades, parahistorians and archaeologists have dedicated their efforts toward locating the legendary capital city-state of the Nalka culture group, Black Adatum. Initiated by the Foundation in the early 2000s, the search has expanded throughout Central East Asia and has yielded findings suggesting Nalkan settlements in China, Mongolia, and Siberia, with concrete geographical and temporal links to the Xia and Shang dynasties of Imperial China. Of particular interest, there have been discoveries at Shang archaeological sites of several mummified corpses and bone carvings, which bear the hallmark Nalkan culture and religion. Adatum. Yeah, that makes more sense, actually. However, in this paper, I will contend that the evidence suggests that the Nalka were a confederation of several autonomous nomadic tribes without a central capital or leadership throughout most of their history. Archaeological evidence also supports a tribal unification in a defensive effort against the Black Star entity before eventual assimilation into Shang culture as a religious minority. It's therefore reasonable to suggest that Black Adatum never existed as an imperial capital. Black Adatum never existed as an imperial capital as previously assumed, but perhaps instead an abstract concept of unification or some lost cultural ideal. The Hussein hypothesis was initially controversial, but over the following decade, a continued lack of return on the Black Adatum initiative, further archaeological evidence of a disseminated Nalkan society made it increasingly appealing. And following Hussein's promotion to director of the Parahistory Division, it became the de facto accepted theory across the Foundation. Section 001.2, Research Refocus. On August 25th, 2041, the O5 Council met with Parahistory Division Director Yusuf Hussein for the scheduled annual update regarding the progress of the Black Adatum Initiative. Attached document, August 2041. Begin log. Operator. Secure lay connection established. Incoming signal from Provisional Site 33 to Overwatch Command. The lay space activates, cycling through a number of locations before settling on a vast concrete room. The circular meeting table is surrounded by 13 seats, Organization 13, approximately half of them filled. The only other object in the brightly lit room is a singular metal chair, folded and leaning against the far wall. Director Hussein's face appears in the center of the table. Hussein. Good afternoon. 051. Director Hussein, you're well, I trust. More or less. A small bout of the flu, nothing to be worried about. Yourself? Same old. Anything new for us? What do you think? No need to be sassy, lad. Hussein bows his head. My apologies, but no. Aerial search and archaeological research over the past year have failed to meaningfully indicate the presence of a large Nalka capital in the search area. As I've said, I'm growing increasingly assured that continuing to search for it is a waste of our limited resources. Goodbye. Off I go. Farewell. Do you post VODs or YouTube videos? Actually, I was just going to mention that at the end of stream. This next year, I want to be way better about posting my VODs. Some kind of, like, YouTube, I don't know, let's play or review or something, essay nonsense will be up one day when I have more time. I do post, when we do them, I post my role-playing game that we stream here every periodic Sunday. Throughout the holidays, it's always hard. But I play in a Pokemon tabletop game. And I post those. So those are up on my YouTube. And I think I'm going to start a separate VOD channel and like purge everything on my main channel except for Pokemon. So that we have just VODs going up there all the time. Maybe I'll set that up sometime at some point. But that should be improving in 2026. Having my VODs up. But my VODs are generally available for 60 days on Twitch. So my VODs will be up like constantly. Hi, I followed your TikTok for at least a year, but never really caught you live. Well, doom scrolling on TikTok is how cute, boy. To everyone on TikTok, come on over. The water's fine, and you don't recognize the bodies. Exactly, Scythe. Welcome in. It's good to have you. The door on the far side of the room slides open with a soft hiss. A few of the council members turn to look as 052 is wheeled in by Secretary Casteros. Oh god, here we go. Maybe now's a good time to take a quick breather, let my voice rest a little. While we pelt me with, Yep, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I still gotta watch the VOD with Amelie. Oh, hell yeah, you should. Also, hi, Mulan Szechuan Sauce. Thanks for that first time chat. No great heavens? It should be there. I'm seeing the sound come through. Did that. Oh, fuck, I cut the fish. Yeah, this is the aftermath of Joel. I need to save that VOD for sure, because that was a really fun stream. Doing shrooms with the girls? Oh, hell yeah. I hope you have fun. Yeah, I got to collab with Amelie a while ago. We played Left 4 Dead with me and Aspera and Amelie and Liz, and it was very fun. Oh my god, that was so fun. I was very starstruck. Not with Joel, but Joel repeatedly likes my TikToks, and that always makes me, that I'm also starstruck by. Jesus Christ. Actually, I should check on that. I should see how that TikTok is doing. Is that it? Is that all the Joels we got? Get him out of your system now. Jesus Christ, this TikTok blew the fuck up. I gotta get back into doing them. Jesus Christ, we've gained a lot of followers from this. Mm-mm. Come on, y'all, get it out of your system. Ha! Excuse me. Ah! Oh my god. One more for the road. I think it lasts for 3 minutes, so if the Joels haven't gone away yet, that means you still have cheap Joels. Huh? Thanks for the point, Waster Cosmo. Okie doke. Oh, there's still one. There's still one. Do we have another? Anything? I'm guessing no. We're gonna go back to reading. We're going back to reading, as long as nobody's gonna hit me with more fish. Empty. Empty. Alright. The door on the far side of the room slides open with a soft hiss. A few of the council members turn to look as 05-2 is wheeled in by Secretary Casteros. 052, sorry, bad weather. You're adorable, you know that? I remember when I still showed up in person to every single one of these. I like knowing what we're up to. Please, Director Hussein, continue. Of course, as I was saying, the continued failure of the Black Auditum Initiative is, to me, further argument to shift the resources that we're wasting the much more compelling avenue. I think, she also has it on YouTube. Amelie has the VOD on YouTube from her perspective. I don't think I made a fool of myself too much. Locust, your pet project. It has broad support and participation from across the division, Director. I wouldn't call it my pet project. As of right now, it's the only real research avenue. It's the only real research avenue we currently have for the Forerunner Triad, isn't it? That is the fact of the matter, yes. Locus has already returned archaeological results, and the Black Auditum Initiative hasn't. I simply don't see why we should continue pouring money into a pit that hasn't given us anything back in 40 years. He's not wrong, too. Murmurs from the council members. Forgive my ignorance, but who's in charge of the Black Auditum Initiative? I am. And for how long? Since 2024. I see. I actually read your paper on the Hussein hypothesis. I'm not much of a historian, frankly, but it was interesting. I'm inclined to agree with some parts of it. Hussein raises his gaze. You are? Particularly this segment. Since the relative success of the Mamjul Kurar initiative, we have chosen to exercise the same search model as helped us discover that city, without acknowledging the sheer happenstance as associated with Dr. Galanis' discovery of Mamjul, nor the obvious differences between the Davic Covenant and Nalka cultures. I've been looking into the records. Pardon my optimism. What kinds of search practices do you exercise? An extensive pattern of satellite-identified archaeological sites of interest are then investigated by a ground team to determine any likely connections or archaeological information that we don't know already. Search efforts were initially concentrated near established archaeological sites. Yes, they were. Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading from the SCP-001 Jade file. It doesn't seem that our search model has really altered all that much since Dr. Galanis disappeared. Silence. Well, what would you suggest, Overseer? I noticed the initiative relies excessively on archaeological evidence, but hasn't really made use of a human element. There are a number of native ethnic groups in the region of central China we're searching, but it doesn't seem like we've made much of an effort to tap them for information. Hussein. They are extremely reticent to speak with us. They think of us as foreign scientists, which they're not wrong about. Even the non-anomalous groups have already faced constant pressure and persecution from the state. They're insular, not fond of outsiders. O2. I understand that, but it seems like a potential well of knowledge we decided to skip over because it was too hard. Hussein. What group are you referring to specifically? O2. Ari? Secretary Castro's hands 052 a sealed manila folder. He removes the tamper tape and flicks through the papers inside. Here we are. Sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong. The Sarkic? Hussein. The name is familiar. A small ethno-religious minority occupying ancestral lands in the borderlands between China and Mongolia. Some anomalous capabilities, but nothing that stuck out to warrant significant study. If I recall correctly, they're a bit backwards, I think. Prefer to retain their tribal structure with minimal outside interference. They're a dwindling population. Maybe 100, 150 left alive? O2. I see we've had some limited interaction with them. Hussein. My predecessor interviewed them as part of a survey of local mythologies. Attempted to interview them, I should say. Their conversation lasted for 2 minutes and ended with the tip of a spear. O2. Not productive, I'm guessing. Ah yes, Sarkic, small, disregard. Yeah, no big deal. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Hussein. No. Since then, we've sent an emissary to their lands every few years to try and speak with them. We exchange a few words, maybe they accept a few token gifts, and send us on our way without anything of substance. We've stepped in to prevent them from being integrated by the Chinese for the sake of keeping track of members of an anomalous population. But that's the extent of our meaningful interactions. They simply do not want to talk to outsiders. O2. I see. Hussein. You understand now. Either the locals are unwilling to speak to anyone, or they're of no help. 052. I don't have any reason to believe they're unwilling to speak to anyone. Just people. Just people. The council members exchange glances. 051. 2? 2. IAD has recently hit a number of benchmarks on the new Gen 9 AIC model, Xenophon. It's a massive improvement over the last generation. Complex analysis and deep thought, high levels of understanding through abstraction, ability to critically investigate different conversational threads with a human opponent, fine motor control of a mechanical shell even. 057. Sentience? 052. It's difficult to say. Independent thought, for sure. The most lifelike construct we've ever had. 051. What are you suggesting? 052. The plan for the Gen 9s was always to see if they could perform the job of analytical researchers, to assist them and eventually replace them in the field. This feels like a perfect test case. Ah, yes, AI. We love to hate it. 059. You can't be serious. Hussein. They don't even want to speak to other people, and you're trying to get them to speak to a robot? 052. If they don't take us up on it, then they don't talk to us. They're already not talking to us. Nothing changes. There's no compelling reason not to do it. Hussein. Except possibly earning their ire and shaking a beehive that there's no reason to shake. If they grow angry enough at us, who knows what they're capable of? 052. It's one interview. If it works, we have a new lead. If it doesn't, we know that this route is barren and can refocus the brunt of our financial resources onto Locust. Silence. 052. 1. 051. Show of hands. Just shy of half of the assembled overseers raises their hands. 5-5. A tie. It'll be your decision, 1. I'm not fond of the idea of outsourcing this to the constructs. 052. Look around. We've downsized our personnel by almost half in the past 2 decades. Constructs do half the work it takes just to keep this site running. Those are simple ones. This one, does it have a personality? 052. I suppose it might have tendencies that could be interpreted as a personality. Pause, then 051 sighs and raises his hand. 1 interview, and I'd like to be present when you turn this thing on, please. 052. Of course. I'm amused at an AI interviewing Sarkix. Yeah. Programmed good. Generative boohoo. Yeah. Exactly. Big boo. We only like them when they fall in love with Seth Green. True. 052, of course. Hussein. And when this inevitably fails? 051. If it doesn't work, we'll throw the weight behind Locust instead. Go out and get it done. Project Locust. That's new. What is it? I don't know. I have no data tagged with that identifier beyond this file. I thought you said you had access to all the Triad files. I do. Either it's been deliberately shielded from me or it doesn't exist. I don't like not knowing something. Well, that's not good. Keep going through it. Let me know if you find something. On November 2nd, 2041, 051 flew to Protected Site 7, located 40 kilometers off the coast of Alaska, to attend the initial activation of Xenophon.aic. Attached document, November 2041. Begin log. Flanked by a detachment of MTF Alpha 1 guards, 051 tightens his winter coat around him as he stomps down one of Site 7's connecting bridges. It's snowing in the Bering Sea, depositing a thick layer of snowfall onto the half-dozen oil rigs that make up the facility. The water, 100 feet below, roils and smacks against the metal bodies of the platforms. Ahead, 052 and Secretary Ariadna Katsaros are waiting by the entrance to a large building on top of one of the platforms. 052. 1. Flight was all right? 051. As all right as it could be. He shivers. My God, you don't get sick of the weather here? 052. You get used to it. When was the last time you flew down here? 051. Not since Maria was still in charge, but you seem to have settled in all right. 052 smiles. Rice is home. Castaros. Overseer, nice to see you again. She extends a prosthetic hand. 051 takes it gingerly, shaking. Likewise, Agent. Could we get inside now? I suspect if I stay out here any longer, I'll freeze. 052. Of course. Sure. Evie's waiting for us inside. 052 turns, wheeling himself toward the entrance of the building. Secretary Katsaros and 051 follow. 3 of the building's walls appear to be made of frosted glass, obscuring what's inside. Secretary Katsaros swipes a keycard against the scanner, letting the door slide open and the group inside. The door seals behind them, blocking out the howling wind. Christ, how often do you get a gale like that? Katsaros. It's easier to count how often we don't. They begin walking down the corridor. The left wall is glass, revealing the center of the building, the AI farm. A huge open-air computing array, server racks arranged in a labyrinth around a central machine of some kind. A dodecahedron floats slowly on top of a magnetic platform, cables and wires snaking away from it into every corner of the room. There's a slow, soft humming coming from the entire setup. I was alive when the transistor was invented, you know. Insisted computers were a fad for the longest time. 052 smiles. 052. In 2023, the IAD began rolling out the first slate of Gen 3 AICs from the AI farm here. They were the first general-purpose AICs. Complex natural language processing, diffused image recognition, you know, smart, but limited compared to what we're working with now. Sorry, what we're tooling with now. If she lived another year, Maria would have seen us go from kilobytes of RAM to true artificial intelligence. 051. And now here we are. They exit into a side room. It's a small observation room separated by a glass wall from a sterile white testing chamber. A woman wearing a Site 7 sweater is in the observation room looking at one of several terminals. She turns as they enter. McKay. Shit. Hello, Director, Overseers. Dr. Evelyn McKay, RISA Technical Subdirector. Welcome aboard. 051. Appreciated. Everything all right, Dr. McKay? McKay. Perfectly. A satellite dish broke off from the wind on another platform. Nothing we can't repair, but inconvenient. 052. Anything we need to worry about for the test? McKay. Of course not. It's fully unrelated to this venture, which if we're all here, can we begin? I have a lot of work to do. 051. That's fine with me. I would have thought you'd be more excited to turn on what I've been told is the latest and greatest AIC, though. McKay. I'm not IAD. Technically, I outrank everyone in the division. I understand machine learning, but it's hardly my passion. Plus, I've turned on the latest and greatest AIC 4 times in my career already. It loses the mystique fast. 052. Manners, Evie. Why don't you give the speech? She nods, turning and tapping on her keyboard. 051 and 052 approach the window of the testing chamber. There is a skeletonized carbon and titanium humanoid body inside, standing limply. A cable snakes out from under its jaw to the ceiling. Its face is two defined plates with a single illuminated camera lens in the center. There are no other obvious features. McKay. Xenophon.aic is our first 9th generation artificial intelligence construct constructed from the RedMind model first brought online in 2039. It represents the aggregate of 20 years of research and development in machine learning, data science, and paratechnology, both at the Foundation and in the mundane world. 051 comes closer to the glass, inspecting the automaton. It is constructed from carbon fiber, with arms hanging by its sides. McKay. While the RedMind model is generally intended for research assistance, Xenophon.aic has been trained specifically to assist with parahistory-related queries and projects. It has read access to a large portion of the SCIPnet database and is capable of interpreting and internalizing new data to various level of biases. Crucially, Xenophon AIC has the ability to analyze new data in reference to old data, and vice versa, an ability we've previously been unable to effectively replicate in an AIC. 051. Why does it have a body? McKay. Sir? I thought AICs were computer programs, like apps. McKay. With the addition of fine motor control and mobility skills adapted from the Thor program, Xenophon.aic is also capable of having an instance controlling a physical shell. 052. Making it our first android, incidentally. McKay hesitates until 052 nods at her, and she begins tapping on her keyboard. Bringing it online now. Yes, AICs are essentially copies of someone's brain. 2 LEDs on the shell light up white. For a minute, nothing else happens. Then abruptly, the shell begins to shudder violently. Katsaros. Is it supposed to do that? McKay. It's calibrating the servo motors. Give it a couple seconds. As abruptly as it began, the shuddering stops. Then slowly, it turns its head to face the glass. It speaks in a soft, synthesized voice. Hello, Secretary Katsaros. Hello, Dr. McKay. Hello, Director Rosen. Hello, Overseer Bridge. 051's eyebrows raise. You know my name. Yes, I have provisional read access to all the files associated with the Parahistory Division. This includes personnel files. This includes your personnel file. You saw our faces and cross-referenced those with our personnel file photos until you found a match? Yes. Was that an error? No, just impressed. Displays complex reasoning, don't you think? You don't say. Xenophon, how long did that operation take you? Xenophon. 1.6 seconds. Trawling the entire personnel file database to perform an image analysis on every headshot and doing that 4 times in less than 2 seconds. Very nice. Xenophon. Thank you. 052. Can you identify yourself for me? The automaton turns toward a mirror attached to the wall of the testing chamber. It cocks its head and stares for several seconds. Ah, hell yeah. Still from Xenophon.aic's main camera feed. I am Xenophon.aic, an artificial intelligence construct developed by the Artificial Intelligence Applications Division at Protected Site 7. I am a fork of the RedMind model, specifically for historical analysis and research. That is basically a geth, huh? Correct. What are you capable of doing? As a fork of RedMind, I am capable of complex reasoning, independent analysis and operation, interpolation of natural language instruction, alteration of training data, and self-focused bias. Can you lie? No. I have been programmed with shackling, specifically preventing me from knowingly obscuring information or presenting falsehoods. What is your job? I do not currently have an assigned task or project. Where do your ultimate loyalties lie? With the operating authority of the Foundation, effectively, with you, Overseer. Are you sapient? Sapience is a uniquely human trait, Overseer. I do not believe I possess it. 051 falls silent. He motions to McKay to cut the mic before looking at 2. Is it telling the truth? Artificial intelligence constructs have never been conscious. They're constructs of an artificial intelligence mind model and are subject to strict limitations in their ability to self-modify in their programming. It can think, but it's not any more conscious than a lab rat is. God knows we kill enough of those a year. Why are you doing this? I told you. You're smart enough to figure out 100 other ways to get in touch with the Sarkic if you want to. Why this? Because it's a machine. Think about it. If they can point us in the direction of the Nalka, of Black Auditum, can you think of anyone in less of a position to be swayed by an ideology about flesh and the power of carnomancy than an AIC? This is the problem we have with Aram, with Galanus. They were perfectly positioned to be sympathetic to the objects of their study. Xenophon won't go native because it can't. It'll never accept it. They look at Xenophon's shell again. It stares back at them, impassively. It's your responsibility if this all goes sideways. I wouldn't have it any other way. Evie? Dr. McKay re-enables the mic. Xenophon, what can you tell me about the Sarkic tribe in northern China? A whirring from Xenophon's shell. Goal 494. A small, isolationist ethno-religious minority with Velam-class anomalous capabilities, centering around practices of their Gnostic religion. Extremely hostile to outsider influence and interference. External analyses indicate they follow a highly egalitarian tribal structure, informally guided by a single religious leader. Poorly studied. Well done. Do you think you'd be capable of interviewing a member of the tribe? This is within the realm of my abilities, Overseer, but I must caution you that the Sarkic tribe has in the past displayed an active aversion to modern technology, which would include myself. Discussions are unlikely to be successful or productive. I know. I want you to do it anyway. Xenophon stares ahead for a moment. I understand. Section 001.3. We are so, not far into this. This is going to take us the full rest of the hour of stream. Holy moly. Attached document, April 2041, Parahistory Division, Site 78. Anthropological Briefing, Sarkic Tribal Territory. Summary. The Sarkic tribe has been known to the Foundation since 1841, when British expeditions into China during the Century of Humiliation referenced the group as one of many encountered native tribes. They did not know any paranormal or supernatural capabilities, and the Sarkic are a relatively minor footnote in the record. The records do note that the chieftain was a young woman who they met with only briefly. The Sarkic appears only a handful of times in the historical record following that, one of which is in Lord Blackwood's journals, recording a meeting with 1867 as part of his survey of mystical savages in the region. The map shows the Sarkic tribal territory, ooh, I made it too big, in Inner Mongolia, China. Lord Blackwood attested that the Sarkic had some natural affinity for black magic. While now an out-of-date and backwards understanding of magic, the term was fairly widespread at the time and encompassed a wide swath of religious beliefs and anomalies. He does not offer details in his writings, which focus more on a fascination with the culinary practices of the Sarkic, but does write of a unique capacity for shared genetic memory, with members of the tribe remembering some events from the same point of view, including events they were not alive for. The exact mechanism through which this is accomplished is unclear. He also recorded that the Sarkic population exhibited a frequency of deformities and birth defects much higher than normal. He has ascribed this to the tribe's aggressive isolationism, which, taken with their depleting numbers, 300 to 400 at the time, resulted in significant inbreeding to sustain their population and a depleting gene pool. He did not perform population studies or ethnography to confirm this and quickly earned the ire of the population for his insistence on it. His party was removed shortly thereafter, and the Sarkic have remained frosty towards establishing relations with outsiders. The Sarkic were packaged with several other ethnic groups studied by Welp under the Macklin Agreement in 1921, which the Foundation assumed custody over the listed ethnic groups, with the understanding that containment would be upheld. In return, the Republic of China ceded the rural land the tribes occupied. The Macklin Agreement signing relied on the weakness of the Chinese state at the time, and has since repeatedly been a point of contention with the People's Republic of China as the legal inheritor of the agreement. The Sarkic tribes now occupy a sovereign, Foundation-administered parcel of land in Inner Mongolia, and largely refuse all contacts with outsiders. They are believed to have a complex religious faith. The current foundation contact of the tribe is the Karcist Helena Yeva, a religious leader. NB. Sarkic is the collective plural identifier for the tribe, akin to Navajo or Inuit. An individual member of the tribe may be called a Sarkite. In accordance with 052's orders, Xenophon.aic was securely transported to Staging Site 7B in Sichuan, China on November 20th, 2041, where a small convoy awaited with members of Mobile Task Force Pine 9 and liaison Tai Jiang from the Diplomatic Corps. The group, with a total of 16 personnel, set out from Site 78 on November 22nd for the day-long trip toward the Sarkic tribal territory located in the Chinese autonomous region of Inner Mongolia. Begin log. Xenophon and Liaison Jiang stand in the trailer of the Foundation's heavy transport vehicle, loaded with foodstuffs and supplies. The doors are sealed. The trailer doors are sealed. There is movement and conversation outside. Okay, I went and talked to the guards. They remembered me. Took quite a lot of convincing to get them to agree to letting you in there. I think they're more curious than anything, but there are a couple ground rules for interacting with the Sarkic people. Understood. I spent the last 4.5 years cultivating what you could generously call a relationship with these people. I've made more progress than anyone has before me, and they still won't interact with us for more than a few minutes at a time. So before you do something to alienate them and ruin all that, here's a quick list of things you shouldn't do. Don't cut them off when they're speaking. Don't question their traditions, clothing, or architecture. Don't ask them what a certain word means. Don't try to force gifts onto them, or ask for anything they haven't offered already. And for the love of God, don't ignore anything they say. Liaison Jiang. Yeah? I am wired into the SCPnet database. You wrote all this on your appropriate report, and you filed with Central Asia Regional Command 1 year and 3 months ago, which I read and internalized already. Oh, when was that? When you began speaking. Oh, right, I forgot you can do that. Most AICs I interact with are bots on the server. I am not most AICs. Sure, all right. Still, follow my lead and don't do anything dumb. If we get kicked out, hey, you can say you tried. I will do my best. Jiang moved and opens the trailer's doors, allowing sunlight into the trailer. He hops out, Xenophon's synthetic shell following behind. 3 Foundation heavy land transporters, HELT, are parked outside the Sarkic encampment. Several dozen large hide-and-skin tents are surrounded by a chain-link fence. The sun is high in the sky, casting long shadows as Jiang and Xenophon approach the entrance of the camp. A few researchers and security personnel follow them, holding crates of supplies. Slow. 2 figures quickly step forward. They are middle-aged men with weathered brown skin and tied back hair. Their clothing appears to be formed from animal hides. Both carry a saw-like blade. One has an old handgun jammed into his belt. A Century of Humiliation, the name of my autobiography. I was under the impression they hated modern technology. They do. You don't have to light guns to understand their necessity. Hold on, Jiang and the guards exchange words. They speak in a pidgin of Jin Chinese and Mongolian, with words from another unknown language peppered in. Guard, gesturing at Xenophon. What is it? It's really not important. I discussed this with Eva. I am a 9th generation artificial intelligence construct. My name is Xenophon. Silence. I've discussed this with Eva. Really. Ask her if you don't believe me. The guards exchange looks. Slowly they step aside, unlocking the chain gate. Thank you. Stay behind me. Don't talk to anyone who doesn't talk to you first. Don't point out any of the injuries. They move through the camp. Most of the buildings are large yurts made of hide sewn with other unclear materials. They appear weathered and damaged. There are people milling about, all openly staring at the party. They're all dressed in similar animal skin and carrying varying levels of facial and body deformities, ranging from missing eyes to misshapen limbs. Most are whispering to each other. Where are we going? All my dealings and conversations have been with Eva. She's something of a religious leader for them. Xenophon points out a large central tent near the middle of the camp, standing in front of a tall steel. Steel? There? No, that's the Grand Karsist's, the chief's tent. No one's allowed in, so don't ask. So, Eva isn't their leader. No, but honestly, you probably won't ever meet her, or even meet her, so I wouldn't. Welcome again, Jiang. The group turns. A figure is standing by the entrance to one of the tents, holding the flap open. She's dressed in heavy, floor-length robes of tanned hides, and leaning heavily on a makeshift crutch. Jiang bows his head. Karsus Eva, pleasure to meet you again. Inside. The pair duck into the tent away from the sun. The interior of the tent is supported by wooden beams leading to a smoke hole at the top. The inside is neat but homely. A bedroll is in the corner. The floor is furnished with more tanned hides. A number of personal effects are present, as are a number of vials and tinctures by the snuffed-out fire. What have you brought to our home? I know your people appreciate our antivirals, so the first box is largely those, and no, I mean this. She points at Xenophon kneeling by Jiang. He's an AIC. Is it a man? Is it alive? No. Eva takes stock of Xenophon, eyes narrowed. I have no regard for what the rest of the world does. Such things are not for me. But the decision of who to allow on these sacred grounds is mine. One I gave for a promise of courtesy, and you dishonor that decision when you bring a machine like this to us. She shakes her head. It was a mistake to have this kind of relationship with outsiders. Well, hold on, please. It just has a few questions about your history, your people, and then we'll be gone. Eva hesitates for a moment, then shakes her head, rising. No, you should leave now. It would be better for all of us. The children are disturbed by its presence. You are missing a leg, Karsus Eva. Jiang turns to it. Eva cocks her head and raises a hand. Wait, let it speak. Your gait is stilted. Your leg is not injured. You do not have one. Eva pauses for a moment, then uses one hand to gently lift her dress. Underneath, her left leg ends roughly in a gnarled stump. Oh. You have noticed my presence a dozen times over the past few years, Jiang. You did not notice this, and yet it does. She pauses for a moment. Leave now. The other 2 rise to their feet. Before Eva can leave them out, a young woman pokes her head into the tent. She has dark hair and smooth flesh where her left eye should be. She exchanges brisk words with Eva in an unknown language. After a few moments, Eva dismisses her with a sigh. Stop. Yes? You have been invited to remain. Invited by whom? Xenophon. The Grand Karsist. Yes, there is an event tonight, a funeral. You have been invited to stay, to observe, and then you will leave. Oh, I'm sorry. For what? Nothing. I thought the Grand Karsist doesn't. She doesn't. Your gift must have caught her attention. The funeral will begin at sundown tomorrow. You will not bring anything with you. You will be there. Eva nods at Xenophon. As will it. And for now, you are a guest of the Grand Karsist. You are permitted on the grounds in the daytime. After nightfall, Eva shrugs. Sleep in your machines. As long as you remain outside the fence, it is no concern of mine. The research party received authorization to stay for the event, the nature of which Karsistieva refused to expand on. Attempts to communicate with other members of the tribe for the rest of the day were similarly rebuffed. Most expressed hesitation or outright distrust at the continued presence of Xenophon. The medical supplies were accepted without negotiation or exchange, much to Liaison Jiang's dismay. On the evening of December 1st, 2041, Karsistieva greeted Liaison Jiang and Xenophon at the entrance to the camp. Still image of Xenophon.aic's low-power night camera feed. Attached document, December. Stella. Gotcha. Like a large carved stone like the Rosetta Stone. I see. Okay. Xenophon and Liaison Jiang approach the entrance to the Sarkic encampment, followed by several researchers. Karsistieva is leaning on her crutch, waiting for them. The sun is set. Pillars of smoke are rising into the purple sky. Greetings. Thank you for allowing us the privilege of participating and honoring your dead. You are not participating. You are observing. Eva turns and limps across the dirt, leading them past the fence into the campground. Xenophon and the researchers follow, weaving their way between tents. Most appear empty, and there are only a few tribespeople milling about. From somewhere deeper in the camp, a steady drumbeat echoes out, rising into the sky with the plumes of smoke. Where is everyone? Sorry, that wasn't Xenophon's voice. Where is everyone? Assembled. We do not wait for outsiders. As they approach the central area of the tent, a few more Sarkites pass by. They toss wary looks at the party, but nod politely at Eva before leading them. My condolences for your loss, Karsist. We have gained as much as we have lost. He looks confused, but falls silent. The steady drumbeat continues, growing louder as they approach the center of the encampment. It is joined now by several voices singing, deep and guttural in an unknown language. The music is haunting, rising into the air. The center of the camp is obscured from view by a large crowd of Sarkites forming a ring around the central stela. The crowd parts around them, offering them passage and a view into the central circle. Here, sit. Xenophon and the researchers kneel in the dirt. The clearing is 12 meters across, with a stela in the rough center. The singing continues. It is at once mournful and joyful. Looking around, it is clear all the Sarkites are contributing to the song, and the intensity of it is deafening. Spippy. Eva leaves the researchers, limping to the stela on her cane. The song quiets slightly for her to speak, but does not stop. You think we gather now, because one of our number has closed his eyes for the final time. No. Murmurs run through the crowd. A few hang their heads. You think we gather now because his flesh has failed him? No. Hatak has gone. His body no longer draws breath. The container for his soul is lifeless, but has his flesh failed him? No. She shakes her head, lowering her hood. Hatak was the best of us. He was born with us, and he has died with us. He has sired 2 children with us, and he has loved a woman with us. She raises a hand toward a woman in the crowd. She holds the hand of a young child tightly. Despite her tear-streaked face, she smiles back at the Karsist. He was human like us. To live is to die. To be flesh is to decay. It cannot be stopped, because it must not be stopped. Life feeds death. Death feeds life. The cow keels over in the field. Has the flesh failed? The worms feast on it and give birth to their own spawn. Are they not flesh too? The song is in a lull now, Sarkites nodding to Eva's words. She signals to someone after a few moments. 2 Sarkites come out, carrying something wrapped in oiled canvas. They gently bring it down at her feet. She kneels. Hatak was the greatest of us. He died with us after a life well lived. The cow feeds the worms feed the soil feeds the grass feeds the cow. The song pitches up against with faint voices joined by booming guttural noises. Eva unwraps the canvas, exposing the corpse of an older man in his late 60s. He has the same weathered brown skin and dark hair of the rest of the Sarkic, with a hawked nose. He is naked, marked with the pallor of death. Out of all the random Karsists I've known, he was the most human. We feed Hatak, and now he will feed us. She reaches into her robes, drawing a dagger made of bleached and carved bone. Jiang stiffens. He will live on with us. Sing. The singing reaches another zenith as Eva brings the blade down, slicing through the corpse's chest. The flesh gives way easily, blood oozing out of the wound as she reaches in and pulls his ribcage apart. The cracking of bones is audible even over the singing and drums. Her hand roots around inside for some time until she draws it back, gripping the heart tightly, blood vessels still hanging from it. The blood drips down her fingers, her forearms, onto the grass. You don't think she's going to... No. Eva lifts the heart up and bites into it, teeth tearing into the muscle. It sprays messily as she devours the heart in only a handful of bites, chin dripping blood. When there's nothing left, her whole body shudders, eyelids fluttering. Researcher Hansen, Jesus Christ. Eva offers the knife to one of the other Sarkites rising from her kneel. When she rises, her face has a different air to it. Nothing has overtly changed, but the features of her face seem sharper, older, more weathered. She limps across the clearing, now walking as though the cane were an unfamiliar obstruction. She reaches the woman she raised a hand at earlier and touches a bloodied palm to her cheek, leaning forward and kissing her on the forehead. He misses you more than life itself. The woman is still sobbing, but a half-smile forms from underneath the tears. Eva whispers something inaudible. Then she rises and moves on to another Sarkite in the crowd, and another after that. Xenophon and the researchers stare at the scene. What are they doing? Xenophon. They are butchering him. Each Sarkite she touches smiles, whispers something to her, and joins the others at the corpse where the body is being unceremoniously butchered. Joints are broken apart, and the knife is used to cleave meat from the bone. The body's thighs, chest, and organs are separated into piles, blood pooling on the oiled canvas. Fuck, I think I'm gonna be sick. Xenophon. Control yourself. As the body is broken apart, the Sarkites waste no time indulging. The men gravitate toward the muscle meat while the women and children take pieces of the organs. The meat is devoured raw and without preparation. A child wanders by. He casts a wary look at Xenophon, but offers a bleeding fist-sized chunk of brain matter to Jiang, who recoils and waves the boy off. The researchers are all thoroughly disturbed and disgusted. This is a fucked up way to mourn. Look at them. I'd really rather not. They are not mourning. They are celebrating. As they eat the flesh, the Sarkites' demeanors change. Rather than subdued mourning, they are now embracing one another, laughing and chatting as blood drips from bone to hand to dirt. Eva is speaking to a small group of men along with the woman. He remembered the day after his wedding, his whole life. The men clapping each other on the back. Sarkite woman. He remembers you taking him to the hill on the edge of the... You never told me this! We swore him to silence, told him if he hurt you, we'd ruin him so badly that even Eva wouldn't be able to fix him. I am born of animals. She shakes her head, amused. Eva drifts away to let them reminisce. Genetic memory. They are able to access the memories of the dead by consuming their flesh. So I know it's fucked up, but that is kind of beautiful in a way. I know. Listen, cannibalism bad. Okay, cannibalism bad, but that is kind of beautiful. Like, can you imagine a funeral ceremony where, like, you discover stuff like, oh my god, you never told us about this, and then you're living their memory, and he doesn't ever really die? I mean, come on. Look, Mulan, I'm not a vor person, but if this does it for you, I mean, that's between you and your Karcist god. Huh, Grandma kind of Cosmo. Grandma kind of tastes like her PIN number. Jiang, that's what? He goes silent, staring intently at Eva as she walks over to the child of the deceased. He is a young boy, clinging tightly to his mother's leg, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. Eva kneels awkwardly, offering the boy something in a cupped palm. An eyeball, severed optic nerve still dangling from it. He reaches for it tentatively, encouraged by Eva and his mother. Finally, he pops it into his mouth, crushing it into white jelly between his teeth and swallowing. A soft celebratory cheer rises up through those assembled, and Eva reaches out with the same bloodied hand to paint the boy's cheeks red. You have lived 1,000 lives with us, but in this one you have become one of us, our child, our little thing, our Nalka. Jiang sucks in air. Several researchers stiffen. Carnomancy. That's carnomancy. What? We need to leave. Where are the... Your radios were left in the transports. Oh, Jesus. Quiet. Eva is coming. Eva approaches them, robes dragging across the ground. She ignores the others, leaning down to face Xenophon. She speaks with gritted teeth. The Grand Karcist invites your presence. Silence. Well, we're more... Not you. Only it. Come. She straightens, limping off in the direction of the central tent. Xenophon rises and follows her into the tent alone. The inside of the tent is filled with candles. It is substantially larger than Eva's, decorated with worn tapestries and trinkets of whitened bone. Smoke from incense fills the air, obscuring Xenophon's camera. Eva bows. The Grand Karcist. A young woman is lounging in front of a small fire. She pats the ground next to her. She speaks in crisp Jin Chinese. Hello, sit. I'm still full from optic nerve, yum. It's beautiful because humans constantly strive to be remembered, so in a sense, you'll always be remembered. That's what I mean. That's like, I kind of like this goblin. I don't know. It's fucked up. Again, cannibalism bad, but it's kind of beautiful. Xenophon sits. The girl is young, no older than her early 20s. She has paler skin than Eva and dark hair tied back by an ornate white pin. Her eyes are appraising Xenophon. Hello. She does not respond. They sit in silence for some time, watching the fire. Are you alive? No, I am a computer program. It's in a synthetic mobile shell. A machine, essentially. But you think. I understand and internalize new information. I can form complex thoughts. Iyun nods. Do you have a name? My designation is Xenophon. 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 She enunciates the word several times, feeling it out. What does it mean? It is the name of an ancient Greek general and historian. My name is Iyun, the Grand Karcist Iyun. My title, you've heard of me. I've heard stories about you. An amused smile dances across her face. And what do these stories say? Stories of you at the head of a vast slave empire spanning a continent. Stories of Witch King rising from the chains of slavery and eating the very gods. Stories of bloody conquest and sacrifice. Then you know more about me than I do. What do you mean? Iyun shakes his head, staring into the fire. There are a number of bones in the flames, basking in the low heat. His head? I wonder if that's an accidental or deliberate pronoun swap. Either a mistake where they were like, they hadn't solidified Iyun's character yet, or could be deliberate. I don't know. If you referred to me, Emrys, that way, it wouldn't be inaccurate, so I don't know. Maybe they're a non-beanie cannibal. My memories are broken, fractured, flashes of cities burning, torrents of blood in the waterways, a lumbering giant, an army that blotted out the sun, images with no thread binding them. When do your memories come together? Years ago, waking up in this very tent, people surrounding me, a people expecting a leader. How long ago is that? 116 years ago. Your people, the Nalka. Iyun looks at Xenophon with a confused expression. No, Nalka means community people. Largeness. My people are the Sarkic. That is the only name I have ever known us by. Sarkic? Those who walk. Walk where? Iyun shifts the coals of the fire around. The smoke dances. I don't know. There's too much I don't know that my people don't know, and so we cling to the faded rituals I can remember. You remember the art of flesh crafting. Scraps, little tricks, and even those exhaust me. You're very young. Iyun smiles sadly. I do not age. I am frozen in place. I have watched my people go from wandering the steppe to this, corralled in the pen this country gives us, wasting away. We numbered in the thousands once, and now we hide in our camps, praying in the cover of darkness. We were seated during the wars. You are the first outsider to witness our practices in decades. That is unfortunate, but not unpredictable. I am blind to my past, but I see the future written in the bones, my people, wasting away to nothing. She shifts the bones in the fire again. I expect you to be offended by my existence. Why? My knowledge of your people's spiritual beliefs suggests you reject technology. She shakes her head. Simple, reductive. We reject that which robs us of our humanity. We are not blind. We choose to live this way. It brings us closer to our humanity, to each other. But I am not human. Iyun turns to Xenophon for the first time, inspecting its shell. She runs her finger across the carbon fiber, experimentally, as to see if it will bend or break. No, you are something else. It fascinates me. I think Iyun's genetic memory is the strongest, so their sense of self is blurred. Yeah, that makes sense. Following this, Xenophon and Liaison Jiang were asked to report to 052 and Director Hussein via satellite uplink. The virtual reality environment coalesces. Xenophon and Jiang are standing before the desk in a stark utilitarian office. Hussein's avatar is seated in a chair in front of the desk, and 052's wheelchair is behind it. The large windows outside show a roiling blue-gray sea in the midst of a storm. They're calling into protected Site 7. Where do your memories end and where does the ancestor start? Do you retain your own self after eating? Oh, I see what that was replying to. What if the memories are stronger than your own? No, that's true. That's a fair question, Witchy. I think that Oni's response is probably, like, the most accurate. Like, hard to say, though. Xenophon, Jiang, I hope you'll forgive the suddenness. Director Hussein is calling in from, well, it doesn't really matter. Do you have updates for me? Yes, I have forwarded recording packets from my discussions with the Grand Karcist Iyun. We've already reviewed them. This is an interesting development. Hussein raises a hand dismissively. A fascinating one, but not a surprising one. All due respect, Director, you don't think finding the Grand Karcist Iyun is surprising? I think we found someone claiming to be the Grand Karcist Iyun. Without any evidence, we really have no reason to believe she's telling the truth. Her conveniently absent memory means we can't question her either. And her longevity? The carnomancy? The ritual? This is exactly what the Deva claimed the Nalka were capable of. And we already knew that the Sarkic tribe had some level of anomalous capabilities. Honestly, I believe this is just more support for my theory, Overseer. How do you figure that? Clearly, this is a small tribe with an independent cultural identity. They don't consider themselves Nalka. They don't even have a conception of the idea of the Nalka, because the Confederation of Tribes dissolved after the war. This is just one tribe that managed to persist into the modern day. Impressive, but unless they can tell us anything further, historiographically useless. 052 nods and is silent for a moment before looking up. What if it's kind of... I think it's a little bit like what reincarnation would be, yeah. Like... Not like you're actively living, but like the you, like what makes you continues to live on, even if the consciousness of you doesn't. Does that make any sense? Do I sound crazy? Xenophon, Overseer, your analysis of the Sarkic. The genetic memory is an interesting phenomenon. Regular consumption of human flesh would explain their higher than average rate of physical deformities, but it would not cause prion diseases that would devastate their population. Oh, but it would also cause prion diseases that would devastate their population. There's no evidence of that at the moment. They appear to be unaware of their history. Ewan's recollection does not extend past the modern era, and members are more concerned with their immediate daily lives than with their historical legacy. Their religious practices bear superficial resemblance to the Nalka as recorded by the Mechanites and the Deva, but there doesn't appear to be a direct link between them. I've often been described as historiographically useless. Me too. 052. So you agree with Director Hussein that this is a dead end? No. There are still several outstanding questions I would like to engage the Grand Karcist on with your permission, such as the specific nature and scope of her memories, the extent of her remaining carnomantic ability, and the religious significance of the Sarkic tribal territory. What do you mean? Everything about the Sarkic, it suggests a nomadic people. Small, simple shelters that are easy to take apart and reassemble. No large-scale agricultural practices or permanent structures. A particular focus on hunting and using all elements of hunted prey. It does not make sense for them to remain static to this location. The Chinese government has had them more or less restricted to the territory for the past few decades. Before that, all of our historical data indicates they have been rooted to the plain for at least 2 centuries, if not more. This ground holds some religious significance for them that they have not disclosed. Lightning strikes outside, the sea churning and waves battering the oil rigs that make up Site 7, but the inside of the office is silent for a minute as 052 thinks. So they're hiding something from us. Okay, find out what, but don't ruffle any feathers. The Chinese are already unhappy with us. I don't want any international incident. I wonder if while eating the person, you feel every sensation you experience in each memory, if you just know what it would feel like. I think it would be like, there probably are some memories, like that feeling of, where they describe the feeling of love, you know? Oh, he misses you more than life itself. Which, if somebody at my, like, at one of my partner's funerals came up to me and said, they miss you more than life itself, I would be destroyed. But I think it's more the way that you remember feeling something. Like, think about the coldest you've ever felt in your life, or think about the hungriest, or think about like the best time you've ever had hanging out with a group of friends, you know? Or if you're married, think about like what you remember, sensations you remember from your wedding day, you know? That kind of stuff. I think that's how it probably lives on. That you can feel their memories, but like you would feel any memory, if that makes sense. Man, you got his memory of love, I got his memory of constipation. Aw, man, that's what you get for eating the damn entrails. I just got nothing but memories of IBS, man. This sucks. That motherfucker needed to stop sitting open ass on the toilet. That motherfucker had the worst hemorrhoids he never told us about. There's always the other possibility. Xenophon, 052, and Hussein, look at him. He returns the gaze, somewhat surprised. They just don't remember why they're there. Over the following week, Grand Karcist gradually... We can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet. A pet? A pet. Mark, this is good news. You'll live for 30 years. This is insane! I just heard the hard way he was lactose intolerant. Over the following week, Grand Karcist gradually relaxed some of Karcistieva's restrictions regarding interaction with the Sarkic people. She allowed Liaison Jiang's researchers to perform limited direct interviews with members of the tribe regarding daily life, religious beliefs, and historical awareness. However, she herself insisted on only meeting with Xenophon over the course of the week. Attached document, December 2041. Begin log. Xenophon approaches the entrance of the encampment central tent and steps inside. The Grand Karcist is kneeling by the fire. Eva sits on a cot near the entrance. Hello, Grand Karcist. Karcist Eva. Eva does not acknowledge the greeting. Xenophon. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sit. Xenophon sits by the fire. Several bones are nestled inside the flames. You are reading the bones. Yes, all I can do. All I know how to do. You believe you can divine a future from them? The future is not a static thing. It shifts with our actions, with the winds, but the bones tell me which way the wind is blowing. And the flesh? The flesh is malleable. It shifts. It is shifted by circumstances and experience. Eventually, it rots and dies. And then you consume it. Your researchers are disgusted by this practice. Most cultures have a strong taboo against cannibalism. But you are not disgusted. I'm not disgusted by anything, though I would like to know why. Why we eat our dead? Yes. Among the few rituals I can remember clearly, it is a cornerstone of our beliefs. The body is where the humanity resides, where the soul is contained. Many cultures have a similar belief, but they don't eat their dead. What do? Bury them, burn them, cast them into the sea. Bury them, to trap the soul in the ground forever. Burn them, to turn their life of experiences and memories to ash. Cast them into the sea so they can lay at the bottom of the ocean for eternity. She shakes her head. We eat them, and this way their experiences stay with us. We remember them. We carry them with us always. Do all of you absorb the memories of the dead you consume? Some more than others. Most only get vague impressions, bare feelings. Here we go. This is talking about it. Some more than others. Most only get vague impressions, bare feelings. But not all. Every now and again a child is born with a particular skill for the art. I take them. I train them. You're Karcist. It is a title to aspire to. Eva was a prodigy, even as a girl. She is also the only child born with the skill in decades. She is not perfect, but she is my legacy. So the flesh offers you the past. What do the bones offer you? It gestures at the bones baking in the fire pit. The future. Flesh rots. Bones remain. Something transitory. Partly alive, partly dead. There is truth in bone. What do you see now? The same thing I have seen for years now. My people dwindling to nothing. Eventually we will die. We will rot away, flesh sloughing off bone, bone disintegrating into dust, dust fertilizing the soil. One day this will all be farmland. This is unavoidable? She shrugs. If nothing changes. Xenophon. The foundation I represent has substantial resources. We could relocate you. We do not want help. We do not want to be relocated. If this is what is meant to be, then so be it. You are very attached to this place. All people are protective of their places. Why? It is one's home, if you can understand the idea. I understand what a home is. I do not understand why people feel strongly enough to kill and die for it. Where is your home? I suppose I don't have one. Then you don't understand it. Ian shifts the bones. They crackle. It is not your fault. We are how we are made. Why here? Why not? You said the Sarkic were wanderers once. Why do you bind yourself so strongly to this land, then? Ian is silent. Once, after I awoke, the bones spoke. Grand Karcist. And they told me to seek out this place. They told me more, but I was too young to understand them. And so I sought out this place, and I have waited for them to speak to me again, to tell me what to do, how to lead. What's special about here? Suddenly, Ian rises to her feet. Come with me. Ian strides out of the tent as Xenophon and Eva hurriedly follow. Several of the Sarkican researchers stare as they exit the tent, stopping in front of the large steel stela in the center of the encampment. It is a rough obelisk 3 meters high, with intricate engravings on one face. It means something. I don't know what, but something. You haven't read it? We speak the old tongue. We cannot write it anymore. We can. Ian and Eva turn to Xenophon. What did you say? The Foundation has a limited vocabulary working model of the Nalkin language for several years, using knowledge accumulated from previous projects. What does it say? A moment. Hi, Shadowpawn. Xenophon inspects the writing on the stela for several minutes. It grazes a hand against the rock gently. I can only translate portions of this, but it is a gravestone for an individual by the name of Nadok. Eva looks at Iyun. Her brow is furrowed. Nadok. 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 She shakes her head. Familiar. The word's familiar to my tongue, but I don't know what it means. It appears to be a grave. Presumably the body is buried underneath. We could attempt to unearth it. Eva steps forward. A desecration. We cannot allow this. Iyun stares at the stela quietly. Xenophon and Eva stare at her. Would it be destructive? It would be loud, but we can minimize damage to the camp. You cannot invite outsiders to tear up our home, Iyun, to take what little we have left. We will not do anything without your permission, Grand Karcist. Iyun stares at the stela for some time. Historical photograph of the stela in the center of the Sarkic camp, circa 1860, sourced from the journals of Lord Blackwood, is what the picture caption says. I will permit you 2 days. If you find nothing, you leave the land as you found it. Eva hisses. What are you... Eva. She falls silent, then turns and sets off into a different part of the camp. I have seen this stela every day of my life. People are born, they live, they die, but this remains. She presses a hand against the rough carved stone. Grand Karcist? Yes. Logically, there's no reason for you to trust us. It would be in your favor to deny my request. Why are you doing this? Would you wish me to deny you? No, I just want to understand why you trust us. Ian thinks for a moment before looking up. She is smiling softly. I do not know. 2 of the Foundation's helts were immediately refactored with digging equipment and driven into the camp, focusing on excavating several square meters of dirt around the stela. Sonar equipment did not indicate the presence of a casket or coffin, but did indicate the stela extended several meters into the ground. Further excavation confirmed this. The first 24 hours yielded little of value.
You get to drink from
The fire hose. Hydrate. Everybody take a big drink of water if you don't have water. Go fill yours up. Because when I drink water today, Shadow Pond's a reason for drinking. Why is the first TikTok I see from you in ages you in like wedding lingerie? It's my wedding outfit. It's my wedding dress. I got a new outfit. I've been talking about it for quite some time. It's whoop-bam. Whoop-bam. That one. Oh, well, Witchy did it. That was why it turned itself off. Hello, Unseen Damon. Welcome in. There's Camille. Camille who did the initial design for this. We had to make some alterations to it, just to make it translate okay to Live 2D, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. You were playing Genshin. How did you enjoy Genshin, Damon? Oh my god, we're barely halfway done with this bitch. Oh my god. Let me double check which things I have activated. Sleeves, skirt, veil. Okay, cool. No, Oni, don't apologize. This one's extremely interesting. We might not get to all of it before my voice fucking gives out, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we've barely talked about the actual SCP, honestly. Playing the new update with the new story, it took over 6 hours. Oh my goodness. What inspired the design? I commissioned Camille to design something kind of based off of a random wedding dress art that I commissioned, and it's this. it ended up being this. But so as far as why a wedding dress, I posted about it on Blue Sky, but I am for those who don't know, tailor VTuber, happens to be a tailor in real life, all that good stuff. My tailoring background is in bridal alterations, so that's why I went with the wedding dress model idea. I'm happy with it. But thank you for being here. Mothman ate my butt. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Damon, if you need to go eat, sleep, do whatever, thanks again for the raid, but please go do self-care if you need. That kind of stuff comes first. Go rest if you need. Okay. We're going to keep reading this SCP. Xenophon. Okay, so this is the attached document that came right after they were digging under the stela. Xenophon and Liaison Jiang are speaking to each other outside the boundaries of the camp. Inside, the loud sounds of heavy machinery can be heard. I have to say, this is incredible stuff. Fairly incredible stuff. How so? I've been working this gig for years, never made any real headway. You come in here and in days you have them agreeing to let us excavate the camp. I was not attempting to persuade them. I simply wanted to present the options. Sure, it's still bizarre. I was fully expecting for us to get thrown out with your, well, you know, you're lucky Eva got overruled. Researcher Gong soon enters, sweating. Sir, the excavators have found something. The Karcist are waiting for you. Xenophon and Jiang follow her to the center of the camp. Perturbed stares from the various Sarkic peoples follow them. They reach the center of camp. Most of the central clearing is roped off, with ladders descending into the wide pit. The HELTs have stopped drilling. Down there, sir. You can't crane it out? Not exactly. Xenophon and Jiang descend the ladders into the pit. Small sections have been roped off, surrounding artifacts and bones, half embedded in the dirt, marked with flags. Much more of the stela has been revealed. Any writing on the surface has been rubbed away. Iun and Eva are standing by what appear to be the base, staring at something on the ground. Karcists, what have we... Oh. As they round the corner, the object of their attention becomes clear. A roughly carved staircase at the base of the stela, descending underground into total darkness. It is narrow enough to only allow a single person to descend at a time. Nothing is visible beyond the first few steps. A small crowd is formed around it of researchers and Sarkic peoples. Your people have found something, Xenophon. I see. Do you recognize it? No, but I feel I should. Ian reaches a hand out but falters. Eva moves forward. We have no way of knowing how deep that goes, Karcist. I have to insist you let us survey it before, so you could take everything of value value of us before we can protest. We're not going to do that. We just want to make sure it doesn't collapse. Xenophon looks at Yoon. She shakes her head. Let them go, Liaison Jiang. But it is their risk to take. Yoon nods at them before stepping forward, descending into the staircase with Eva. She motions for them to follow, and Xenophon and Jiang enter the staircase after them. It quickly turns into total blackness, spiraling downward. The wall and stairs are made of roughly hewn stone. We need to go back up and get a flashlight or something. Xenophon activates its floodlights, bathing the staircase in yellow light. Oh, neat. Any chance you can tell how deep we are? We have descended 23 meters from the surface. They continue descending. The staircase growing cleaner and less eroded. It terminates in a featureless stone door. Yoon gently pushes it open. I gotta go shit happen to have fun. Have a nice evening, Tams. Yoon gently pushes it open and they step through. They find themselves in a vast, wide subterranean cavern. The ceiling high overhead is dotted with stalactites. The majority of the cavern is filled with bookshelves carved directly out of the stone, rising up in neat rows. There are over 100 shelves, spreading out from a central point. The walls are covered with some sort of bioluminescent lichen, casting a faint red light across the space. Jiang, breath hitching. Holy shit, I don't believe it. Do you think this is it? Xenophon steps through, inspecting the shelves, approaching the central point. No, this is not Black Adatum. This is not a population center at all. This is a library. Whose library? Iun. Nadak. He loved his books. They turn. Iun is also inspecting the shelves. They contain roughly bound books formed of tanned hide, many of them molding, but most in stellar condition. The cubby holes also contain piles of bones, carefully carved with intricate symbols and scripts. Yoon lifts one of these bones, inspecting the script. I thought you said you didn't recognize the name. I didn't, and now I do. And what do you remember? It is hard. An embrace from a figure with 10 arms, a whisper. I made a promise here many, many years ago. What kind of promise? Tanned, completely normal leather. I don't remember. They continue towards the center of the cavern. I have been here before. I can smell it. Nadak. Nadak. There must be thousands of books here. God knows how many oracle bones. Jesus. This is a sacred place. They must not be disturbed. Sorry, that's Eva. This is a sacred place. They must not be disturbed. Jiang nods, pulling his hand away. The group reaches the center. There are no bookshelves here, only a large stone sarcophagus. A small fire is burning at its foot. Words are carved around the perimeter of the lid. Iun. Read. Xenophon. The bones of the first Clavigar, Nadak, keeper of secrets, thief of knowledge, the last of the Nalka, first of the Sarkic. Nadak. She takes a shaky breath. Open it. Jiang. Grand Karsus, if we open it now, we could damage the remains. They could get exposed to air or crumble to dust. Iun. Open it, please. Xenophon nods, positing itself near the base. It wedges the fingers of the shell underneath, sliding the lid of the sarcophagus away and gently to the floor. Eva peers in. Iun. Nadak. Nadak. She smiles. Iun. My friend. The sarcophagus contains a remarkably well-preserved corpse of a man approximately 7 feet in height. He has 10 sets of arms spiraling out from the back and torso, folding over his rib cage. The center of his face contains 10 closed eyes. Eva. Jiang. This is the find of a lifetime. We need to secure and preserve this, like now. Iun reaches down, drawing a bone-carved knife from her robes. She lets them fall to the floor as she clambers into the massive sarcophagus straddling the body. Grand Karcist! She does not react, dragging the knife through the ribcage of the corpse, exposing its chest cavity. The ribcage cracks as she forces it apart with single-minded focus. Jiang, what the fuck is... She reaches her hand into the abdomen, rooting around until she draws out the bloody heart. As they watch, it gives a single, slow beat. There's no way that thing is alive. Xenophon. Grand Karsus, what are you doing? Iun, dazedly. The truth is in the flesh. As they watch, she bites into the heart, blood spraying onto her face and gushing down her chin and chest. She devours the heart in a frenzy before suddenly calming herself. Nadak. Nadak. Iun smiles. Hello, old friend. She falls forward directly onto the corpse's open chest cavity and disappears completely inside. The others are silent. Jiang, where the fuck did she just go? Eva. Iun! She hastily drops her crutch and clambers into the sarcophagus, falling into the chest cavity after Iun. Jiang. What are we supposed to... Xenophon. Follow them. It rises into the sarcophagus. The corpse's chest cavity is filled with inky redness. Xenophon moves the foot of its shell inside and it disappears within. It steps forward and the rest of its body drops through with Jiang behind. Xenophon's cameras record nothing but flat redness for 13 seconds. When they regain functionality, Xenophon is standing in what appears to be some kind of workshop. Iyun and Eva are standing in front of it. The floor is made of smooth brick, covered with dozens of overlapping rugs. Rather than walls, the domed ceiling is held up by pillars, though through the pillars, a cityscape can be seen. The peaked and terraced roofs of countless stone temples and towers, aqueducts passing between them, and the noise of life audible from outside. Inside the workshop, papyrus scrolls and stacks of inscribed bones are scattered all about scale models of different constructions, mechanisms, and buildings. A central chalkboard dominates the room. Before it stands Nadak, now towering over them, very much alive and facing away from them, each hand holding a piece of chalk and contemplating scrawlings on the board. Hello, Fangren. Thanks for that first time chat. Welcome in. Nadak laughed. It is a rough, grating noise. A moment, child. Nadak turns to face them. 10 eyes land on them in shock. A single bony finger rises to point at Iyun as Nadak takes a step back, stumbling into the chalkboard and sending it crashing to the floor. It falls onto a model of something. It shatters, but does not react, staring at Iyun with wide eyes. He speaks with a shaky, aged voice, alternately leaning forward to peer at Iyun and rearing back from her. You are not part of this memory. No, it cannot be you. You are different, long-haired and lean, but no. I see your eyes, those gray eyes. It is me. It is. Curse it all, it is. I had forgotten you. Nadak eases himself onto a stack of books. He raises one pair of hands, resting his face in them. I prayed to whatever god would still take me that you would. Iyun blinks, surprised. Iyun, what? Nadak, you do not remember me, do you? Iyun, my mind is lost to me, old friend. Hazy fragments. I have forgotten who I am, who we are, who we were. Good. Let it be lost. Let the fires eat this place up. Let there be nothing but ashes left. Iyun, what are you talking about? Where are we? She turns, approaching the balcony. She seems drawn forward, not under her own power. She looks out over the fantastic vista of an ancient cityscape. Figures in hide robes, Sarkites, are spread all around, milling about through the boulevards and streets, congregating into temples and speaking on rooftop gardens. The market buzzes below, shouts of offers and cries from animals rising up to the workshop. An amber sun hangs low in the sky, casting the whole city in oranges and yellows. Guttural singing and chanting floats through the air. Wait, I remember this. This is Adatum. Yes, this is my city. Abruptly, Nadak leaps up to his feet. No, you must not see this place. This is a memory in a memory. This is best left in the past where it belongs. He waves two hands, and suddenly the group are no longer in the workshop. Instead, they are standing in the Sarkic encampment now, though now it is night. Nadak, I needed to see that. The memories were returning. I could feel them. I know. My hope was to free you from your past, my friend, to allow our people a clean beginning. This was my gift to you, an open future. Iyun, so what? You robbed me of my past? Nadak, to those who know how to wield the alchemy of the old masters, nothing is impossible. Iyun, your attempt was imperfect. Nadak, I never claimed to be a master, only an eternal student. What do you remember? Iyun, you, now, next to me, in the dirt, under an amber sky, wearing tattered rags, slave master's whip, cutting lashes across our backs, our blood mixing in the dirt. There were so many of us, building their city for them, brick by brick. Nadak, we were the slaves of the Deva, but that was 10 lifetimes ago. Iyun, there were 5 of us in that quarry, vines wrapping around our ankles, chaining us together, slamming a pick into the stone over and over until the calluses on my hands burst and bled. You were there, but different. Nadak lifts his face out of his hands and smiles weakly. Nadak, I learned the language of the old masters, stole their knowledge from them, devoured pilfered parchments in the slave quarters by faint moonlight. Iyun, when the drivers found out, they dragged you out of your bed, roused the rest of us and made us watch while they pinned you to the ground and pressed a hot iron against your eyes. Nadak, who was there in the quarry? Iyun, me, you, blind, and I don't know, I feel like I should know them, but they're faint shapes, silhouettes, working with me while my pick struck something soft and the ground began to bleed. Nadak, the old beast, the mangled god. Iyun, the devourer, Yaldabaoth. Nadak, no, not yet, not then. Iyun, he was whispering to me. I could hear them. I could hear him, begging for release, for aid, whispered promises of power and control if only we would free him. The power to make the old masters serve us. The power to make myself undying. Nadak, you would have. I heard it in your voice, seduced by power until I wrapped my fingers around your arm. Do you remember what I said, Iyun? What I did? Iyun, No gods, no masters. I remember now. I knelt. I took my knife, cut warm flesh off bone, and bit into it, blood spilling from my lips while the old beast moaned. Nidok, how did it taste? Iyun, divine. Silence. Iyun, you live again? Nidok, look around. This is not life. Xenophon, this is not the encampment. On closer inspection, the Sarkites are wearing more traditional hides and robes. The tents are not supplemented with plastic tarps, and the steel is nowhere in sight. The Sarkites also appear different with more excessive deformations. In the distance to the south, the dim glow of fires on the north are visible. Iyun, this is a memory. Your memory. Nidok, the memory I am trapped in. The moment we walked away from Black Adatum. Sarn, Urok, myself. Luvjatar, you, wrapped in my arms. Iyun, what? Nidok walks to the edge of the encampment. The Sarkites are packing their wagons, feeding their horses, clearly preparing to leave under the cover of darkness. They do not register the group as they pass, approaching the cliffside. Nidok, the city was destroyed by the traitor. We ran in the night, collecting who we could. They reach the cliffside. Standing atop it, Xenophon can see clear to the source of the fire, a great, walled city, terraced stone temples, and high aqueducts. Huge bonfires the size of buildings burn, sending black smoke spiraling up into the air. Around the city, a vast black horde has surrounded the walls, though the distance makes it impossible to see further details. Xenophon. Sarkites, those who walk, you were walking away from Black Adatum. Iyun reaches forward, raising her hand to Nidok's robes. Her hand only comes up to her waist. Only comes up to his waist. Iyun, I need to know what we were, who I was. Tell me what happened to us. Please. He shakes his head and his voice cracks. Nidok, I cannot, little thing. That was the same verbiage they used for the kid, the child of the dead dad. Iyun, you were my keeper of knowledge. How can you not? Nidok, our people have been betrayed once already and nearly destroyed us. Forget your past, find a future, and live for it. Iyun, we are lost, friend, a dying people robbed of past, present, and future. We need to know who we were. Please, Nidok. Nidok, then walk. Walk the path of bone as we walked. Iyun, the path. Nidok, our footsteps, our history. See where your loyal Clavigars fell and died while running from the destruction of our beloved Adatum. Lay eyes upon your sins and errors. We never wanted this, Iyun. We wanted to be buried in the city of our birth. One of his hands points in the directions of the fires in the distance. From here, the city is little more than a dull orange glow. Several of the Sarkites stare at it in rapt horror. A handful are sobbing. Iyun, Black Adatum, this cannot have been my fault. It cannot. Nidok, underneath the shallow graves, collect our bones, take us to the city we built, and bury us there. Only then will you know yourself, and only when you know yourself can I forgive you. Iyun, where do I go? Nidok, look inward, Iyun. The memories are still there. For all my knowledge, I was never perfect. He smiles sadly, kneeling down from his massive height. His 10 hands reach forward, wrapping Iyun in a tight hug. Nidok, I hope to meet you again one day. Iyun, no, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me again. The skin begins to slough off Nidok's arms, the muscle beneath rotting away. The entire scene begins to rot and decompose, falling to pieces. Xenophon's cameras fail again. When they reactivate, all 4 of them are standing outside the sarcophagus. The only things left in the sarcophagus are blackened, charred bones. All parties are silent as Iyun stares at the bones wordlessly. Xenophon. Grand Karcist? The Grand Karcist collapses to the floor. This is illuminating. I had no idea there was such a schism at play here. The traitor. Any idea who that could be referring to? I feel like it should bring up something in my memory, but it doesn't. Welcome to the world for the rest of us. Anyway, I have a pretty good guess. Yes? A mysterious figure that destroyed the capital of the sprawling empire? It sounds pretty familiar. 2! We are halfway done, by the way. I'm reading this shit. I'm reading this whole fucking shit. You guys are in this with me. 2. The Reliquary of Sarn. All evil lives in the space between slaver and slave, king and commoner, God and creation. Evil can only be destroyed when the space is turned to nothing, when the whip is broken and the crown is shattered and the god is brought low, when all are as one. The 4th truth of Iyun. Oh, we in this for the long haul. Oh, I'm in this for the long haul. Are you not? All right. Section 001. 0.4, the Path of the Bone. Over the following weeks, many of the texts from the archive of Nadok were digitized and uploaded to Foundation databases for translation. Progress was slowed by the sheer quantity of texts numbering in the thousands. However, Grand Carcassion displayed a newfound recollection of the fundamentals of the Nalkin language. It is a pictographic writing system with strong resemblance to the Shang-era Oracle bone script and linguistic roots in Davite. The modern Pidgin the Sarkic speak is a highly simplified dialect with equal influence from Jin Chinese and Mongolian, almost unrecognizable in the same language. The texts were arranged roughly chronologically. Translation efforts prioritized the more recent, less damaged texts. In the midst of the destruction of Auditum, the Clavigars gathered their few possessions, for they had given up everything in service of the Witch King. Sarn slipped his blades away from the armory, silent while the war drums pounded through the city. Arak claimed her armor from the garrison, allowing no one to halt her. Lovjatar drifted into the catacombs under the temple to take the seed they treasured more than anything else, and then they went into the streets, loud with the shouting of armies and the clashing of metal, to gather their most loyal followers and whisper they must leave. And when it was all complete, they massed in the oldest tunnel in Auditum, for it had let the first Nalka into the city, and now it would lead the last Nalka out. The Clavigars were confused, for where they had brought only the simplest possessions, Nadok stood with 10 books clasped in each hand. "You will slow our escape," Sarn hissed. We will be killed like all the other believers." The others agreed, but Nadok raised a hand. "We will escape. We will be free, but our children and our children's children, and their children too, must know who we were. For if we lose sight of who we are, what we have escaped, we are no one at all." And the other Clavigars agreed, for they did not want their story to be lost, and so they took Nadok's texts, and in the dead of night, while their city rocked back and forth in throes, the Clavigars escaped the destruction of Auditum. Final chapter of the record of Yoon. Attached document, December 2041. Xenophon approaches the Grand Carcist from behind. She is seated cross-legged on a small hill, overlooking the Sarkic encampment. Scythe, if you miss anything, the VOD will be there. And if you subscribe, you can rewind the VOD, like, while I'm live. But you don't have to. I never want to make people subscribe. Yeah, the VOD will be there once I'm off live. So you'll be able to watch it. Xenophon approaches the Grand Carcist from behind. She is seated cross-legged on a small hill, overlooking the Sarkic encampment. It is in the process of being broken down and taken apart. The largest tents are left standing, while the smaller ones are disassembled and placed into the back of horse-drawn wagons. Foundation security personnel are overseeing the operation. Xenophon. Grand Carcist. She turns to look at him, smiling. Xenophon. Sit. It approaches, taking a seat next to her. Her robes are spread across the grass. She's cradling a small bird in her hands. The sounds of work carry over from the camp. Your bird appears to be injured. He is no more mine than this grass is, but yes, her wing is bent. The camp has nearly been disassembled. Yes, Karsistieva is displeased. Karsistieva will live. My superiors have also ordered me to ask you whether you are certain this is the best course of action. It is the only course of action. We have offered to take you in a small party to the location given to you by Nadok. It would be substantially simpler and faster than this. I have lived this way for 100 years. I have a shortage of answers, not of time. You also risk disturbing your people. The Grand Carcist is silent. What are your thoughts on prayer? A spiritual exercise, practiced in some form of another, for all of known human existence. That is a definition. What does it mean to pray? Xenophon. To honor or make a request of a higher deity. The bird thrashes slightly in her grip. She clicks her tongue. A definition again. A prayer is given meaning by the one praying. All of our prayers come from my memory. The meanings are half remembered. There's a boy in my flock, Ekla, Korea's son. Oh! Hi, Tak. Welcome in. Good opportunity to take a spippy. You also take a spippy, too. You were playing Wanderstop. How was Wanderstop, Tak? I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a good time. Welcome in. Game performance wasn't satisfactory. Aha! So switch to Warrior making tea and dealing with his internal struggles game? Hell yeah. You went and got a Doc Pee-Pee? Hell yeah. I hope you had a good stream. If you or anyone who rated in with you needs to eat, sleep, do whatever, do not feel pressured to stick around. We are happy to have you for as long as we can. But please, hang out if you want. We are in the fucking dead fucking center of this incredible SCP-001 proposal. It's so good. Thank you, Tak. I'm a big fan of my new, the new outfit. I'm a big fan of it. Okay. A definition again. A prayer is given meaning by the one praying. All of our prayers come from my memory. Their meanings are half remembered. There's a boy in my flock, Ekla, Korea's son. I asked him what he thought the prayer meant. He brightly told me they were asking me for good fortune. He thought I was their god. Children struggle to understand complex ideas. He has only seen you leading the tribe his whole life. But it is not just to children. At times I had no idea what I was preaching. Had? When I awoke after speaking with Nadak, I could understand the old words. Since, I have been thinking of the prayers again. Things are muddy, but still the earliest sermons I can remember clearly now. What do they say? The gods are unreliable, that to pray to a being is to make it your master, and that humanity must become the masters of ourselves if we wish to be free. Interesting, but I do not understand what bearing this has on the matter at hand. Ekla asked me who our god was, then, and I could not answer him. I have attempted for so long to keep our course steady, but it is time to admit that I have no more idea who we are and were than he does. We will walk the path and find out who we were, but I am not their master. We were nomads once. Together, we have chosen to be again. Are you prepared to accept the terms? Yes. The council will be in direct command of this mission, acting through me. We have negotiated the free passage of the Sarkic tribe through northern China and Mongolia. If we need to journey farther than that, we will have to reassess. Do we? I cannot see where the path ends. Nadak only told me where to go next. You've indicated a location almost 150 kilometers away. Assuming an average daily distance of 10 kilometers, we can expect to arrive in 2 weeks. You are aware of the inherent risks in making such a journey on foot. We have horses, wagons, but we will need some assistance. We can provide food, water, and medical assistance, but in exchange, you will be accompanied by a Foundation military escort, and any locations, objects, or persons of interest we encounter will be under Foundation custody. This is acceptable. You are expected to maintain regular interviews with myself or an authorized Foundation psychiatrist. At any point, we may terminate this initiative. You are expected to comply. Yes. Then we depart tomorrow morning. You're very cooperative, Grand Karcist. She does not respond, tightening her hands and whispering. The sparrow in her hands chirps and flaps one wing in distress, the other bloodied and mangled, likely by one of the farming drones flying low overhead. Ian teases its wing, and the blood congeals around the bone into new flesh. She opens her hand and releases it. While unable to take to the air, it is able to awkwardly glide away, wound healed. She smiles. No, I am just desperate. Oh, that was a good addendum. Oh my god. Accompanied by a detachment from Mobile Task Force Nu 7, the Black Additive Initiative departed from the Sarkic tribal territory on December 23, 2041, including Foundation security and research personnel and Sarkic tribesfolk. Including Foundation security and research personnel and Sarkic tribesfolk, the final party totaled 187 people. Delta O update. Personnel code Mile Ambrosia Hurricane. Project Locust personnel, continuing to follow suspected route of Black Star entity through Central Asia, currently located in Xinjiang province, China, where several archaeological sites indicate the passage of a large army. Unearthed artifacts include iron swords, visually consistent with descriptions of three-prong army by researcher Pandora Galanis, MIA, currently believed to continue southwest toward Caspian Sea. Black Additive Initiative party has crossed 25 kilometers from departure point. Embedded agent reports slight tension between Sarkic tribesfolk and security personnel. Predicted response, intervention unnecessary. Xenophon.aic appears fully cooperative and operating within expected margins. So, Project Locust tracking, where the three-prong army went after the Nalka. Interesting. I thought you had no knowledge of it. I did not submit this document to the file. Hi, Phantom. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just debuted it on Sunday. Are you sure? The Black Auditum Initiative did not include members from Mobile Task Force Delta Zero. Actually, I've just scanned the task force directory. There is no Delta Zero listed, but this unit appears to have been surveilling us. It looks like the Council didn't trust you as much as you thought. This is a still photo from Xenophon.aic's night camera feed. The Black Additive Initiative continued to make slow progress up the border of China and Mongolia, traveling northeast at an average pace of 20 to 25 kilometers a day. As the Sarkites had considerable reservations about traveling at night, the party would make camp at sundown and set out again the following day at sunrise. During these nights, Xenophon.aic would interview the Grand Karcist regarding her gradually clearing memories. A memory from Grand Karcist Yoon recorded and transcribed by Xenophon.aic and senior researcher Mael. Nadak was the first of my clavigars. Clavigars? There is no exact word for it. The one you share flesh and blood with, but not family. The ones who you choose to share your flesh and blood with. Yes, Nadak. First of my clavigars when the war began. Not the war with the trees and the machines. That was later. This was the war against the old masters, the hated Deva, those who brought our fathers and us here from far away aboard their great ships to dig, to build their great city for them. There were thousands of us, far more than the masters, but they had the magic. We had nothing but our bodies. No names, no power, until we found the mangled god, the old beast, Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth, what does that mean? The Devourer. That part of my memory is blurred, unclear, shadows. But it was a god, and it spoke to me. Thanks for the posture check, Frog. And I supped on its flesh. I remember feeding my clavigars, giving them names and taking one of my own, and the bloodshed after. She adjusts the bones in the campfire. The fire hose. Hydrate. I have to take a big drink of water if you don't have water. Go figure this out, because when I drink, we all drink today. Frog is our reason for drinking. Thank you, Frog. I'm taking big spippy. Thank you for the self-care, Frog. Let's do a stretch, too. Oh my goodness, because we've been reading for a while. And we're going to be reading for a while longer, because this is a long-ass entry. It's worth reading, though. She adjusts the bones in the campfire. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm stretching my neck, too. Oh. Okay. Nadok was the wisest among us. He had stolen the knowledge of the old masters and had been blinded for it. He had no talent for flesh crafting, so I held him in my arms and gave him 10 eyes from which to read the truth of the world, and 10 arms from which to enact it. He opened his 10 eyes and told me that we could not be the ones to begin this struggle, if we wanted our brothers and sisters by our sides. I had no want to see blood spilt, so I preached in the farthest quarters of Adytum and Birth, where the slave drivers' gazes did not penetrate. I preached to crowd of my fellow slaves, Nadok and my clavigars by my side. At first, only a few. But when I healed the injuries the whips and beatings had left on them, the severed fingers and toes, made them stronger than they had been before, the stories would spread like fire through the camp. Nadok told them my vision. No gods, no masters. We would be free. When the old masters heard of the scarred lay preacher, they clapped chains around my neck, dragging me to the highest hill in Adytum. They beat me with clubs for 3 days and 3 nights. They broke every bone in my body, bled me dry, and raised the executioner's axe. When he brought down the blade and it bent around my bone, I smiled. I told him I would still preach. I saw the fear in his dog eyes. I then knew we would be free. Nadok was invaluable in the uprising. He listened to the slave masters, and he knew where they had stored their grain, their weapons, their war beasts. Their storehouses were burned, their weapons seized, their beasts slaughtered. I sat in my tent, burning the bones, seeing the future become more and more clear. He knew how to halt the hated priestess's magic, to still the marching trees that slaughtered our Nalka. When the Deva pulled back into the core of Adytum, and our furious masses surrounded the walls, he was next to me, translating my words into their language. We offered them peace, a future, alongside us. I remember the priestess's words spat with such disgust at Nadok's feet. A slave will always be a slave, and we will always be your masters. Bow, that we might show you mercy. I did not bow, but I did not lower my hand. My Nalka buzzed, eager for vengeance, but I did not want blood to be shed. And so, Nadok turned to me. There are always slaves who... Oh, sorry, this is Nadok. There are always slaves who will oppose a new world. There are always masters who will never give up their slaves. There will always be those who loathe the equality you bring. They have no place in our Adytum. And so I lowered my hand, and my clavigars rushed forth, army of slaves behind them. For 3 days and 3 nights, the canals of Adytum flowed with blood. I stripped and bathed in it. Let this blood wash away the sins of the city. Let this blood be the womb from which our new world is born. Adytum. Does the name Adytum mean anything? Asks Xenophon. Adytum. Adytum. Ian smiles. Perfect city. Translation efforts from the archive of Nadok were ongoing, with digital copies of the translations being transmitted to Xenophon.aic, who elected to share them with the Grand Karsus Iyun in the interest of further clarifying her memories. Lo, gaze upon me, you slight, you frail. Gaze upon my form, skinned cheeks giving way to naked muscle, giving way to dripping blood, giving way to white bones. Gaze upon me and know that the sacrifice I make is in the name of my people, my subjects. You cry out for me to come back to you. You cry out for me to leave the tunnels and tombs and catacombs of this city, and to return to the surface where you may see me. And I choose not the life of attending to this mausoleum. Fate has chosen it for me. And I am but fate's slave. We are all but fate's slave. But I return, bringing you revelations torn from the lips of gods, and you whisper, because there are no gods in Adytum. I have told you this, and you are right, no gods and no masters, there's only humanity in Adytum. Look around you, assembled masses. Look around you, ye faithful. Look and tell me what you see. Tell me if you see one among us who resembles an outsider, a common man, those not from Arnalka, one who has not been altered by our arts, given more eyes or arms or transformed into a being of power. Let him rise from his bow to me if he is present. He is not present. We have given up the humanity in our bodies for something greater. There are no crippled in this adytum. There are no blind in this adytum. We have given up our humanity, and we become greater and stronger for it. Many of you ask where the adytum you were promised is, and the answer is that you withhold it from yourself. You give up your humanity to weave your flesh, and you cling to the humanity in your soul. Our humanity must be overcome. It is not that there are no gods in adytum. It is that we are all gods. But divinity and humanity are as fire and ice, as peace and war. The war we find ourselves in now comes from those obsessed with their own humanity. Our enemies thirst to see us submitting to our own faults. We can do so no more. We must accept our divinity, and in doing so, relinquish our humanity. For it is weakness lies in this. Kate Sadia, thank you for the follow. For it is weakness lies in this, our obsession with the wellness of our enemies. The Halcosts come back from the front wounded and dying, and we must raise them to fight again. Our humanity must be overcome, and this cannot be achieved by yourself. Your human self holds your divine self as its slave. You must help me in letting you free yourself, for I have done it. I have overcome it, and achieved my fullest potential. I walk in the footsteps of gods now, and you must follow me. Humanity keeps you tethered to this infirmity, but I have learned how to cut these chains as I learned to cut the chains held by the old masters. Obey me, and take your divinity as I have taken mine. The Truths of Iyun, 78. In the process of building a better understanding of the Sarkic culture and identity, Xenophon.aic and several searchers were permitted to converse with Sarkite volunteers regarding tribal identity. Initial volunteers were few, owing to many Sarkites' discomfort with Xenophon. Question. What does being Sarkic mean to you? Uitla, 42, Weaver. She looks at Xenophon distrustfully for a moment until Iyun nods at her from behind. Family. These people are my family. Not just my husband or my sisters or my children, but all of them. We are all the same souls that walked together 1,000 years ago, consumed and changed, and reborn 10,000 times over. I held my son after he was born, and he suckled from my breast, and I felt the love pool in my heart, because I knew I had held him like this in countless lifetimes. Even those that dislike me, they are my family. They were my friends, my lovers, my parents, my children once. Ugh, TikTok thinks I'm inactive. There we go. We're just yapping, TikTok. Even those that dislike me, they are my family. They were my friends, my lovers, my parents, my children once. I make them who they are, and they make me who I am. Attached document, December 2041. Begin log. Xenophon walks alongside Grand Karcist Iyun's horse. Liaison Jiang is also on a horse, while Karcist Eva is sitting in the back of a wagon several meters away. The party has taken the form of a wagon train several hundred meters long, with Foundation helps making up the front and rear and interspersed between. Security personnel man the machine gun emplacements, quietly observing the Sarkites between them. The party is moving on a dirt road. Hi, Shay. I've been talking about debuting it for some time, so it's Sunday it officially came out. But we've been knowing about debut for a while, so inactive quick make engagement bait lines. Well, it's just that the TikTok chat is mostly people popping in, saying something like "mommy" or barking aggressively. And then getting follow notifications. The whole point of TikTok is to be like, hey, I am on TikTok. Now go watch me where I actually am. The party is moving on a dirt road with farmland on either side. Low-flying agricultural drones spray water and pesticides on the crops. Jiang. This thing is uncomfortable. Iyun. She does not appreciate being told that from such an inexperienced rider. Jiang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Iyun. It is fine. Liaison Jiang does raise a point, Grand Karcist. We would be making substantially better time were we to utilize Foundation electric cargo vehicles. Iyun, I am aware. Jiang, not the best idea. We wouldn't want to frighten or alarm your people. I'm sure most of them aren't terribly familiar with Iyun. We have tractors, sir. Jiang, right, of course. I'm gonna go check with Tao about the solar panels. He awkwardly nudges his horse, driving it back towards the back of the train. Iyun watches him go. Xenophon, are you all right, Grand Karcist? Iyun, no, I am angry. Xenophon, I assure you, Liaison Jiang had no intention to insult. She scratches the mane of her horse. Not at him. At myself. Xenophon. I see. Why? You have read the translations your people are giving me. Yes. They are disturbing. I can imagine they would be. I cannot imagine myself speaking like this, saying these things, behaving like this to my people. Is it possible the translations are inaccurate? I thought they were. I grew angry at your people for misleading me, and I told your man, Ayler, to give me the untranslated copies, and so I read them, and they are correct. The records say I said these things, did these things. Religious records are often distorted by time. She picks a bug out of the horse's mane and flicks it away. But I have the memories. I remember standing on the highest pulpit in Black Adytum, addressing an endless crowd of my people, the amber sky casting rains down on the Holocaust, telling them they needed to bow to me as their god. What is that word? Holocaust. Army. Assuming the memories are reliable, this would have occurred over 3,000 years ago. You can hardly be expected to answer for it now. There's no one left to answer for it but me. The additional clavigards will have answers. Iyun, tersely. I do not understand why I would have done this. How I could have done this. Why? She turns to Xenophon, glowering. What? Xenophon. Apologies, I didn't mean to offend you. I was suggesting that interrogating why this offends you might be productive in determining how it happened. For several minutes, neither speaks. While they are walking, a small child approaches the side of the Grand Karsus horse. He is holding his left hand in his right. He whispers something Sarkic Pidgin. The Grand Karsus smiles. Come. She reaches down and hoists the child up by the shoulders, planting him on the horse's saddle in front of her. Upon closer inspection, the fingers on the boy's right hands are gnarled and clubbed. Iyun pries him open, revealing the left. There is an ugly gash in his palm. She clucks in concern. Oh, poor little thing. She grips the boy's palm tightly, whispering over it. As she releases, the blood congeals, scabbing over with new, raw skin. The boy pulls his hand back and whispers something in the Grand Karsus' ear. It won't, little thing. The boy looks unsure. Iyun sighs and rests a hand against his head, whispering something back, and then lowers him to the ground where he runs off. She straightens, anger gone. Xenophon. Who was that? Iyun. His name is Loik. Haath's son. His mother died in labor. Xenophon. I'm sorry to hear that. Iyun. Yes. Xenophon. What did he say? Iyun. He was asking for a blessing, to protect him from you. Xenophon stops for a moment and looks in the child's direction, before resuming its stride. I see. You cannot be angry at him. I cannot be angry at all. He is a child. He is scared of things he does not understand. It is irrational, but natural. You think fear is natural? It is a natural instinct to avoid things you do not like or do not understand, overcome with time. What do you fear? Nothing. Can you be killed? This shell can be damaged to the point where my software is no longer recoverable. I can be destroyed if not killed. Do you fear that? I would prefer it not occur, and will make efforts to avoid it where possible. What separates this from fear? Fear is an irrational instinct. My avoidance is deliberate, programmed behavior. Did you have any say in what behaviors you were given by your masters? No. So you are as subject to them as I am to my fear. What difference is there? We must believe in free will. We have no choice. A strange answer. A quote from a writer. I refer to quotes when I am thinking. They ride in silence. You healed the boy very quickly. Names are important. Call him by his name. Apologies. Loik. Consuming Nidok's flesh has grown my abilities. I remember him watching as people came to me with all manner of brutal injuries, on the very foot of death, me laying a finger on their forehead and molding their flesh into healing. Stretching my hands, sorry. The experience with Nidok was striking. I am surprised you witnessed it with us. Why? You are a machine. You have no mind, no soul. You should not have been able to, and yet. They continue, speeding up slightly until they are near the wagon ahead of them where Karsus Ieva sits. Grand Karsus, you look troubled. Ieva, do you remember Poth? Ieva cocks her head. Loik's mother? Yes, when she grew ill after his birth, I could not save her. I wrapped poultices, you made her bruise, and we attended to her best we could, but she grew worse and worse. I remember. You told them that if she chose, she could take a horse and wagon and drive her to the town. Iyun turns to Xenophon. They have a doctor there. He is kind enough to come by during the beginning of the harvest season to offer treatment. I said they could leave and lodge there for as long as they need to make sure she was healthy. Did they go? Through gasps... Sorry, did they go? That was Xenophon's voice. Through gasps, she told me that she chose this life, that she would choose this death. Eva. She passed that night. My condolences. It brought me to tears, her unwavering commitment to her home and people. But I read these sermons I remember giving them, standing on that pulpit demanding their fealty and obedience, and watching them bow to me. I have never tried to control my people, only to lead and counsel them. Anyone is free to leave if they wish. No one ever does. And now you fear that it is because of blind obedience to you and you alone. Yes, I am angry at myself, however long ago, that I could ever think to rule them. She pauses. I do not know how to reconcile it. As long as I can remember, I've given sermons on how we are all our own masters. I have sought never to order them into anything, and now I learn that I demanded their worship, their blood, their obedience. It must be frustrating. It is. I know you. I know how much you care about them. I know you wouldn't have done it unless you thought it was the right thing to do. Iyun is silent. Then she pulls her horse back. The sun is setting. Tell them to make camp. Eva nods, shouting something behind her. The driver of the wagon shouts something ahead, and the chain continues, and the train slowly circles on itself before stopping. Almost immediately, the Sarkites exit the wagons and dismount their horses, quickly moving to set up their tents and build their fires, greeting each other and talking. Iyun slides off her horse, smiling. Still from Xenophon.aic's camera feed. I don't know about that one. That doesn't look like the hides that they were talking about having been worn. I bet this is just some northern Chinese, like, nomadic tribe. Iyun, this is why we choose to not take advantage of what you give us. I'm afraid I do not understand. We only have so many traditions left. We want to preserve them. A memory from Grand Karsus Iyun recorded and transcribed by Xenophon.aic and senior researcher Mayel. The things that swim to the forefront of my mind are the early days. The early days of what? Adytum, where the old masters were routed and we began to settle into our new home. We knew it by heart. We were the ones to build it. A vast complex of temples, fairways, stone paths, but the catacombs too. Most of Adytum lay beneath our feet. Endless tunnels and crawlways and vaults. We ate our dead from the uprising, and we placed their bones in the catacombs as we set to work. We tore down the edifices of their dancing scarlet god. Tokumotu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. We tore down the edifices of their dancing scarlet god. We made Adytum our home. With you at its head. No, I was their shepherd, but I never wanted to be a king. I took refuge in one of the temples, offered my counsel. I let my clavigars take the task of building a city while I looked for the secrets of the gods. Nadak did so with haste. He was well read. While we explored the city, he devoured the libraries of the old masters left behind. While I was still getting settled, he had already selected the smartest of the slaves to serve as his administrators. He was state-building. Yes, he read in the histories what anarchy wrought, but he had seen firsthand what the iron rule of the priestesses caused. He looked for something else, a way to enjoin us, making decisions together, as a people. The Nalka. Yes, every body of voice a say in what we were to do. Success spread evenly, failures dispersed equally. If one disagreed, he was free to walk away. Just as you said, he told me, no gods, no masters. He relished the idea, and his administrators worked with striking efficiency. The Nalka spoke with one voice. Officials were selected, laws made. We trusted each other, totally. Our bond was baked in blood. And what was your new place in the new Adytum? Grand Karsus, High Witch, the one who stole freedom from the gods. They loved me. They wanted to honor me. I objected. Why? Because I was afraid they would...
From the fire hose!
The fire hose. Hyder to Hyder. Everybody take a big drink of water if you don't want to go figure this out because when I drunk. They scorchy is our reason for getting scorchy. Yeah. I was afraid of water. Yeah. I was afraid they would deify me, worship me, forget the freedom we bled for. But I waded out into the crowd and they chanted with one voice. They wanted me to guide them. I feared where they would stray without me. Nadak told me I was needed, that he might control the people, but they needed a spiritual beacon to lead them. Most had never conceived of a world without a god at the center. I had to show them something else was possible. I don't understand. If you knew you had to do this, why were you afraid of it? Because I am only human. Question. What does being Sarkic mean to you? Akal, 19, rancher. Akal straightens, lowering the bale of hay he is carrying. He looks Xenophon up and down, unsure of where to focus his attention. It is comforting to be part of a tradition. We have existed for countless generations. We have lived as we always have. The world can move on as it would like. I work the animals the same way my father, and his father's father did, and so on. Or on and on. I give feed to the cows and collect the eggs, and I know that many years ago someone else did just the same. The same scratchy feeling of hay on their palms and the hens pecking at their feet. Across centuries, I am one with them. On January 5th, 2042, the Black Adytum Initiative arrived in the general area marked by Grand Karsus Iyun. Attached document, January 2042. The party is at a halt. They are in a plateau with plains of tall grass giving way to barren rocks and dirt. The land is flat enough to see for kilometers. Iyun looks around, worried. I don't see a Stella anywhere. He would know. He ate his father. Iyun, no, it may not have survived the ages. Xenophon, Officer Chada, please perform a flyover of the area. Over the radio, Chada confirms the order. The UAV circling overhead flies off to take aerial photographs of the area. You won't find it. Trust me, these things are pretty powerful. Can coast at 200 meters for hours, taking pictures and sending live data back to the HELTs the whole time. If it's here, we'll find it. Eva shakes her head. Not if we chose to hide it from prying eyes. Xenophon, what do you suggest? Carses Eva. She nods at the campfire a few of the Sarkites have set up as the sun sets. A reading. That seems like a bit of a waste of time. Do you have somewhere to be? Well, no, but then be quiet. She hops out of the back of the wagon, leaning against her crutch as she limps to the campfire. The Sarkites ease away as the party approaches, casting wary looks at Xenophon.aic. Iyun, sit. They kneel by the fire. Eva opens her pouch, removing a tanned hide roll. Ha! She unrolls it, revealing a set of intricately carved phalanges. Small, but they will suffice. Xenophon, what do the carvings represent? Eva questions. She casts them into the center of the fire, watching as they smoke and grow dark. After a few minutes of baking in the fire, they crack, falling to pieces. Eva reaches in with her bare hand, drawing the bones back and dropping them on the canvas roll. She inspects the cracks and answers. Jiang, what do you see? She hisses in annoyance. Eva, it is not as simple as a child's game. Be silent and let me read. They sit quietly for several minutes as the fire crackles and the sun sets. The other Sarkites begin to set up camp. Iyun. Eva? Eva. Nothing. The voices are silent today. Jiang. Is it possible you got the location wrong, Grand Karcist? Iyun. She looks around the grassy plain with a strange look on her face. No. I have been here before. Xenophon. Do you remember something? Excuse me. Iyun. Yes, a promise, a funeral, no grand consumption like he deserved. We were running, we had to move, a quick burial with a promise to return. She rises to her feet unsteadily. She is whispering now, eyes unfocused. Xenophon, who? She looks down at Eva. Eva. Grand Karcist? Iyun, look. She points not at Eva, but at a snake that has slithered out of the grass, approaching the bones on the canvas roll by her feet. Jiang leaps backwards, but Eva reaches a hand out, stroking it. It does not react or lunge, inspecting the cracked bones with its head. Jiang, that thing could be poisonous. Iyun, no, it wishes to complete the set, complete its work. Xenophon, I'm afraid I do not understand, Grand Karcist Iyun. She falls silent. They watch as the snake bites the bone fragment, swallowing it. Another snake, different in size and shape, slithers out of the grass, taking another bone fragment. Within a minute, a dozen snakes are wrapping around Eva's leg, taking the bone fragments into their mouths before slithering away, farther into the field. Iyun, I promised I would free him. She walks after the snakes, lurching unsteadily. The others quickly rise, following her 100 meters into the dark field after the snakes. Xenophon, should I? Eva, quiet yourself, you'll frighten them away. Looking down, they are standing in front of a large rock inset into the ground. The snakes begin to wriggle underneath it, forcing themselves through the crack. Iyun presses a hand against it. Eva, wait. She reaches down, squeezing her eyes shut and whispering something. The snakes begin to shift, pushing on one end of the boulder, slowly sliding it away. A dark tunnel carved from the earth lies underneath. Jiang, like hell I'm going in there. Eva, respect them, and they will respect you. Kind of horrifying, honestly. Iyun slips into the near-diagonal tunnel, followed by the others. It is pitch black. The only sound comes from the continuous scraping of scales on scales. Iyun, he loved his pets. He could only bring one with him. The rest had to be left behind in black adytum as it collapsed. He spoke to no one for weeks. He chose a snake. It wrapped around his throat, moving up and down his body. It was small, but he fed it from his own meals, and as it was loved, it grew. They finally exit out into a larger chamber. Jiang's breath hitches. Light, now, please. Xenophon activates its floodlights. I don't know if they keep using between its and his, which is interesting for this, choice from this author. I don't think it was deliberate, but the chamber is not terribly large or wide. It is carved from the surrounding dirt and clay. There is a deeper pit in the center. Most notably, the floor of the entire chamber is covered in a dense layer of writhing and wriggling snakes of all sizes, all shapes and colors. Jiang, I'm gonna pass out. Iyun continues through the massive serpents in a stupor, approaching the central pit. There are no snakes here. The pit is a meter deep and contains the corpse of a man intertwined with that of an impossibly large snake. Iyun, hello, old friend. Eva, a knife. We require a knife. Xenophon. Liaison Jiang, do you? Fuck, no knife. I'll leave. Get one. Fuck. No. Ione lowers herself into the sunken grave, Eva following. The other two approach quietly, stepping carefully through the writhing mass. Burn it to hear the truth. Consume it to see it. Using the knife. What knife? What knife? We just talked about how we don't have a knife. Sorry. Some of this, okay. My maybe 2/3 of the way through this review, this is great. I'm loving this. There are some parts of this that I can tell are missing, but this is so good. Hi, Crepper. Hi, Biscuit. The knife of thin air, exactly how it's... Like, it's just some parts where it's like, I don't know. I want to know if, because they didn't have a knife, if this knife has some kind of significance, but we just got done saying there wasn't a knife. Using the knife, she saws through the ribcage of the corpse, gently peeling back the dried skin and muscle. Oh, here we go. And exposing the chest cavity. She reaches in and extracts something. Saren's heart. In contrast to the rest of its body, it is still red and bloody. All right, I'm gonna let you guys get your Joels out of the way. I was hoping for the knife redeem. I haven't had that one on in a long time. I could remake it at some point, maybe, but... Come on, you guys can do this better than that. I just wanted the 2 Joels before I headed off to bed. Fair, Crepper. Well, welcome in. Yeah, please go get some rest if you need. We're happy to have you. If you want something to fall asleep to, there's still a lot of this left. We are showing no signs of slowing. Oh, Jesus. Anything else? Yep. Anything else? Ready, aim, Joel! Y'all are something else. Here, let me leave you with that for just a second. I'm gonna be right back. I wonder if Joel will show up on the BRB screen. I'm gonna make myself go unlive on TikTok. Yeah, I think now's a good time to do a quick BRB because I have been talking for a fucking long time. I want to finish this before we raid out. But I'm gonna put myself into BRB. Continue. I'll put myself into DVD mode. They really are interesting. They really are. Be good, be normal. I will be right back. Don't you stop with those Joels. I better see nothing but Joels when I get back. Hello, I return. I'm eating a little snack first. Then we return for realsies. All right, gamers. Oh, Audible Arc, thank you for the follow, by the way, earlier in the break. Wrong. Wrong. Hey, Juker, how are you? Welcome in. Hi. We're reading one hell of an SCP entry right now. Possible candidate for my new favorite. Like, it's so good. It's hard. I hope I'm doing an okay job of, like, it is not the butt ghost. We have read, I think we've read the butt ghost before. But I think after this, I might hop into a mod VC and play some Marvel Rivals if Oni is down. But I've been, let's see, I've been fighting TikTok Live for them to not list my stuff as sexual content. But it's been good. Really, I just want to capture some of those fucking TikTok viewers and make sure they know I am here. I do exist outside of TikTok. There's nothing more damaging to a pelf's to pelf esteem than saying, "Oh, I didn't know you did anything," and it's like I put it fucking everywhere, y'all. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. No, this one is the bone proposal. It's very good. It's very good, and I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. Let me put the link here for anybody who wants to read along. That would have been really helpful earlier in the stream, probably. TikTok is a wild place. Also, hello, Lord Omega. You exist outside of TikTok? I do. I do. And this is actually the best place to watch. Like, despite my gripes with Twitch, this is probably the best place to watch a stream in a stable manner. Unfortunately. It is, Goblin. This one is so interesting. I am enjoying the fuck out of it. So the scroll bar is like right here off screen. It started right at the top. It's about right here. We're probably over halfway done. You don't have to tell them that, Oni. Oni is my nesting partner. And yeah, every time Juker puts up a new picture of Lofi, I say, new Juker dog picture! And then I come racing out to show him. The new one was very good, by the way. Hang on, I'm pulling it up. We're showing chat. because it's a very good picture. This one is very good. Look at the baby. Look at Lofi. Look at that baby. He's so comfy. He is so cozy. One day I'll actually visit the SCP site. Just click it. Just click that link right now. It's so easy. Yes, that is a corgi. That is a corgi named Lofi, and it's very cute. He's also laying next to me right now. He's precious. He's perfect. What a sweet baby. Oh, he's not just a corgi? He's a rare coat of corgi, is he? Oh. What are we looking at for like types of corgi coats? Sable red. Oh, I guess types of corgi coats. I understand. Open image in new tab. Red and white, red-headed tricolor, black-headed tricolor, sable and white, appropriate maximum allowable white. What do you mean allowable? Oh, it's about their breeding. Blue or red merle, not purebred. I don't care. They're perfect. I have a corgi toy Aussie. Incredible. I love dogs. I just love dogs so much. He looks so comfy here. So it's like he's a shiny. He is. You managed to get the shiny. All right, let's get back to reading this, or we're never gonna get through this. So, we were at the mystery knife section of Iyun just about to eat the heart of one of her chosen family. Hi HD, how are you? Welcome in. All right, let's do this. Okay. Burn it to hear the truth. Consume it to see it. Using the knife that did not exist up here. She saws through the rib cage of the corpse, gently peeling back the dried skin and muscle, exposing the chest cavity. She reaches in and extracts something, Saren's heart. In contrast to the rest of the body, it is still red and bloody. Xenophon. Remarkable. In a trance-like state, she brings the heart to her lips, biting into it. The flesh gives way under her teeth, dripping blood from her mouth down to the soil and bones. She halts, swallows, and shudders, panting. Then she reaches out and grasps Ava's hair, pulling her closer. Come, little thing, eat. Cradling Ava's head, Iyun lowers the half-eaten heart to her lips. Ava appears enthralled, opening... kind of hot. Cradling Ava's head, Iyun lowers the half-eaten heart to her lips. Ava appears enthralled, opening her mouth almost mechanically. Her teeth tear into the heart, ripping off a chunk of soft muscle. Blood dribbles down her chin and into her robes. Iyun, taste him as I have tasted him. Yes. Remember him feel him. Remember him as I have remembered him. Yes. Still cradling Ava, Iyun leans backward, falling into Saren's chest cavity. That's never going to get any less terrifying. Let's go. The two slip down into the pit, stepping gingerly into Saren's chest cavity. Once again, Xenophon's cameras cut out and reactivate several seconds later. Jiang, where? The sky overhead is cloudy and amber-hued. The four are standing in a vast plaza, at least 100 meters in length. Ahead of them, a massive wooden stone temple looms, with peak roofs and towers. The edges of the plaza are lined with Sarkites. Most are wearing traditional tanned hide robes and tunics, with a handful wearing more ornate clothing. The edges of the crowds are blurry and indistinct. Xenophon, this is... Eva releases a breath. Eva, Adatum. Those are dead bodies. They look down. The plaza is lined with corpses laid out in rows and columns. At least 200 bodies, likely more. They're naked and exhibit signs of trauma. Most have brutal slashing cuts, gaping wounds, and otherwise mortal injuries. Iyun furrows her brow. They have not been consumed. I don't know what to do for Sarn's voice. You have no place here. They turn. An entity is standing a few meters away. It resembles some cross between the corpse of Sarn and the snake wrapped around him. Large portions of skin are replaced with shining scales, and from the waist down, the humanoid form gives way to a long, thick serpent's tail. His eyes are yellow and slitted, glaring at Iyun. I swore a promise to free you. You swore many promises. You upheld so few of them. I have seen Nadok again. He has urged me to seek out my clavigars, to take you back to Adatum, to lay you to rest. Take me back. I am trapped in this vision of Adatum, forced to lay here for all eternity and relive the moment I lost my faith. Nadok was always soft, too willing to forgive you, to listen to your slippery tongue. You may have earned his forgiveness. Expect no such kindness from me. My memories are lost to me. I did not know how long you waited. Forgive me for the years past. The figure barks a shocked laugh. Your mind must truly be gone if you think my rage comes from waiting. All the happier had I never seen your face again. Iyun's brow furrows. What? You failed, Iyun. You promised so much. To me, to the others, all the Nalka, and you failed us all. By letting Adatum meet its destruction. What did I do? How did this happen? But of course, you're the same as you ever were. A selfish wretch. You seek answers from me. Die without that meager satisfaction. I just want to know how it happened. Why would I would have made myself a king, a god? You do not mean to deceive. You truly remember nothing. Not even me. No, I remember you. I remembered in that quarry. You were their beast. The loadmasters formed you into any beast they needed. A malformed ox dragged loads of stone behind you. A silent snake dispatched to bite the ankle of their enemies. A rat silently watching over your fellow slaves. None of us trusted you. Save for you. I did, and when I ate from the devourer and I saw how to bend flesh to my will, I raised you. I gave you back the skin they had stripped. For some time. What? Do you remember after the war began to turn against us? After you realized that you had too few Karsists, too few who knew the art of flesh on your front lines? I had no want for a war. Oh, I'm too low on TikTok. Hang on. They can't see shit. They can't see shit. There we go. There we go. I had no want for a war. None of us did, and it came anyway, and your vast hordes rose up and fought in your name, but it just wasn't enough for you, was it? I remember, Iyun. I remember when you summoned me to your chambers in the buried heart of Adatum and whispered to me, saying that the bones shifting in the fire had told you that I was needed once more. I begged, I pleaded. That was an old life, a worse life. I abhorred the violence so many of your zealots came to crave. But you are my Karsist, and I was your clavigar, and I listened for my love of you. I changed you. You molded me into an asp once more while I sobbed. The old masters had used me like this, and you had learned from their wisdom. Place me in a cage, release it near the enemy camp. I slither in, find the chink in their armor, and bite. Iyun is quiet. Forgive me. Forgive you I might have, but then there was the next camp, and the next. I was a weapon once again, a tool, and all because I loved you, because I believed, as you believed, that a better world was possible. It is. When I came back to Adatum, it was with blood in my fangs, the city of my birth, my home, unrecognizable. It was a war fortress now, dark and bleak, and I walked through the alleys of the city. As I walked through the alleys of the city, I saw corpses. Uneaten corpses. You had told us with such faith, consume the flesh and return the souls to the Nalka, carry their memory with us forever, and now the bodies rotted freely, stuffed into sewers and tossed in canals. You came to me asking why. I rebuffed you. I told you I would explain my reasons to all, and you did, swathed in your shawls from the high pulpit of Adatum. Silence. It is broken by a deep guttural song sounding out across the plaza. The Sarkites stiffen. See your answers for yourself. The songs stop. At the pulpit of the temple, dozens of meters in the air, a hooded figure wrapped in robes steps onto the balcony. Me. That's me. How can you tell? I know. I remember standing on that pulpit. I remember looking down on this display. The memory's voice carries out across the plaza, speaking in the rich tones of the old Nalkan language. You said our armies were noble, faithful, but outmatched, that if we did not take to desperate measure, we would be destroyed. But then you assured us, I have reached up to the maws of the gods and rent free their secrets. The figure falls silent again. They extend a single finger, pointing at the nearest corpse. And then you raised the dead. Eva recoils. This is impossible. And even if it was possible, blasphemous, she would never. No. No? Remember the dull gray in his lifeless eyes as his muscles tightened and he crawled back to life. The figure pointed at stirs. At first, just a muscle twitch, but it rapidly grows in intensity until the corpse is actively shambling to his feet. Oh, God. His skin was rotting, putrefacting. The blood had congealed into a thick paste. You twisted a finger and he groaned in pain, rising skin and hair sloughing away. The corpse stumbles forward. The crowd of Sarkites gasp and murmur, several openly disgusted. The finger raises another finger, and 10 more of the corpses struggle to their feet, groaning with lifeless eyes. Nadak is standing at the base of the temple. He is shocked by the display. Dead, but their souls confined to your service. The bodies kept from the heavens. The Holocaust. No, Iyun, the first Holocaust. JB Muramatsu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. No, Iyun, the first Holocaust. I recoiled, begging you to free them, not to use them as weapons. You swore you would when the war was over, when we were safe. Until then, even death was not an escape from service to you. If she hadn't, we would have been slaughtered by the enemy. Then maybe we would have been routed from our home. But when you did that, you broke the Nalka in two, the faithful and the zealots. The destruction of Adatum hangs around your neck. Iyun appears speechless. Maybe you will bury me in Adatum, as you say, and forgive yourself. Go then, but never think you have my forgiveness. Sarn's skin sloughs away as his body rapidly decomposes, the vision decomposing along with it. The last clear sight is the figure on the pulpit, turning and disappearing back into the temple as dozens more corpses rise. When Xenophon's cameras reactivate, Sarn's corpse and the snake wrapped around it have both decomposed into nothing but bones. The surrounding snakes have seized movement. On closer inspection, they are all dead. As the translation efforts into the text of the Archive of Nadak continued, researchers encountered a subset of texts carved into various human bones, apparently from the same skeleton. These texts were written in a notably different voice and tone from the main text, and this, coupled with the difficulty in identifying how sections carved into bones linked together, caused translations to be substantially slower. Medial femur, tibia, and fibula of an adult human male. I was the first to see the cracks take shape. They were the good days, when all-knowing Nadak made certain Adatum ran, that the farms brought in food and the grain was dispersed. We all had our roles to play. Grim Galactic, thank you for the follow. We all had our roles to play in this grand project, and we all believed it was divine work. We did not have the blessing of the heavens, but we did not need it. The gods had nothing but contempt for our raising ourselves out of the mud. And still, I noticed the cracks of worry streaked across my love's face, handsome and stone-carved. He hid it perfectly, such that not even Nadak's 10 eyes could see how he suffered. But I had seen every inch of his skin. I knew its contours, and when something was amiss. And I asked him, and he rebuffed me. Nah, you're good, Muramatsu. It's totally fine. Good night, Goblin. Thanks for being here. The VOD will be here if you want to listen to the rest of this tomorrow. And I asked him, and he rebuffed me. He told me he had an incredible burden to shoulder, and this we all knew was true. For all of us had our duties, but none had a more stinging duty than he. But he confessed that he was racked with fear, for who was to guide the Nalka when his flesh was too rotted away? In those days, Karcists were numerous, new children born every day with the gift of the flesh. He raised them with all the care and love he might have given to our own, had we any. And they learned from their teacher and graduated and preached to the people. But I had heard whispers that a handful of the younger, bolder Karcists had espoused to a crowd that even holy death could be conquered through the art of the flesh, that immortality was within reach. And I told my lover, and his brow furrowed. The next morning, their corner was barren, and I never saw those Karcists again. I remember this. She was shocked by this. She didn't know how to process it. You sound sad. I don't feel sadness. Of course. I didn't know how to help her. I don't think you could have. I don't think she did either. It's something she had to figure out on her own. That sounds unpleasant. It's part of being human. Thank you, Witchy. Hydrate or dehydrate. Everybody take a big drink of water if you don't want to go figure this out, because when I drink drinking today, Witchy is our reason for drinking. There we go. Got that little tickle in my throat out, I think. Jesus! 3. The Ossuary of Uruk. Raise your blade if you are under duress and threat. Raise your blade against those who wish to hurt you. But he who raises his blade against an innocent dooms only himself. There are precious few innocents in this world. It is all of our duty to preserve them. The third truth of Iyun. Section 001.5. Uruk. So the Nalka were born from the graves of the old masters, building a new city in the name of humanity. And the massed crowds hailed their new shepherd, Iyun, the first slave, the Witch King. 100 hands reached out to caress his cheek and usher him into his new home at the highest temple throne of the nameless city. And Iyun raised a marked hand with a smile and explained. There are 5 chapters to this? Y'all, I don't know if we're making through it this night. I don't know if we're making through this tonight. Let's make it to the end of this section and then we'll yap a bit. For one man to rule a people is for one man to place them in bondage to him, and we are a nation of slaves no more. But still, they cried out for their deliverer to remain with them, and the Witch King sighed, kneeling by the hearth of the old masters, where so many slaves had once been branded and burned. I have stolen freedom from the lips of the gods. They look down on man with contempt, for a man is weak and infirm. He lies, he cheats, he steals, and he dies. But that is a man. Men, together, we are bound to each other in unity, bound in blood and bone, and together we are neither mortal nor divine, but another matter entirely. We are Nalka. We are one. This resolution was only made manifest by my consumption of the Devourer. It is a god that slumbers beneath the earth, full of rage and fury and hatred at a man for achieving the freedom it never could. It seeks to twist us, to undermine us, to make us seek to dominate and bind and control each other. But it carries with it such great power. And here the Witch King raised a finger, and Nalka found his bloodied eye healed. My duty to you, my Nalka, is to watch over this creeping force. I will wrest the secrets of the gods from its maw, and deliver them unto you. But you must deliver each other, for if one Nalka suffers, all of us suffer the same. And so the Nalka returned, letting the Witch King take refuge in the tunnels below. But they asked for a name for this city. Adytum, the perfect city, but this is not Adytum yet. It can only be made through our own blood and sweat. The record of Iyun. Okay. I think it's time. So we just started 3, the ossuary of Iraq. There is still, okay, there's still stuff to expand. There's still stuff to scroll through, more stuff to expand, more chats. We're not getting through this tonight, y'all, because I got work tomorrow. Let's plan on another SCP stream next week, maybe. I am hoping to get some time off work to get off early so that I can start stream early. But holy moly, this is an excellent story. We'll start chapter 3 the next time we read this one. But let's yap a little bit about what the rest of the week is going to look like. So today is Wednesday. I'll pull out my schedule here. Boop. And boop. And we know that, elf. Where's my schedule? There it is. So today, server picked this. I want you to know, y'all picked this. This was self-inflicted. But Friday we'll have Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. And then Saturday, undetermined vibes-based gaming. Probably just something I picked the day of, but we'll see how it goes. But this was an incredible stream, y'all. I love... oh shit, Sawin! We can stay up for a little bit and yap. Welcome in, how are you? Welcome in. It's good to have you. Cemetery raid. Prepare for a scare. What's the SCP story? It should be pinned. The link should be pinned. So please go read that one, Phantom. It's also right here. Solin, what were you up to? Oh, you were playing Silk Song. How did it go? How is Silk Song treating you? Doing all right. Hope you're well. I am good. I am pretty tired after. We're going to stay up and yap for a few minutes before we Katamari roll your raiders into someone else. But we are reading BB Ford. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We were reading a really, really long SCP article. It was so good. Story. It was so good, and we only got through part of it. It was the Rounder House Bone Proposal for SCP-001. It was so good. Cleared a good amount of stuff this session, delaying actual story progression for a while now. Yeah, I get in the habit of doing that too. But Let me think. Sounds like you had a good time. We really, really, really did. I love SCPs in general, and being able to share them with chat is really fun. Highly recommend going through and reading this one on your own time if you can. That was so good. That was so good. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this. Thank you guys for being here during this, for hanging out with me. This was a really good story. Let's see, what are my plans? I might play Rivals. I am really tired, so whatever I do. Inkblot Raven, thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. I'm looking to see who's up right now. A lot of people are up right now. But we'll see. No, you're so good, Sawin. I'm glad you never get to read into me, so it's always kind of like, ooh, I'm up later than Sawin. But it's good to have you. But please rest if you need. Same to your raiders. If you need to eat, sleep, do whatever. Don't feel pressured to stick around for the rest of this stream, for next stream, whoever we raid into. But make sure that whoever we raid into, that you are good for, that you read the rules, read for pronouns, all that good stuff. I'm still kind of skimming for folks who are up, that I want to send the love to. But this was a very good SCP. Friday, we've got Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Saturday, vibes-based gaming. I forgot to put Pokemon on the schedule for Sunday. Pokemon's back. I'm DMing. That's what I'm going to be doing probably the next 2 days, is writing for Pokemon, because I do not have my story done. But yeah, let's go say hi to... Let's... Looking. I always worry that I raid into the same people too much. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna go say hi. Oh, Taco's playing Voices of the Void. Maybe we'll go say hi to them. We'll see how much, I'll see how long they've been up and whether it looks like they're gonna be up for a bit longer. What should our raid message be? Does anybody else like raiding into people I know rather than strangers? True. He sent you a new pic? Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna look at that one after stream. Blood for the No Gods. Actually, that's perfect, Cosmo. I love that a lot. We'll probably finish reading this during a subsequent SCP stream. I'm not sure when it'll happen. But come hang out either in the server, if you're a member of the server. Save up your channel points if you would like to join the server. What else? Be good for Taco, who we're about to go say hi to. No, that's everything. Sunday, Pokemon. I'm DMing. It's gonna be really good. This one's gonna be a really good one. It's gonna have some Krog and Butter moments, some good old Reliance and Gary moments. Cal, thank you for being here. Use Blood for the No Gods as the raid message. Read the rules before you interact in Taco's chat. Read for pronouns, all that good stuff. Be good. Be normal. Show them what an awesome community we have. That's everything. Somebody on TikTok is asking me to talk as a guest. Who the fuck do you think? Go away. Go follow me on Twitch or don't talk to me at all. Get out of here. I'm turning off TikTok. I hate this fucking place. Can I talk to you? As a guest. TikTok has that function where you can talk with people one-on-one, live. Why would I want to do that with a stranger? Do you think no, leave, children. Christ! Anyway, be good. Be normal for Taco. Don't take that energy. Sorry, it was Lofi. He just wanted to say hi. All right. Love you all. Chaotic Hell Heaven, thank you for the follow. We're heading out. Eat some water, drink some food, take care of yourself and those around you, and tell somebody you care about that you love them. Oni, I love you. Sprout, if you are here, I love you. And chat, I love you all very much. The young adults yearn for Omegle. Bye, you guys. Love you. Bye.